Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A skeleton with a glowing eye appeared and explained that the undead were those who could not die even after death. Various undead were visible, and he continued that for them, immortals who escaped the cycle of life and death, dominating one dimension was not difficult. The skeleton's hand held a globe, and the undead explained that conquering the dimension called Earth was only a matter of time. The base of the cliff was illuminated by fire, and the monster guessed that they could think so. Pointing his index finger forward, the skeleton asked how this could be. A silhouette was visible in the fiery haze, and the undead said that he was a simple man. A flurry of flames rose before him, and he exclaimed how a man was still alive. A charred image through the smoke clarified who knew. The youth's eyes lit up, and he began to explain why. The man's face was illuminated by tongues of flame. He opened his mouth wide and said that he was stronger than monsters. A moment later, the boy delivered a crushing blow to the skeleton. 2 years ago, a light was visible in the windows of a residential building. Someone could be heard shouting from behind the door that this was too much. The protagonist hung his head, and the girl shouted that she let him live because he said he was looking for a job, but then he spent his days just drinking and playing games. Pointing her finger to the side, she said that if the boy was going to be like this, he could go back to his mom and dad. Putting his hand on the back of his head, the protagonist muttered that it was not so and began to explain. The boy said that he could not rely on his parents at such an age, and the girl, with her mouth wide open, exclaimed if his little sister was okay. She dropped her hands and shouted that he also had benefits and that tomorrow was New Year's Eve, so he needed to find a part-time job or something else, to which he agreed and suggested leaving it for tomorrow since his head was spinning right now. The protagonist entered the room and was indignant that he had caused this again. He closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The exhausted young man collapsed onto the bed. Staring at his face in the pillow, Hyan declared that he was pathetic and then asked why he lived like this. Opening his eyes, the protagonist explained that the only thing he had achieved since moving to Seoul was an internship at a large corporation, but he should find a job in a warehouse or somewhere else. The computer screen illuminated the room, and the young man realized that he had forgotten to turn off the game before leaving. He looked at the monitor and wondered how much better real life would be if it were a video game, since then he could find a decent job. Hyan listed the options of becoming a warrior, a wizard, or a swordsman with the corners of his lips down. The protagonist fell fast asleep. A large city appeared, and the system reported that a common connection with the Heiken dimension had been detected and the Earth defense system had been activated. The protagonist's mouth was drooling, and a notification appeared that the connection with the Heiken dimension was temporarily prohibited. A purple stream of energy rushed past the globe, and the system notified that the training would begin on Earth. Hyan opened his eyes in fear. Through the disappearing beams of teleportation, he saw an unfamiliar room. The young man raised an eyebrow in alarm and asked what it was. Looking at the system screen, the protagonist thought about the words floating before his eyes, after which a countdown to a full connection with the Heiken dimension appeared. The back of the protagonist's head was visible, looking at the system's notification welcoming Mr. Hyan to enter the training, which had 8 stages. Raising his head, the young man muttered that there were 8 stages. Death in this place was not related to reality, and he could not give up halfway, and if he failed, he could not try again. Frowning, the protagonist read the system message that when the training was completed, there would be an awakening and a reward. Lowering his chin, he realized what it was. The level 98 character exclaimed that the master had connected today too, and Hyan, covering his eyes with his palms, thought that only serious gaming addicts who needed treatment could dream of such a thing, then mentally apologized to his parents and promised Aiken that her brother would find a job. Putting his fingers on his nose, he interrupted himself. Smiling widely, the young man exclaimed that who cares, after all, this is a dream, and this could be a sign from God to give it his all one last time, and then it seemed that he went into the thinking of another game. A message about entering the first stage appeared, and the protagonist looked at the notification in bewilderment that the creators believed that his courage would save the Earth. With his hands down, Hyan asked what needed to be saved. The system said that in the first stage, he needed to prove his courage and defeat what the protagonist feared most, or rather, reach the destination at the end of the bridge, and the stage would be considered failed in case of death, to which the protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, asked again about the bridge. A drop of sweat appeared on his face. The young man's eyes reflected the flames. A smoke screen was visible under the ceiling. People found themselves on narrow roads, and the protagonist asked what it was. With his arms outstretched, Hyan asked if it was lava because it was so hot here. The young man raised his head, noticing something in front of him. He looked at the worried people and wondered who they were, and did not understand what was happening here. Fire dust flew past the participants, and the protagonist said that he was definitely at home. Taking a step back, he thought that this was a stupid dream, and then exclaimed that it was very hot, and was this really a dream? The protagonist's younger sister stood with her hands on the wall. Tears were visible in the girl's eyes, and the older brother called out loudly to her. Pointing his finger at Anne, the young man exclaimed that she forgot in his first dream in a year, since this is ridiculous, to which she replied that this was her line. Turning around, the girl asked if this was really a dream, since it suddenly started talking about saving the earth or something like that. Looking down, Hyan called out to his younger sister. Putting up his finger, he told the girl not to act like this was her dream, because it was his, to which she cried out, "Does it matter now?" Aiden closed her eyes and asked how the lava could be so hot if they were in a dream, and how could one have a natural conversation in a dream, and then asked if her brother thought something was wrong. Hyan smiled and explained that the brain is easy to deceive, because people always say that they don't feel pain in their sleep, but this is a lie. The young man said that there were times when he thought he was defecating in reality, and he woke up relieved that his blanket was safe, to which his sister, holding onto the wall, muttered what nonsense he was talking about and said that he was a good boy for saying something so shameful in front of her. Putting his foot forward, the protagonist said that he would go anyway, to which the girl asked where he was going. Pointing to the message about the condition for passing the first stage, the young man explained that it said that you need to go to the end of the bridge, and asked if Aiden had seen it. Hyan assumed that since it was his dream, someone like her would not know, to which the girl, with her mouth wide open, asked him again and said that she had seen it too. The sister asked if her brother was afraid that he would fall, to which he, looking at the girl, asked if she was stupid since it was a dream. Grinning, the young man explained that if he died, he would wake up. Suddenly, the heroes saw a man falling into lava. The protagonist looked down. In his eyes, he could see the burning participant. A hand of a man appeared from the lava, who was screaming in pain. A moment later, only black smoke remained from him. The protagonist opened his mouth in fear. His sister's eyes widened in alarm. Standing on the bridge, the girl asked him again what he had said, to which he remained silent. Smiling, Hyan said that this scream sounded a little realistic, but he was not afraid at all, to which his sister said that it was a shame. The girl closed her eyes and decided to complete the task. She lowered herself down and asked her brother not to do anything stupid, and if he was going to move, then not on his feet, because it would be safer to crawl. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist asked if she was serious and said that he was not afraid at all, but since she brought it up, he would listen, to which Ake thought that he was stubborn to the end. A lake of lava appeared. The participants moved along the bridge. The brother and sister crawled along the roads, screaming in fear. Suddenly, the girl called out to the protagonist. She turned her head and asked what he thought happened to them and if he had any ideas. Frowning, the protagonist said that it was just a very realistic nightmare, and the sister said that he was still saying that. Leaning on her hands, she clarified whether the guy had already realized that this was not really true and whether he really thought such a realistic dream could exist. Looking down, Aiken assumed that there was definitely something here because something had happened that they couldn't even imagine. She crawled along the bridge and said that if they died here, then maybe in real life. The protagonist grinned. The boy started crying and said that he tried his best to ignore it, but his sister kept reminding him of it, and he was stuck here frozen in fear, which made the girl think that he was the most unreliable older brother in the world. Hyan laid down on the bridge face down and exhaled. He raised his hand and suggested that they rest for a while before continuing, since he couldn't crawl anymore because his arms and legs were shaking, to which Aiken asked if he would just lie on his side. The older brother smiled and asked if she knew that there was a chance that this was a dream. A system screen appeared in front of his face, and he suggested that if he lay like this, he would wake up on his own. Looking at the screens, the heroes saw notifications that a certain amount of time had passed since the start of the training, so the difficulty had increased. The protagonist's face was covered in beads of sweat, and he didn't understand what was happening. The participant spread his arms out to the sides and saw that something had happened to the roads. There were bright flashes behind the protagonist. The bridge was collapsing and the players were shouting loudly. People started screaming and running away, and one of them fell into the lava. Aiken turned around and said that now was not the time to stand still. The girl ran and Hyan asked them to wait for him. The debris of the road behind the heroes was falling down. The protagonist was scared and tried to run away. Looking ahead, he thought that everything was fine. The young man ran along the bridge and realized that it was not too narrow, and if he did not trip, he would reach the end. The protagonist's legs appeared and he told himself to just look ahead at his path. Everything around the heroes was shaking from the collapsing road. The protagonist's mouth opened in alarm. Looking at the end of the path, the young man understood that they were almost there and he would definitely make it. Putting his hand forward, the protagonist thought that it was all over with. Suddenly, he looked to the side. Hyan called out to his younger sister as he saw a piece of the cave break off above her. The girl raised her head and responded. The protagonist angrily clenched his teeth. A moment later, he jumped off his path. The young man landed on the path of his younger sister. He grabbed her, trying to protect her from falling debris. The bridge completely collapsed and fell down. At the same second, the heroes fell to the ground. The bubbling lava swallowed up pieces of the road. All the paths were burned to the ground. The brother and sister turned around in alarm and saw a system message that a new level was available and congratulations on completing the first stage. And then a notification appeared that they had temporarily awakened to receive a reward for completing it, and the official awakening would be after completing the tutorial. Spreading his arms and legs, the protagonist admitted that he could no longer even move his fingers. Aiken repeated the words from the notification, placing her fingers on her chin and asking if that was all, to which her older brother asked if she was going to thank the man who saved her life, to which he thanked her in return. The girl looked at her stats on the screen. Leaning on her hand, she couldn't understand what level, strength, and agility were. Looking away, Hyan realized that it was a status window, the number one thing a man wanted for his birthday. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed that he wanted to see it too. The system screen was visible above him, and he said that it was his status window. Frowning, the protagonist began to tell what he wanted. Suddenly, he jumped out of bed and screamed loudly. Holding his hands in front of him, the young man exhaled in fear. The protagonist looked at the ceiling and tried to calm down. With his eyes wide, the guy wondered what that was. The tall building was illuminated by the rays of the sun, and the protagonist clarified whether it was a dream. The building was moving away, and Hyan wrote in the chat that he had a strange dream, and the other participants responded that they had experienced the same thing. An entire street was visible, and on the vastness of the internet, messages about the strange dream that everyone had had and requests for clarification were gaining a huge number of views. On the news screen, the presenter reported that their supreme leader had even survived hell. A world map was visible, and on the forum they wrote that even strict parents listened attentively to stories about what happened, and the main character asked everyone to tell what they dreamed about. Someone shared currencies related to training, and videos about the challenge of saving the world began to appear on the internet. Against the background of the map, an anonymous message appeared that the chat was open to everyone who had unique abilities, and the Sword Master called everyone to battle. Planet Earth was visible, and the system reported that a little less than 5 years remained until a full connection with the Haken dimension. Birds flew in the clear sky. From the slightly open room, Hyan could be heard calling his younger sister loudly. The door opened and the girl called her brother back. The heroes pointed at each other and simultaneously shouted that they were in a dream where they had to cross a bridge and Aiken almost died, but in the end it was not just a dream, but more importantly a state window. Squeezing her eyes shut, the younger sister exclaimed that the young man should let her finish. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist declared that she was interrupting him. The heroes stood at the entrances to the rooms, their heads down. Holding onto the wall, they began to growl. The protagonist pressed his lips together and remained silent. His sister, with the corners of her lips down, also said nothing. A balcony with flowers appeared, and Hyan suggested that they eat first, to which the girl agreed. A list of different ranks was visible. The protagonist held a phone in his hand. The brother and sister sat at the table in complete silence. Aiken widened her eyes and said that it really wasn't just a dream, because not only in their country, but people all over the world had the same dream, and the protagonist didn't understand if it was true. He raised his chopsticks to his mouth and suggested that dying in a dream didn't affect reality, because 3 or 4 out of 10 people fell, but weren't seriously injured. The younger sister folded her arms and said that it was still very realistic, because falling was incredibly painful. Holding the phone in his hand, Hyan said that he heard that those who actually fell were injured. Aiken leaned over and asked if it was normal for them to just eat like that. The protagonist chewed his food, and his sister said that there was complete chaos outside. The young man turned his head and remained silent. The girl asked what else they could do, to which the protagonist, putting his cutlery on the table, replied that they could only eat properly. Hyan stood up and headed to the window. He pulled back the curtain, and his sister asked him if he was going to jump into the chaos. The boy looked out onto the street, where screams could be heard. A crowd of people were fighting over things, and someone was shouting that it was his box, and someone was apologizing and saying that he grabbed it first. Holding signs above their heads, the townspeople were shouting that they needed to repent and that the time for judgment had come. A boy with a bat smashed a shop window, and there were cries of destroying everything. The brother and sister looked down at the angry crowd. Aiken folded her arms and pointed out that they couldn't go to work, and the boy replied that that was true. Holding onto the railing, the protagonist explained that if they went out now, they would only hurt themselves, and asked if his sister remembered anything about the connection with the Haken dimension, to which she asked if he had looked at the status window properly, since the creators said that they could at least check the remaining time until the temporary awakening. Putting her palm forward, the girl exclaimed that he needed to check the time, to which the protagonist thought that he would also like to look at the status window. A system screen with a timer appeared in the air, and Hyan stated that no matter what it was, they had almost 5 years left. Looking at the protesting citizens, the young man asked if they could even prepare for such a situation in 5 years, since there was chaos now, but the situation would soon calm down, so it was better to stay home for now. Aik lowered the corners of her lips, not understanding why this idiot suddenly started speaking in facts. A police car showed up and it was said that unlike the morning terror, nothing significant had happened, and by evening most people had returned to their daily lives, and thanks to this, stability had been restored in Korea in just one day. That day came to an end, and the protagonist fell asleep peacefully. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and saw the system screen in front of him. The system welcomed the youth to training, and he held his head, remembering it. Hyan watched as the system asked if he wanted to see the basic interface manual, and then said that he didn't care about it and asked to see the status window first. Raising his hand, the youth looked at his stats. Crossing his legs, the protagonist wondered if it was good since he couldn't judge without anything to compare it to. Putting his fingers to his chin, the youth asked if he could use magic power or something else, and he wasn't sure about it. The main character thought about the fact that no matter what, there is a cool and eye-catching line, and the notification that the protagonist has a unique ability, Resurrection, sparkled brightly. Smiling, the protagonist said that this ability seemed to be overly powerful, after which the system reported the characteristics of the ability. Hyan began to dance and shout that this was amazing and incredible, and it was impossible for his life to be just an extra one. The system clarified whether he wanted to go to the second stage, to which the protagonist, clenching his hand into a fist, answered in the affirmative. Grinning, the young man said that no matter whether his stats were high or low, he could increase them, and thought that as a miracle resurrector, there was nothing he would not do. A huge castle was visible, and the protagonist said that up until this moment, he was very excited as a user of the resurrection skill, not imagining what would happen next. A bloody tip of a weapon appeared, and screams were heard. The goblin opened his mouth wide. The protagonist swung his weapon and screamed loudly. The youth struck, pushing the opponent back. The system announced that this was the second stage, where he had to defeat enemies and prove his skill, and Hyan began to attack the goblin with a loud scream. A bloody stain appeared from the powerful blow, and the protagonist thought that this might be a fight since the system was similar to a game. The defeated monster fell to the ground. Lowering his bloody weapon, the youth realized that he had managed to knock the goblin down with a surprise attack using a mace, but the feeling that he was hitting a living creature made his whole body tremble. A pool of blood formed under the monster's body, and the protagonist said that he had killed it. Putting his hand to his mouth, he thought about vomiting. Hyan turned away from the corpse of his opponent and realized that he had only won because it was a goblin, and if he had not seen it, he would have ended up in the same way. Another monster appeared around the corner of the building. The protagonist anxiously thrust the mace forward. The goblin's eyes widened in rage. The warrior saw a dead ally behind the youth. The evil monster held a magic sword in its hand, and the system showed that it was a goblin warrior. The protagonist's eyes widened in fear, wondering why there were two of them to begin with, and wasn't the goblin supposed to be a low-level monster for beginners? Looking at the opponent's glittering weapon, Hyan realized that this goblin was much larger than the previous one, and the sword he was holding was over 1 meter long, so if he received such a blow, it would not just end in tetanus. The evil warrior screamed, opening his mouth wide. He swung his weapon, leaving a bright red mark in the air. Holding the handle of the mace, the protagonist realized that his body was chronically deprived of physical exercise due to long-term unemployment, and the weapon he chose at the beginning of the training was only 70 centimeters long. The enemy knocked the weapon out of the protagonist's hands with a powerful attack. Flying back, the young man realized that his mace was no match for a 1 meter long sword. The goblin warrior struck the protagonist one after another. Tears came out of the wounded Hyan's eyes. The protagonist's clothes were stained with blood, and he did not understand why he had to go through this. The protagonist's leg appeared with a torn-off pant leg. The evil monster dragged the young man along, and he thought about why the goblin did not simply kill him. The goblin dragged the protagonist, leaving a bloody trail, and he did not understand how much blood was in the human body until he confirmed it with his own. And the slowly approaching fear of death coldly squeezed around his neck, and this was a merciless torture that 4 goblins arranged. Aiken appeared, bewildered, lying on the bed. The door handle creaked open. The girl, her mouth wide open, couldn't understand why this crap was happening again early in the morning, and on top of that, she had a headache. She widened her eyes and heard something. Hyan was visible, wrapped in a blanket. His body was shaking, and he was afraid of the goblins. The protagonist, holding a mug, heard the question of whether he died from excessive bleeding, and he answered that it was so, because first they started tearing off his fingernails and toenails one by one and crushing them, and as if that wasn't enough, they pulled out his teeth. The younger sister, holding her head, asked him to stop and added that she had also died, but that was not true at all. She asked if that was why he was crying, to which he lowered his eyebrows in embarrassment. The protagonist stood up abruptly on his chair and shouted that she would understand him if she experienced it, to which Hyan asked what difference it made what others said, and if he was joking then it was okay. She asked if he needed to go to the hospital, and Hyan asked her again with his mouth slightly open. The younger sister picked up the phone and said that the number of visitors to the psychiatric ward had doubled in the past 2 days, and there must be many people who had similar experiences. The protagonist bit the corners of his lips and thought about it. He leaned on his elbow and said that he didn't think so, and also that he didn't have any money, and the girl told him to go and earn some. She brought the glass to her mouth and said that this was good news, and she thought that if he died, the training would end. Aiken added that people who died in the first stage did not even dream of the second stage, to which the protagonist, smiling, replied that he felt better, and today he would be able to sleep more peacefully. Suddenly, a screen appeared above him where it was written that an error occurred in the second stage, and may his courage save the earth. The second round of training began, and he bared his teeth menacingly. Hyan, clenching his fists, shouted that they were annoying him. He lay on a stone, and the system reported that he would not receive a penalty for resurrection, since he was currently in training. The protagonist recalled how he widened his eyes and said that he wanted to die, but even if he died, everything would repeat itself, and then told how he passed out. Fell asleep and passed out again for several hours, and thought that he would wake up from this dream if he just endured it, but this did not happen. He, raising his knee, asked if he should do what they wanted, and added that he was still hungry. The protagonist walked up to the huge gate, stamping his feet. He recalled noticing the mace, and explained that the weapon he had chosen last time was a mace, and he chose it because it seemed simpler in terms of destructive power and use. Hyan, walking up to the weapon rack, thought that since close combat was scary, he would choose a bow or crossbow, and for close combat, a spear would be better than a sword. He frowned and selected equipment. It seemed like he was aiming at the goblins while lying down, and muttered that they should let him show off his shooting skills as a South Korean reservist. The protagonist, closing one eye, tried to aim. Suddenly, there was a bright flash. The arrow hit the goblin warrior straight on. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, did not understand whether it worked. The monster began to smile fiercely. The guy clenched his jaw tightly. He ran towards the opponents and thought that it was impossible for everything to go well with the weapon he was using for the first time. Hyan, his mouth wide open, screamed loudly. He delivered a slash to the enemy. The protagonist's eyes widened as he realized that it had worked. He held the weapon tightly and thought that there was one more left. Sweat suddenly ran down his cheek. The protagonist, squeezing the spear, realized that it was not coming out. His pupils bulged in confusion. The goblin warrior flew above him and began to attack. A trail of blood appeared. The guy, clutching his chest, suddenly woke up. He was lying in bed, scared. Through the sweat on his face, Hyan said that this time he died immediately. He saw that the system sent the same notifications as last time and showed the middle finger. The third round of training began, and the protagonist, standing at the gate, muttered that today's weapons were a sword and shield, and wondered if it would be better to use the weapons he had used before. He remembered holding the phone and self-training. The guy stood in front of the monsters and told them to begin. He, with his mouth wide open, attacked them with freaks. The protagonist grabbed his chest sharply and woke up, asking if those bastards had attacked him. Putting his hand on his face, he said that it was worth trying again. The younger sister, opening the door a little, heard that he would kill them all. She, lowering her eyebrows, remained silent. The system notifications appeared, to which Hyan exclaimed for her to shut up, and the fourth round of training began. The protagonist remembered how he twirled the weapon, and explained that at first he simply swung the sword aimlessly. The guy was breathing heavily and added that judging by the status window, this was the standard method. He fell to the ground, and the system reported that his stamina was increased by 1 due to his efforts to overcome his limits, and the protagonist realized that stats were increased by effort, and also wondered if he really had to swing for 8 hours to level up. The player status window appeared. It was clear that his stamina was 8, his magic power was 14, and his additional stats were 1. Hyan, holding his chin, muttered that if he thought about it, he got it when he cleared the first stage. He was looking at the screen thoughtfully, and was so engrossed that he temporarily forgot, not because he was bad at remembering. The protagonist, while attacking opponents, explained that he invested 1 stat point in strength, getting a total of 2 stat increases, and was planning to take revenge on the goblins. He added that he was too exhausted, so he couldn't take down any of them and died immediately, and suddenly woke up with wide eyes. It seemed like he was standing in a cave, and the 5th round of training was starting, and stamina had increased by 1 point from swinging a sword. The protagonist was training his stamina in the 6th round, and strength was increased by 1 point after 10 hours of training. He remembered how the monsters attacked him and said that now it was easier for him to deal with the 2 goblins in front of him, but he lacked the physical strength and combat ability to deal with the remaining goblins. The 7th round of training was visible, in which he simply swung the sword. The weapon left a bright mark. Hyan continued to swing the sword in different directions, and his stamina increased by 1 point due to the fact that he tried to go beyond his capabilities. The guy, his mouth wide open, screamed loudly. In front of the gate, he fell to the ground. Lying on the floor, the protagonist inhaled heavily. He, looking at the screen, read that basic fencing had been created. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, looked at the description of the ability, which helps to correct posture and distribute force when swinging a sword, which allowed him to deliver more effective blows. His body shook, and he clenched his fist. Raising his hands up, Hyan shouted that he did it. He firmly grabbed the handle of the sword. The protagonist's eyes widened and he exclaimed that the damned green bastards were finished today. He, presenting a map with monsters, explained that in the second stage of training there were 5 damn goblins, and 2 were at the beginning of the fortress and 3 were in the second half of the forest. The protagonist killed a monster and added that these 2 were the easiest, and he suddenly attacked the first goblin with a crossbow and then dealt with the second with a sword. A dense forest was visible, and he said that the problem was with the remaining 3 in the forest, and he could deal with the 2 as before, but the last one was a real challenge. Suddenly, the sword hit a large axe. Hyan fought with his opponent. The goblin warrior bared his teeth fiercely. The protagonist, putting up a shield, defended himself from the attack. He widened his eyes and muttered that he saw him in his attacks. A bright magical glow appeared. The protagonist dealt many hard blows and felt that his body would react even before he thought about it. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and the description of his ability appeared. The boy held his dagger near the monster's head. He left a bloody mark on it with the blade. Clenching his jaw, Hyan muttered that there was still a problem, because he was already exhausted and lost a lot of stamina, having dealt with only 4 of them. The goblin warrior suddenly swung his axe. A powerful flash of energy appeared. It knocked the protagonist's sword out of his hands, which surprised him greatly. The protagonist tried to dodge the enemy's attacks. He smiled calmly. The boy leaned back, and the enemy could not hit him. The monster bared its teeth ferociously. Hyan, smirking, thought that this bastard enjoyed torture, and that's why he did not kill right away, because it was better for him to make the enemy tired first. He suddenly lifted his leg off the ground. The protagonist, having dealt a strong blow, shouted that his movements were obvious. The goblin warrior grabbed his head in pain. The protagonist suddenly picked up a stone. He dropped down and swung. Having hit him in the leg with the stone, the guy exclaimed that he didn't like that. The monster, opening its mouth wide, screamed loudly. It began to circle its arms in different directions. Hyan suddenly found itself behind him. The opponent, squinting, began to cry. The protagonist opened his jaw and exclaimed that he was the strongest. The goblin warrior's pupils bulged in surprise. The protagonist powerfully hit him in the face. The enemy suddenly started bleeding. He fell to the ground, and the guy said that he understood and now it was his turn. Hyan, smiling widely, said that he was so boring that he was trying to die. The system announced that he had passed the second stage and received an additional 5 stats as a reward for completing it, and he could choose a weapon, and the basic skill of the shield and crossbow was unlocked, to which the protagonist clenched his fists in joy. He spread his arms out and shouted that it was over and he had won, and he had also leveled up. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that this was the power of a supreme being, and they were just nobody. It seemed like a sword was stuck into the ground, and loud laughter was heard. During the day, birds were sitting on the power lines and whistling. Hyan bit his lips and said that it was a beautiful morning and introduced himself with his name. He stood at the stove and said that since he was able to pass the second stage, he would cook breakfast in honor of the holiday. The guy brought a small plate to his mouth and added that he knew he was the one who cooked it, but it was still perfect. He suddenly spat out what he drank. The younger sister abruptly opened the door and asked what he just said. Screens appeared in front of the boys, which said that the training of the earth was completed, and now they can freely use the system outside of training, and the dungeon was now activated. They quickly ran to the balcony. The protagonist and Achin opened their mouths in bewilderment. The protagonist's pupils bulged in surprise. Magic doors appeared. They found themselves right on the street, and passersby were looking at them. An unusual aura swirled around the doors. The boys, through sweat on their faces, wondered if this was a dungeon. The crowd of people below stood in bewilderment, and the system reported that dungeons can only be used by awakened ones. A portal appeared in the alley near a large temple. Tourists near the Leaning Tower of Pisa were surprised by the appearance of an energy passage, and the system notified that Hyan needed to finish the dungeon in a certain amount of time. Magic doors appeared opposite the Pyramid of Cheops. They also opened at the entrance to the White House. An energy passage to the dungeon was also formed at the Colosseum. Planet Earth appeared, and the remaining time until a full connection with the Haken dimension was set. The protagonist recalled how he sat at the computer desk and said that after the appearance of the dungeon, the world became more chaotic, and they initially decided not to leave the house and looked at and systematized some information. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, said that it seems that the training is not quite over yet, because recently those who have just turned 18 years old have joined the training, and this is the minimum requirement. Ake, holding a laptop, exclaimed that the comments section is in chaos because of the dungeon, and people say that it is a hasty decision to call those who have completed the training awakened and send them to clear the dungeons. The guy moved the computer mouse along the table and replied that there is nothing new. There was a comment that said that people could continue to turn on and off the status window, and whether this was really possible, to which Hyan said to himself that the main thing was that the status windows were useful. He extended his hand forward and asked the status window to open. The younger sister looked at him in confusion because nothing happened. The protagonist grabbed his chin, and the system reported that the training was not finished yet, so he could not use it. Lowering his eyebrows, he muttered that there were 8 stages in the training, and it seemed that when he tried to pass the second stage in 7 attempts, others had already finished all the stages. The protagonist turned to his sister and asked if there was really no other way but to pass all the stages, and if she had any information about the 3rd stage, to which she clarified that hadn't he heard that patience is gold. The girl added that there was no information, and even the information about the 2nd stage was very scanty, and Hyan, looking at her, asked if he should go and fight there again. He showed his biceps and exclaimed that he was strong enough now and would not suffer a shameful defeat like before, and would also pass the 3rd stage with style and precision. The moon was visible in the night sky, and the 3rd stage was beginning. It seemed like someone was relieving themselves. The warrior Gurkha stood over the guy and growled. He, fiercely baring his teeth, realized that a monster was urinating on her and she would definitely kill him. The system said that she needed to prove her perseverance and patience by enduring any situation, and the condition for victory was to destroy the leader of the Gurkha, and the condition for failure was death, to which the main character, looking at the screen, said that the camouflage suit amazes men's imagination and the task should be liquidation. He was in a thick face and muttered that he needed to eliminate the leader of the Gurks, and this was a monster he had never heard of before, and the first thing he needed to do was find him. Clutching his head, the protagonist said that he first needed to check what he had gotten in the 2nd stage, because these bastards were not kind, and they did not even give him time to check everything properly. A status window appeared, in which Hyan's stats were written. He, happily clenching his fist, exclaimed that there was a lot of everything, and this is how the status window should look. The recently added shield and crossbow skills and their stats appeared. Poking at the screen, the protagonist said that he would put the extra stats into strength and endurance, which would come in handy right away, and wondered if it was worth adding 2 points to agility just in case. He stood near the trees and muttered that he thought there was something else. The protagonist saw a message asking if he wanted to check his inventory, and he realized that this was it. An inventory window appeared. In it, the guy clicked on the sword icon. He magically began to take out the weapon, which surprised him. Opening his mouth wide, Hyan shouted that this was the most amazing thing he had ever seen. In the daytime sky, he could hear that the pre-battle check was complete, and now he would go find Gurkha. A portrait of Carlos, a legendary Marine Corps sniper who successfully killed a general after crawling 14 kilometers for several days, appeared. The protagonist, lying in the grass, explained that he was the person he respected the most, and muttered that he had been crawling for about 10 hours and was almost there. Near a small building, he noticed 2 guards who were on guard and wondered if he should just force his way through. The opponents were holding spears in their hands. The protagonist, clenching his jaw, said that his pants were wet and sticky from the urine he had released, and that all sorts of bugs were crawling in his clothes. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm. The guy looked up sharply. A warrior named Gurkha was standing above him. Suddenly, a stream of urine appeared. The enemy had relieved himself on Hyan's head. A puddle of liquid spread across the ground, and the protagonist understood that he had to endure it. The warrior named Gurkha shook his hand, and the guy added that the notice said that he needed to prove his perseverance and patience. He parted the bushes and repeated about perseverance and patience. It seemed as if the rope was beginning to break, and the protagonist shouted that he would cut it off. Suddenly, he ran at his opponent. Opening his mouth wide, Hyan exclaimed that he would cut off his fucking head. He powerfully pushed the enemy forward. The warrior named Gurkha flew up, and the protagonist swung his sword at him. There was a mark left above the monster's head from the blow. His head was cut open, and the boy landed on the ground. Another opponent stood in front of him, and the protagonist said that he ended up cutting off something useless again. The Gurkha warrior lowered his head. The entire settlement appeared, and loud screams were heard. Burning torches were visible. Many monsters quickly ran. The crowd suddenly surrounded Hyan. He, putting his sword on his shoulders, said that since he was already in trouble, he could say the phrase he always wanted to try. Spreading his arms in different directions, the protagonist shouted for them to attack him, and the system reported that the skill Lion's Roar of Fury was created. You could see how the heads of the Gurkha warriors flew apart with loud laughter. The protagonist, opening his mouth wide, decided that it was time for him to continue killing opponents, and the description of the skill Lion's Roar of Fury appeared. He explained that there was something he had learned from crawling for 10 hours in the first round, and, cutting down everyone in his path, exclaimed that he would kill them all. Hyan added that the warriors of Gur went out to hunt during the day and returned to the village only at sunset, and their bodies were shaking with fear. The protagonist, cutting up his enemies, explained that during the day there was a minimum of strength and most of them were small boys. The entrance to a large tent was visible. The protagonist abruptly ran into it. Smiling widely, he shouted that he was here and called the leader of Gur. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. The leader was sitting on the throne, and near him were magical minions. The leader extended his fingers. His assistants began to release an unusual aura. This aura surrounded the guy in an instant. The system reported that he was under the effect of a low-level mono-restraint skill, and Hyan, with his mouth slightly open, muttered that his body was not moving and wondered what kind of training was this that had magic. He raised his eyebrows, recalling that the Lion's Roar of Fury skill reduced the stats and morale of surrounding enemies, and removed all debuffs of rank D or lower. The protagonist sighed sharply and activated the skill. He clenched his fists fiercely, calling Chief Gur a bastard. The opponent extended his hand, hiding from the bright light. The protagonist suddenly rushed from his place. He jumped at the opponent and swung his sword. The guy, with his mouth wide open, said that everyone has a great plan until he is killed. Chief Gur's mask appeared. Bloody traces were visible, and the system congratulated him on completing the third stage, and said that he had received intermediate physical regeneration as a reward, and had received a temporary title by setting a new record, and the description of the temporary title appeared. Hyan recalled how he was covered in scars, and said that he had completed the third stage in just 2 days, and considering that it had taken him a week to complete the second, this was a huge improvement, and with such incredible growth, he came to one conclusion. He held his chin and wondered if it was possible that he was a genius. The protagonist imagined himself in armor and thought that at this rate, he would be able to complete the fourth stage in just a few minutes. It seemed like he was standing on the head of a defeated dragon, and he added that he had thought so a month ago. A tall building was visible during the day. A television was visible in the room, and it was said that 25 days had passed since the special squad of awakened ones was sent out to clear the dungeon, and it was announced that 40% of the dungeons discovered inside the country had been cleared. Eggs were shown in a frying pan, and it was added that the awakened ones were continuing to participate in the clearing, and in response to this, the government was considering paying bonuses. Aiken, standing in the kitchen, said that he was messing around again. She, turning on the switch, said that if he continued in the same spirit, the neighbors would file a complaint. A dark aura surrounded the protagonist's legs, and he, hearing the question of whether he had been hit in the back of the head with an arrow today, answered that he had cleared everyone out. The protagonist, looking at his younger sister, exclaimed that he had just defeated everyone, to which she said that he was going crazy because he said that he could not cope with it. The girl started congratulating him, and suddenly, her eyes widened, she screamed. Holding a frying pan, she asked if something had happened in her dream. Aiken, with her mouth slightly open, asked the guy why he was acting like that since the morning. The young man frowned, saying that the training was getting on his nerves. The girl, looking at him, noted that his face was very similar to the face of a criminal, and her brother told her to watch her expressions. Frowning, the guy listened to her question about the fourth stage. He explained that in short, it was some kind of group project and he had to show leadership qualities or something like that. People were standing in a certain cave, and the hero explained that the quest was to lead the group to destroy the core of the dungeon, and one could say that it was like a role-playing game. And the group members acted as non-player characters, performing their assigned roles. The hero looked at his teammates and told his sister that they discussed whether to move forward or retreat, because they did not have enough supplies to recklessly continue the mission. But despite strong opposition from 2 couples, in the end it was decided to move forward, and the girl asked about what happened next. Remembering how the guy commanded the group, he said that at first he did an excellent job and raised morale with the help of a roar of rage and took the front line with the help of a wonderful healing power. And as the system message said, this is a skill obtained after completing the 3rd level. The girl, chewing, clarified if everything was okay because this adventure took a whole month. The guy lowered his head. Someone killed a member of the squad, and the hero explained that it all started one night. The hero, his mouth wide open, screamed that the bastards were supposed to take turns on duty, but instead they decided to run away together, and when he caught them, they ambushed and killed him, although he knew it from the beginning, since they dared to flirt in the sacred dungeon, and his sister shouted at him that he first needed to swallow what was in his mouth before saying anything. The young man put his fist to his mouth. Holding up his chopsticks, he also talked about how the same characters and similar situations were repeated in every episode anyway, and in such extreme conditions, he eventually found a way out with his brilliant mind. The girl looked at him, her mouth slightly open. The hero put his chopsticks on the table. The boy's eyes widened as he talked about how he had to just destroy all the annoying pests and continue. The people in the dungeon stood in a small circle. The knight suggested going a little further because it would be a waste to go so far and come back empty-handed. The other guy pointed out that they had a limited supply of food, and what should they do if they did not find the core, because the income from the magic stones alone would not be enough, and if they died going further, he would be responsible for it. The hero bared his teeth, saying something. Throwing his head back, he screamed. The girl, covering her ears, tried to ask him what he was doing. Suddenly, a blade appeared in front of her face. Hyan, holding a sword in his hand, said that from now on, they would all follow his orders, and if they resisted or complained, they would die immediately. The guy from the group, his eyes wide open, shouted that he was crazy because this was just nonsense. The protagonist punched him in the face. Continuing to hit him, he repeated the rule that you can't complain. The young man held him by the collar. Looking at him, the hero told him that he should just follow him because he already knew the way, and if he behaved like that again, he would really die, and a window of the guy's characteristics also appeared. A skeleton was attacking the hero. The young man grabbed the blade of his opponent's blade. Holding it, the guy swung. He hit the skeleton on the head with the handle. He collapsed in front of him, and Hyan clarified whether this was the last one. The team, with wide eyes, could not believe that he really killed everyone single-handedly. They were already standing in front of the core. The hero, bending down, asked if it was it, also asking if he should just destroy the pillar. He swung his sword, saying that it would be easy. With a swing of the sword, the fighter cut the supports that held the core, and after that, messages appeared with congratulations, a notification that he was receiving a skill called One Strike, 2 halves, as well as a Ring of Strong Mind and a new level. The system showed the hero's stats, which were growing. Opening the inventory, Hen saw many items that had fallen to him from monsters. Looking at the Skeleton Scout Stone and the Skeleton Knight Stone, the young man could not understand their purpose. A description of the acquired skill appeared, which divides the enemy's body into 2 parts. After that, the Ring of Strong Mind was shown on the screen, which granted the wearer immunity to all effects of mental magic and mental status of rank and below. Sweating profusely, the hero thought that his greatest achievement was that he was about to do 300 push-ups. Holding his hand behind his back, Hen completed his 300th push-up. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist thought about how weight training was becoming less and less effective. Holding his hand on the floor, he thought about how he should start going to the gym. His phone rang. Picking it up from the floor, the guy thought that there was an advertisement on the screen. The notification on the screen said that a dungeon had opened in one of the districts, so its residents were advised to stay indoors and remain calm. Screams were heard on the streets of the city. Green monsters were breaking shop windows. A human hand was visible, lying in a pool of blood. Residents were running away from goblins. The system showed a message that if the dungeon was not cleared within a certain time, its gates would be opened. Looking at what was happening from the balcony, the young man decided that today was the best time to clean up. Remembering how his sister left for work, he realized that she was in danger. Rushing to the front door, the hero decided that he needed a weapon. Looking around, the young man was annoyed that he did not even have a regular sword. He looked away. In the sink, he noticed a kitchen knife. The sunset sky was visible. The warrior ran somewhere at lightning speed. The protagonist took a deep breath. Standing in front of the monsters, the young man shouted that he had not seen them for a long time. The goblin, looking at the enemy, said something. Making a dissatisfied face, the protagonist understood that he could not use his skill yet. Looking at the enemies, the guy realized that thanks to this, he was able to attract their attention. The monsters rushed to attack with wild screams. Smiling widely, the boy shouted that he found the sounds made by the second-level trash funny. The protagonist looked at them, realizing that there was no guarantee that they would be at the same level as in training. He twirled the weapon in his hand. Having plunged the knife into the monster, the young man shouted that their level could be simply determined by their movements. The goblin opened his mouth wide, trying to say something. The hero, grinning, thanked them for coming. Having pulled the sword out of the monster, the guy said that he would use this knife to good effect. An office building was visible. People had barricaded the doors, and the screams of monsters continued to be heard from there. All the people, wide-eyed, looked at the doors. The girl was holding the phone in her hands. Suddenly she looked at it. There was a message from her brother on the phone asking if she was at work, but the girl did not understand what he was thinking about. Suddenly her eyes opened even wider. The people became wary as the monsters behind the doors began to scream more furiously. Suddenly the barricade flew apart. Someone stepped on the fallen cabinet. The man bowed his head, noting that he did not mean to break it. Hyan, smiling, told his sister that he had come here. Suddenly Hyan raised his sword up, and the employees told Ahan that her brother had come. Her eyes widened, and it was audible that they did not understand who he was. The girl, looking at the guy, was very surprised. The protagonist raised his eyebrows questioningly. The department head angrily clenched his fists and exclaimed that he did not know who he was, asking how he could break the barricade and what he should do now. The protagonist, scratching the back of his head, replied that it was his fault and he was sorry because he could not control his strength. The young man opened the door and said that they no longer needed to worry. The department employees, their eyes bulging, were perplexed that he had dealt with the monsters alone. Hyan pointed at the sword and asked if they could see the weapon the goblins were using and added that they should hold on for a bit. The protagonist wasn't sure how long they could hold on, but he thought that if they didn't panic they could defeat them, and Aiken opened her mouth wide and asked where he was going. Her brother put the blade on his shoulders and said that he saw more goblins on the way here and that they might be on the upper floors as well. The protagonist smiled and said that they should at least try to sleep peacefully. It seemed like water was pouring onto the wounds. The awakened one, sitting on the floor, asked if it was possible to pour out that much water, adding that they didn't know if the situation would last so they needed to save it. To which the girl asked him to shut up because his wounds needed to be washed and that was the only solution they had. Aiken, with her hands outstretched, said that her brother was cool and all and asked why he got hit so often. The protagonist, with a hand on his shoulder, replied that it could be because he had not learned to dodge, and his recovery ability was quite amazing and could withstand most attacks. But since he couldn't use his skills now, it was a different matter. The branch employee, rummaging through the box, asked him to be careful and asked if he couldn't use his skills, then he wouldn't be able to resurrect. Was that true? Adding that his move to deal with the remains in the building was excessive. The youth smiled and asked if it was cool, to which he was told that it was, until he was beaten half to death. The awakened leaned his head against the wall and heard that she still thought that other people saw things a little differently. Aiken, raising her hand to her mouth, continued that there were several of her seniors who asked to be introduced to him and asked what he would say and if he had his own type. The protagonist narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. A night building appeared, and it was heard that she just needed someone who was not against a man who swears as soon as he woke up. It was visible how the protagonist's pupils reflected the purple color. The system reported that the 5th stage had begun, and it was necessary to prove one's wisdom, capable of overcoming any difficulties, and the young man, scratching his cheek, muttered that he had forgotten about it because he had been very carried away before. Many legs of players appeared. One of the players, opening his mouth, asked that she did not think that at such moments the most suspicious are the talkative ones. The guys, looking at each other, argued furiously. The awakened one, standing in front of them, did not understand what kind of situation this was. The system told the conditions of victory and defeat, and also advised tactics, and Hyan, holding his chin, muttered that isn't it a dream demon? Creatures that appear in dreams and suck out a person's life force, and they are known for being beautiful. The protagonist, looking at the girls, thought that they were all amazingly beautiful, and everyone knew about the existence of a succubus in this scenario. The player asked the protagonist what he would say to this, to which he, raising his hand, asked her again. The girl, bulging her eyes, clarified what he thought of a succubus and who it was, and the guy thought that if you look closely, she really is beautiful and smells nice. The young man, scratching the back of his head, hesitated embarrassedly. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes. The system appeared next to the player and said that the ring of strong mind resists charms and gave a description of this ring. The protagonist was seen sitting by a fire. He was staring at the flames. Hyan remembered being above the lava, and this was the first stage. The second stage was shown, where the youth fought goblins for a whole week. In the third stage, after crawling for 10 seconds, he was doused with monster urine. The fourth stage appeared, in which the protagonist fought with players. The protagonist, baring his teeth, realized that he could finally enjoy interesting things after just rolling around like a dog, and muttered that he was sorry, that he cursed him, because he did not know what she had prepared for him. The awakened covered his mouth with his hand and thought that he should control his expression, because whoever found out the identity of the succubus would become a target, and if she realized that he had guessed, then he would be finished. Hyan, warming himself by the fire, muttered that if it was a succubus, then most likely a strong creature capable of disguising itself as a human since they could wield magic, and it was wiser to use NPCs than to attack blindly. The fire burned brightly, and the protagonist added that since a man could fall under the spell of a succubus, it was better to use a woman, and it was also better to sleep and think about it later. It seemed like the protagonist opened his eyes. He looked at the ceiling, which seemed familiar to him. The young man suddenly jumped up and shouted that this was Aiken's office. The guys, looking at him, said that they were going to wake him up because the army had come. Hyan, clenching his fist, said that she must have noticed that he knew and probably killed him when he fell asleep. The protagonist, his eyes widening, sharply asked again what exactly had come. It seemed like military vehicles were driving through the city. Soldiers were holding guns and jumping out of the transport. They could be seen shooting from the truck's cabin. The military was fighting off the menacing goblins. The protagonist, leaning against the window, watched what was happening. The young man, with sweat on his face, said that the army had indeed come, and the department staff exclaimed that they were now safe, and as expected, these monsters could not withstand the military's weapons. The guy, looking down, said that this was not the end. Suddenly, his eyes bulged in surprise. His pupils narrowed sharply. Watching the military shooting at the goblins, the protagonist felt something. The soldiers continued to kill the monsters, and Hyan wondered why he felt something dangerous. Suddenly, he lowered his eyebrows. It seemed like the military was reloading his gun. One of the army men, shooting back from the onslaught, shouted that there was no end to them, to which his partner asked if the army had taught him anything and to continue shooting. And the soldier replied that it was not working and heard him concentrate and shoot at these bastards. The soldier, frowning, asked why this was happening right before his leave, adding that this should be done by experts, not them. One of the soldiers was seen trying to kill the goblin, but it did not help. The monster suddenly hit him with its axe. The army men, continuing to shoot, were very surprised. The soldiers were in the cabin of the truck, and one of them told the sir that everyone there was dead, but he did not hear him. The soldier, through the sweat on his face, did not understand whether there was a goblin there. The bullets hit the monster's head. The monster, not feeling them, stood still. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and they could hear that he was still coming. The soldiers, firing their cannons, were perplexed and shouted for the driver to drive faster. The huge goblin was quickly approaching them. Suddenly, the monster rushed from its place. The monster, jumping high, swung his axe. The soldiers, wide-eyed, looked straight at him. A powerful splash of blood was seen. The wheels of the truck were covered in bloody tracks, and loud screams were heard. The goblin continued to kill all the soldiers, and Hyan did not understand what had happened. The main character, narrowing his pupils, was very surprised. The protagonist leaned on the glass, and questions were heard about what to do now. The monster savagely cut the soldiers with his axe. The shocked youth raised the corners of his lips. The monster appeared, and his weapon was covered in blood stains. His eyes glowed red, and the system reported that it was a hobgoblin. The military trucks were covered in smoke. The surviving soldier, holding a gun, exclaimed that it looked like the third squad was hit. The soldier, kneeling down, asked the signalman where the other signalman had gone and ordered a quick request for support. Alarms were heard, and the soldier, holding his helmet, said that his head hurt and did not understand what had happened, that everything was so bad. The menacing hobgoblin suddenly stood on the roof of the car. The monster licked its mouth with its tongue fiercely. The soldiers, being in the cabin, clarified with the signalman about support, and one of them replied that they said that they would send one capable civilian. The soldier, through sweat on his face, asked again about one civilian. The huge monster rushed straight at the military, who said that they were going to go crazy. The soldier pointed his gun at him and shouted for him to die. Suddenly his pupils narrowed and his weapon decided to jam right then. The hobgoblin swung his axe sharply. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. A large piece of cobblestone appeared. The stone powerfully flew into the monster's face. The blow made him bleed. The monster hit the ground hard. The hobgoblin lay unconscious on the floor. The soldier, seeing this, wondered what had suddenly happened. The protagonist, grabbing the cockpit, asked if he was okay. Hyan smiled menacingly and said that as a soldier, it must be hard for him in such situations. The young man opened his jaw fiercely. The soldier, looking at him, was scared. He pointed the gun at him and shouted that it was a monster, to which the confused guy asked him to put the gun away and asked if he didn't look like a man. The soldier, his eyes wide, asked him again if he was a man, and Hyan exclaimed that he was so confused that he had to ask twice. The soldier, through the sweat on his face, wondered if the man was a volunteer and added that he looked strong. The fighter leaned over to him and apologized, saying that he was a little out of his mind, and the protagonist replied that it was understandable because he had barely escaped death. The soldier thanked him for helping them, and the protagonist, raising his eyebrows, said that there was no need for that because he had not come out of a sense of justice. The guy noticed Hobgoblin trying to get up and asked himself if this was happening again. The monster's fierce eyes appeared, and the young man muttered that the bastard was clearly looking into his eyes, and if the army had been destroyed, those bastards would have come to the auction company. Climbing over the truck's cabin, the awakened one added that instead of messing around with them, it was better to deal with that monster here and now, and also asked not to shoot, otherwise if they hit him, there would be holes in him too. Turning around, Hyan asked if they had something like tear gas, to which he received the answer that they did, and almost all the operational weapons were loaded. The soldier was holding a gun and, hearing that this was good and let them throw him one, was very surprised. The soldier suggested that he first take a gas mask, and the protagonist, getting off the car, exclaimed that everything was fine and let them hurry because there was no time to explain. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and shouted for the soldier to make sure that there would be no shooting in his direction, and if they did something wrong, they would be finished, to which he received a positive answer. Aiken watched the situation through the window and heard the order that all members of the platoon should put on gas masks and be on guard and shoot only at approaching monsters, and never turn their weapons towards the center of the street. The guy, approaching the hobgoblin, said that the table was set. The monster clenched his jaw, and the young man added that he apologized because he had a lot of hostility towards him. It seemed like the soldier pulled the pin from a grenade. Tear gas flew up over the battlefield. The monster, looking up, growled questioningly. Suddenly, thick smoke surrounded him. Hobgoblin's tears came and he began to scream in pain. Hyan, holding his hand in front of his face, covered himself from the gas. The main character smiled and said that this was the weakness of goblins. The guy suddenly rushed from his place and asked what he was reflecting bullets and whether this was his first time experiencing pain. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that it seemed like his pain tolerance was pretty high, but he himself was probably more used to pain. The young man delivered a slashing blow and decided that he needed to confiscate the weapon first. The monster's large axe flew off to the side. Hyan continued to deliver a powerful attack on the enemy. The protagonist said through tears that this thing was damn heavy. The soldier, watching the battle in the smoke, asked if he was awake. The military man, turning his head, heard the question of what exactly was going on. The warrior, holding daggers in his hands, clarified that he thought he was the only one from support. The blonde thoughtfully narrowed his eyes. The sharp end of the sword appeared. The tired protagonist adjusted his jacket. The young man, through tears, called the enemy a bastard. The hobgoblin hid his face with his hands, and Hyan expected this, but never thought that it would not cause any harm, and if this continued, his stamina would only decrease. The protagonist lowered his weapon and wondered whether he should have some kind of implant, and added that the only thing he knew was how to cut. The protagonist asked for a minute, and suddenly the warrior made a powerful attack on the monster. The monster, putting out his palms, screamed in pain. The young man, wide-eyed, was surprised at how fast it was. The warrior's mask appeared. He crouched and muttered that the blows almost did not feel like he was hitting a stone with a knife. The blonde shouted through the smoke to the awakened one that the hobgoblin was only a rank F dungeon boss, and since the defense was abnormally strong, there must be other weak points. Hyan asked again about the F rank dungeon with a menacing grin, adding that he looked like a man who knew a lot. The protagonist suddenly rushed forward and exclaimed that he did not know who he was, but understood him and asked if he had any brilliant ideas. Through the thick smoke, blows were seen on the monster, and it was heard that firstly, his physical strength was not that great, and his stamina was almost exhausted, as well as the answer that he knew this just by looking at him. The protagonist, menacingly swinging his sword, asked what he did when his strength ran out. The youth, attacking the hobgoblin, exclaimed that there was no damage. Suddenly, Hyan, lowering his eyebrows, wondered what the weapon could be. The protagonist noticed the monster's axe lying on the floor. The warrior, trying to kill the monster, shouted that he had speed, but lacked the strength to deliver the finishing blow, and asked to attack the vital area while he held it back. The protagonist, grabbing the bloody cleaver, muttered that this might be a critical situation. It was visible how the monster was covering its face with its elbow, and the youth thought that maybe it was just a show, but it knew it and was defending itself. The hobgoblin held back from all the blows, and Brother Aiken wondered where they should attack, whether behind the joint, because the skin there was weak. Hyan, suddenly accelerating, shouted that what will be will be. A splash of blood was visible. The pupils of the monster suddenly narrowed. The warrior's eyes bulged through the mask. The sharp end of the axe was visible. The protagonist stuck the cleaver right into the spine. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows in embarrassment, and for some reason he felt sorry. The protagonist thrust the weapon into the hobgoblin's back and said that at the moment when an unpleasant sensation ran through the axe handle, a philosophical question flashed through his head. The young man frowned in alarm and did not understand whether this place was a vital point. Hyan held onto the bloody handle and doubted that this was a weak spot that could lead to instant death. The protagonist made a decision in an instant and pulled the axe up. The guy explained that his body was already performing the next movement and lifted the monster above him. Bright rays were visible and the awakened one exclaimed loudly. At the same second, the protagonist threw his opponent to the ground. The eyes of the slain monster lit up. The warrior, standing behind, watched this battle. Jumping over the enemy, the young man exclaimed that the evil spirits could not be hard all the way to the mouth. White foam flowed from the hobgoblin's mouth. The protagonist pierced the monster's body with an axe. Drops of blood flew all over the road. The guy exhaled, lowering his head down. The man in the mask looked at the fighter, lowering his hands. He thought that this young man was strong, but did not understand where such an experienced person came from and probably not registered. Hyan held the handle of the weapon with his hand. Something lit up under the undead's head, and the protagonist wondered what it was, when suddenly the system reported that the information about the item could not be verified, since training was ongoing. Rising from his knees, the protagonist realized that he did not know what the artifact was for, but for now he would take it, after which he thought that the lack of inventory upset him, although this damn training should end quickly. The fighter, holding the blades in his hands, asked for forgiveness and began to speak. The young man turned around and thought that usually items need to be distributed, but this man just jumped up in the middle of the way and he himself practically single-handedly dealt with him, and then realized that he did not care about him. The protagonist began to run away and shouted that he had urgent matters, so he needed to go first, and that smelly, that is, amazing axe was now for the fighter, to which he asked again and asked to wait. The guy winked and said goodbye to the soldier. Stretching his hand forward, the man in the mask paused and said that the awakened one had left. The warrior put his hands to the mask. At that moment, he took it off his face. The guy stood, adjusting his hair. The city was visible, and the protagonist said that a few hours after the victory over the hobgoblin, with the onset of dusk, the situation seemed to calm down a little. The young man and his sister walked along the streets that looked like ruins from a disaster movie. The heroes walked along a dark street, and Hyan explained that they were able to return home only after it became dark around. The thoughtful face of the protagonist was illuminated by a lantern, and the sister was surprised. Entering the room, the girl asked if her brother had left without closing the door. The protagonist, wide-eyed, replied that it looked like that, to which Aang said that she was an idiot for thinking that the boy had matured. The brother and sister, who did not care that there might be intruders nearby, entered the house, and the girl said that they first needed to clean up and then eat, but it was unknown if there was food in the house, to which the protagonist agreed. A small saucepan was visible on the table. The awakened sat down at the table to have dinner. The younger sister widened her eyes in surprise, looking at the phone. The screen was brightly glowing, and the girl said that you can go crazy. She turned the phone towards her older brother. The protagonist looked at the screen with alarm. The sister showed him a video of this battle with the hobgoblin on the internet. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was him, to which Aang explained that someone had taken a video of him yesterday on his way home from work. A drop of sweat appeared on the boy's face from what he had seen. People in the comments were admiring the Awaken's fight, and someone claimed to be a level 2 goblin slayer, to which Hyan thought that it wasn't that bad. Smiling widely, the protagonist asked what was wrong with his face. Aang looked at her older brother indignantly. The girl repeated his question, to which he raised his head and responded, and then clarified why they were always picking on his handsome face. The internet wrote that the boy's face looked angry, and from afar he looked like a criminal. The starry sky appeared, and the protagonist did not believe that everything was so bad, but his sister replied that everything was true. Sitting on the bed, the boy exclaimed that they were in big trouble. The younger sister asked what kind of trouble, and her brother politely asked to turn off the light, but was refused. Pulling the blanket over himself, the protagonist screamed and begged her, to which the girl said that she would turn it off only this once, since her brother had a hard day or two. Holding a brush in her hands, Aang asked him not to scream tomorrow morning, since she was also dead tired. The boy winked and told her not to worry, since this scene was easy, after which he offered his sister a beer at his expense while she told him everything. The lights in the room went out, and the younger sister said that the boy's confidence was almost at the level of a death flag now, and although he did not expect much, he still wished him luck, to which he replied that this was indeed the case. The protagonist closed his eyes and fell fast asleep. Suddenly, the boy woke up. Remembering the battle with the hobgoblin, the protagonist remembered that the guy was strong, and wondered how many stages the fighter had passed, although he himself was supposed to drop out at the second stage. Hyan turned to the window and realized that there was no point in thinking about it, because in the end, he was going to reach the 8th stage because he would become stronger than everyone else. Putting his head on the pillow, the young man fell asleep. He dreamed of a girl with short hair, and the realization came that yesterday's succubus was very beautiful. Despite the fact that he was killed by a monster, he somehow can't wait to meet her again. The guy found himself in the forest and thought that even if this was training, it would be nice to take a look at her. The protagonist's cheeks turned pink with embarrassment. A small, scary goblin stood in front of him. At that very moment, the protagonist punched the evil spirit and shouted that he almost had a heart attack. The monster fell down, leaving a trail of dust. The defeated opponent lay on the ground. Putting his hand in front of him, the young man did not understand why the goblin was here. The awakened one looked at the system screen in surprise, which reported that in this stage he needed to dodge a horde of cave goblins and clear the dungeon. The fighter was surrounded by a growling crowd of undead, to which the protagonist inquired about the monster's hearing, and did not understand why the system was telling him about this now. The guy widened his eyes and said that there was something more important. A moment later, the protagonist clenched his teeth. The young man shouted that the training scene had changed, and this could be heard from the forest and birds were flying out. The protagonist's scream echoed throughout the house, and Aang said that her brother was being very noisy. The sign of the establishment was visible. The man in the green jacket fell, having received a blow to the face. The boy with blonde hair injured everyone in the room. The stranger put his hand to his face. Blood flowed onto his palm, and the victim did not understand why he was treated like that. The man in the green jacket wondered how someone who had not even participated in training yet could be stronger than an ability user. The awakened kicked the injured boy and stated that little had changed, and asked him what was the point of being a little stronger if you did not know how to fight. A video of the protagonist and the hobgoblin fighting was shown, and the bully said that it was probably good luck. Licking his lips with his tongue, the boy noted that there were many interesting ability users here. The protagonist was in the 3rd round of the 5th stage of training, and the system informed him that he needed to defeat a monster doppelganger that hid among people and ate them every night. The young man stood among the other players and thought about how they needed to find and defeat the monster that ate people every night. The protagonist's back appeared, and he noted that it was similar to finding the succubus in the 1st round, and then thought about it. Lowering his eyebrows, the boy thought that it was probably not like that, because this was just a mafia game. The awakened stood with his legs apart and decided to use wisdom to pass. The protagonist took a deep breath. Opening his mouth wide, the young man began to shout that everyone needed to gather. The fighters turned around in alarm. The others, lowering their eyebrows, stared at him. The awakened came closer to the protagonist. Putting his fingers to his mouth, Hyan coughed. The boy, wide-eyed in fear, declared that from now on, anyone who moves will be guilty, and then realized that he had forgotten something at the time. The protagonist's tall building was visible. The boy was sitting on the bed and remembered that in a mafia game, the talkative ones usually die first. The protagonist's pupils noticeably shrank, and the awakened one thought about how he had never won in this game and did not even expect this. Scratching the back of his head, the fighter said that he should go eat and realized that he never thought that he would repeat the same failure for a month and a half. The stars appeared in the night sky, and Hyan asked how his younger sister was doing. The boy adjusted his glasses with his fingers. Holding a book in his hand, the protagonist explained that it was her older brother who had so cleverly reincarnated. The girl's eyes turned white, and she exclaimed that the guy was disgusting. Aiken asked why she had to deal with this mess right after work, to which the protagonist, illuminated by a magical glow, explained that he was trying to change his appearance in order to change himself internally. The younger sister, raising her eyebrows tiredly, sincerely asked him to stop messing around, and did not understand what was wrong with the young man's speech, to which he replied that he was upset because the girl's face had a spectrum of disgust. Hyan did not understand what to do because he considered this cover to be ideal, to which Aiken, lowering her head, sighed heavily. The younger sister said that the idea that glasses make him smarter is very ridiculous, and people with brains clearly will not buy such books, to which the protagonist's mouth fell open in confusion. Closing her eyes, the girl thought that she would remain silent about the fact that he was holding the book upside down, and then added that the suit was too small for him. Suddenly opening her eyes, Aiken thought about what she said. The younger sister pounced on the main character and screamed that they had nothing anyway, and that her brother had bought a suit for some reason. The young man grinned and replied that he had taken some from his savings, to which the girl exclaimed that she would definitely go crazy with him. She sat down on the floor in frustration and said that they could have spent the money on housing and food, and why did she need such a brother, to which he asked to listen to him. Waving his hand, the older brother said that 53 days had passed, and he had died the same number of times on the 5th stage, so he had to do something. Hyan continued that the creators say that you need to use wisdom to pass, and the stage changes every time, and even the smartest ones couldn't solve this problem. To which the girl raised her head and asked him again, and then said that it would be better to transplant someone else's brain into her brother than to wait for him to get smarter. The protagonist opened his mouth in confusion, and his sister said that the crazy idiot was saying the same thing as before. Looking through the peephole, Aiken said that if he had money to buy a suit, it would be better to use it to soundproof the room because the woman downstairs had installed a subwoofer. The system sent a notification about the start of the 5th stage, in which he must prove his wisdom, capable of overcoming any difficulties, and the protagonist, standing in the middle of the cave, wondered if this was a dungeon. Looking at the system screen, the young man wondered what kind of shitty task the creators had prepared for him this time. The awakened one looked away. Looking at the notification about the conditions for passing, the guy realized what it was. Smiling, the protagonist said that this was Eureka, and the system reported that he needed to completely clear the F-rank dungeon, the Tarantula Incubator. Small torches burned on the walls of the cave. A spitting tarantula appeared, hissing loudly, and the protagonist thought about how to make the conditions so simple and clear. Suddenly, the young man rushed towards the monster. Hyan realized that he had finally found a solution that even Aristotle would not have thought about, and the huge spider released poison at him. Dodging the attack of the evil spirits, the guy did not understand what was wrong with him and did spiders spit. The protagonist looked away in alarm. His hands were burning, and the protagonist realized that it was poison. The young man took hold of the hilt of the weapon and began to scream. Cutting the air with his sword, the guy exclaimed that this was too much. The eyes of the spitting tarantula sparkled, and the monster hissed loudly. Hyan slipped between the legs of the huge spider. Holding the bloody weapon in his hand, the guy said that it hurt a little. A hint appeared in front of the undead that clues to the spitting tarantula's weaknesses were hidden in the incubator. The trajectory of the magic sword's attack appeared. At the same moment, the protagonist delivered a crushing blow to the body of the huge monster. In the middle of the cave lay the corpse of the evil spirit, divided into two halves, and the young man said that in the end he decided to break through by force. Disappearing in the beams of teleportation, the protagonist said that weaknesses and clues are not important, because the main thing is to kill, and explained that instead of looking for the key, he can simply break the door and go through. The system congratulated the protagonist on passing the 5th stage and said that the awakened one will receive the power of a giant as a reward, to which he, raising his hand up, said that brains are only needed by those with a bad body, after which the artificial intelligence showed the characteristics of the new ability in the high-end status window. The tall building was illuminated by the rays of the sun. In the room, someone could be heard asking Minsu to hit him on his birthday. Putting his hand to his head, the young man asked to talk about it later as he was tired after the terrible training. The guy in the green jacket remembered that he was already 18 and asked how the first stage went, and the newbie said that it was as bad as the rumors said, but he still managed to pass it. Minsu lay down on his hand and said that the problem was what would happen next, because there was no decent advice from the 5th stage, to which his friend noted that the creators say that only passing the 4th stage allows you to enter the top 1%. Staring at the screen of the phone, the awakened one assumed that these people were carefully hiding valuable information. Leaning his hands on the table, the young man in the green jacket said that there were new rumors that said that someone had passed the 7th stage yesterday and was going to pass the 8th, and then asked if all this was a lie. Raising his eyebrows, Minsu read that the theme of the 4th stage was leadership, where one had to subdue all the party members with strength, and the theme of the 5th stage was wisdom, and muscles were the highest form of wisdom, so one had to increase strength. A drop of sweat appeared on the newbie's face, and he learned that in the 6th stage, you need to destroy both enemies and allies, and in the 7th stage, called loyalty, you only need to exterminate enemies. The guy held the phone in his hands and did not understand what it was, and was this not a provocation for comments? On the vastness of the internet, users discussed that if a person is stupid, then he cannot even normally attract attention, since they did not believe that someone passed the 7th stage. Seeing this, the main character shouted that they were crazy, because he is trying so hard to share the best advice with them. Aiken entered the room and asked why the older brother was shouting and making noise again, to which he asked to tell her that he personally revealed the training strategy. But these guys do not believe him. Closing her eyes, the girl asked why the young man was trying to please everyone, because he is an old man, and the guy asked her again. Pointing his finger at his sister, the protagonist said that they just need to wait to see everything, because after completing the 8th stage, they can become the 3rd graduate of the training in South Korea. The awakened one said that he can rise to the same level as the leader of the Dangun Guild or the president of the Ability Users Alliance, to which Ake turned around. The girl was smiling, pursing her lips. Glare from the sun's rays was visible, and the younger sister indignantly asked how her brother could compare himself to geniuses who completed the training in one go, with those who took more than 4 months to do so, to which the protagonist shouted at the girl to shut up, because he also completed the 6th and 7th stages in one go. An orange sunset appeared. Soon, stars appeared in the night sky, and the system welcomed Hyan to the training and announced that the young man had completed the 7th stage and then offered to complete the final 8th stage. The reward for the 6th stage was revealed, namely a B-rank weapon, the longsword Bilgun and its characteristics. Ronald's armor appeared, and it was the reward for the 7th stage, as well as his stats. Hyan, closing his eyes, muttered that if he passed the 8th stage, he could use them in reality through the inventory, and he needed to check both the item that dropped from the hobgoblin, and the system welcomed him to the tutorial, adding that he had completed the 7th stage. The protagonist, biting his lips, did not expect to pass it in one go, but if it does not take more than a week. The 8th stage began, and the protagonist, looking at the screen, noticed a question about his beliefs. The guy lowered his hands and asked again about beliefs. Frowning, the young man remained silent. Suddenly, his body shook violently. The awakened looked up and asked what was happening. The space began to crack under him. Hyan suddenly opened his mouth and screamed loudly. The protagonist suddenly fell into the abyss. He flew down and screamed loudly. It seemed like the protagonist closed his eyes. The guy, raising his eyebrows, was perplexed. The young man found himself in the center of a busy street. The awakened was looking ahead thoughtfully. Suddenly, a girl passed through his body. Turning his head, Hyan wondered if she had just passed through him, and if he was in a formless state. The protagonist, opening his mouth, saw the city for the first time in training, and asked himself if this was Earth. The protagonist noticed a young couple. Through the sweat on his face, the guy realized that something was wrong with them. Seeing their unusual faces, the young man was convinced that they were not people. 2 guys were standing on the street, talking to each other. A mother with her small child was visible. The awakened was in the middle of a crowd of strange people. Suddenly, Hyan looked to the side. Noticing the guy in the jacket, the protagonist thought that he looked into his eyes. The protagonist pursed his lips and muttered that he was looking at him like a madman and wondered if he could see him. The unusual man's pupils narrowed sharply. The youth's eyes widened in confusion. A large number of monsters appeared behind him, and the awakened one noticed that he was not looking at him. The evil spirits were quickly approaching him. Passers-by began to run away in terror and scream loudly. Many monsters were walking along the road of the city. A hobgoblin appeared, licking his hand, and Hyan muttered that there were monsters he had seen before. A huge monster stood behind him, and the protagonist added that there were some he had never seen before. Looking at the ferocious dogs and the large octopus, the protagonist thought that this was a completely different level compared to what he had experienced in the dungeon 2 months ago. Monsters filled the streets, to which the young man added that it was like a scene from the apocalypse. The system reported the remaining time until a full connection with the Haken dimension, and the guy, through the sweat on his face, asked himself if this is what the Earth would look like in 5 years. The awakened stood around the evil spirits. Suddenly, a shadow fell on him. Hyan sharply raised his head. The protagonist saw a monster whose size was higher than houses. The monster stretched out its palm forward. The protagonist watched as this creature began to fall down. He put his hands in front of him. The guy's body began to dissolve in the air. A bright flash appeared, and the young man tried to hide his face. The awakened found himself in an empty space, not understanding what it was and whether it was a monster. Hyan, his eyes widened, heard the question of what he felt. The protagonist parried in an unusual space. The protagonist landed on a magical floor. A magical being stood before him, and the boy asked if he was a god or something like that. The face of this being appeared, and it answered negatively. The young man, with his eyes wide open in bewilderment, heard that, simply put, he could think of it as a certain dimensional administrator, to which he asked again about the administrator. The magical being, spreading her arms, said that at this stage he would have a personal conversation with it, and that he should not hesitate to ask it about everything that interested him, and this was also a valuable time for him to ask questions. Hyan, frowning, asked what he had just seen. A city teeming with monsters appeared, and the protagonist clarified whether the Earth would become like this in 5 years. The dimensional administrator, looking at the boy, answered that it depended on what they all would do next. The protagonist, holding out his palm, exclaimed that he did not understand. If he was such a great being, then why didn't he stop this situation himself? The magical entity standing in front of him said that he was just an administrator, not a guard, and only maintained the balance. The youth, raising the corners of his lips, listened to how the window of state and training he had given them was the best he could do. The dimensional administrator asked if he could ask him a question, to which Hyan, opening his mouth indignantly, gave his permission. The magical entity asked what beliefs he was guided by, and what he had lived for until now, and the protagonist, folding his arms, exclaimed that this was nonsense and a rather profound question, and also clarified why he was asking it. The magical entity, looking at him, said that after observing people during this event, he became curious because all intelligent beings are interesting, but people especially. The protagonist, smiling maliciously, muttered that for some reason this really irritated him and said that he thought they had not observed enough. The students and military showed up, and the boy explained that no one around him lived thinking about such nonsense. Recalling the department worker, the boy added that they were simply fighting to be a little happier since birth and simply surviving day after day. The dimensional administrator asked if he had anything he wanted to protect, to which the awakened one replied that it was his rude younger sister and his parents, adding that he had to protect his family. The magical creature asked if he had ever thought about becoming a hero, and Hyan, his eyes wide, did not understand what kind of nonsense this was. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that after several deaths, he understood his place in the world, and such a cool but exhausting job was not for him. The magical entity exclaimed that from his observation, the heroes definitely have natural talent, and he lacked it, which made the protagonist's pupils turn white, and he wondered if he wanted to fight him. The dimension administrator crossed his palms and exclaimed that he personally was his fan, and watching Hyan conquer the training, he couldn't even imagine how much fun and joy he had. The guy, through the sweat on his face, muttered that he called it fun, and the administrator was a sadist. Putting out his palm, the young man asked if the 5th stage, where the main theme is wisdom, the task should change every time. The dimension administrator's face appeared. He said that the time was up, and he was pleased, and the awakened one, looking at the screen, noticed that the system congratulated him on passing the 8th stage, which made him perplexed. The magical entity explained that the training was just the beginning and new tests awaited him, to which the protagonist, smiling contentedly, asked to wait. The magical being added that whether he wanted it or not, he believed that Hyan would become a hero who would save the world, and the protagonist, spreading his arms out to the sides, shouted that the 5th stage was still his merit. The administrator of the dimensions congratulated him on completing the training, which made the fierce guy, opening his mouth wide, call him names. The young man suddenly disappeared into thin air. A magical being, remaining in the unusual dimension, said that she would be looking forward to Mr. Hyan, and the system wrote that the protagonist became the 62nd person to complete the training, and also received the title of graduate of the training. The protagonist suddenly woke up and moaned loudly. Having calmed down, he saw a sock in his mouth. Taking it out, he asked discontentedly what it was, and his sister, sitting on a chair, said that he woke up. She crossed her legs and looked at him and said that she expected him to scream, so she covered his mouth in advance, to which Hyan threw away the sock and asked if she really had to put a sock in his mouth. The girl chuckled and said that if he was angry, he should start waking up quietly, but judging by his expression, he had failed again, and then asked how long he thought it would take this time. The protagonist just chuckled. He suddenly stretched out his hand and shouted, "The system window," after which it appeared in front of him. He then put his hands on his hips and shouted, asking if this was his sister seeing her brother's strength, adding that he seemed to be a capable person now. Aiken began to walk away and said that now he should go and earn some money, adding that she had prepared breakfast for him this morning as a special treat. The protagonist frowned and said dissatisfiedly that she couldn't have congratulated him at least a little, no wonder she doesn't have a boyfriend. As soon as he said this, a spatula from the kitchen flew at his head. After a while, all the dirty dishes were washed. Aiken opened the front door and said that she was leaving. Looking at the system window in front of him, Hen brought his hand to his chin. The system screen said that the guy's title was Training Graduate, which gives 2 points to all stats. After reading this, the protagonist said that considering that he had gone through 8 stages of training, the effect was not that great. Suddenly, he saw something that made him interested. In the characteristics window, he saw that titles could not be added together and asked if it really was. When he asked himself this question, a message appeared on the system window saying that except for the selected title, all other effects were only applied at 50%. Opening the characteristics window again, he selected the title Training Graduate and said that it would be better to use it. After closing the system, the boy reached out to the box and said that he had been waiting for this moment. Opening it, he saw that there was a book inside. He picked it up and happily said that it was a mysterious item that he had obtained after defeating the hobgoblin. Raising it to the ceiling, he exclaimed that he would reveal his true identity, after which a notification appeared in front of him, stating that it was Class E Magic Burst, a skill book that allowed him to learn this skill, which gave him the ability to shoot a magical sphere with explosive force. The protagonist's eyes lit up when he read the word skill book again. He began to shake with joy. With a sharp jerk, he raised the book above his head, because after 4 months of shouting out loud, Hen had finally mastered the art of shouting silently. After a short pause, a notification appeared in front of him asking if he wanted to learn the Magic Burst skill, to which the boy happily shouted, yes. After saying this, the book in his hands began to evaporate, and he himself received the Magic Burst skill. After the skill book disappeared, Hen said happily, great, adding that the sorting of things was finished. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, he said that now that the loot was sorted, he should apply for admission to the Awakened Training School. The sun was shining brightly outside. A girl named Min was walking along the sidewalk. She was holding a cup of coffee in her hands, and she was a newly appointed government employee. Her first job was at the Awakened Training School, where those who completed the training were to receive a certificate. There were military personnel at the gate of the school, and the Awakened training system in their country was rapidly developing and becoming one of the best in the world. It was believed that this was because a similar system already existed. Min smiled happily and thought that even though they were newcomers, they were future heroes, and then asked herself if watching their journey begin was incredibly rewarding. There were a lot of people in the school hall, and the girl had such good thoughts a few hours ago. Currently, she was sitting at the table, shaking in fear. Tears were streaming from her eyes. The girl's hands were shaking as she asked the guy to show her his ID. She slowly turned her gaze to the map. Neon looked up at Hyan. The girl started covering her face with a piece of paper out of nervousness. She started whining, asking why the protagonist was doing this to her. Hyan started waving his hand quickly, asking what the problem was. Suddenly, he felt something behind him, wondering what was going on. People in the crowd were whispering, asking if the protagonist was the one who made her cry while others were filming him. Hyan started looking around nervously, shouting loudly that he did nothing. A rough voice was suddenly heard from behind him, asking what happened. Mion looked up, noticing the instructor, when suddenly Aihyun asked what the problem was. Suddenly, the guy looked forward in shock. The protagonist slowly turned around, meeting his gaze. The guys looked at each other, thinking that they looked familiar to each other. Yeon approached the girl, asking if he could take a look at the ID. After examining it, he said that Hyan looked completely different from the photo. The protagonist looked at him askance, saying that his appearance had changed due to the skill, but it was really him. He added that if they were still unsure, he could do a fingerprint or DNA test, which shocked Yeon. The instructor asked if the boy had completed the 5th floor training, to which Hyan nodded, saying yes, but actually downplaying it to avoid drawing attention. Yehan read the ID, saying that the protagonist was level 12, which was quite high, and then asked if he had ever raided a dungeon illegally. Hyan looked away, confusedly answering that he had been there several times before the law was passed, after which the instructor raised his head up, asking what was meant by male strength, which the guy called his unique ability, to which the protagonist replied that it temporarily doubled his strength. The instructor moved his hand to the side, saying that he had one more question. After reading the paper, he said that at the 3rd stage, awakened ones receive a skill, at the 4th, an accessory, and at the 5th stage another skill. Looking at the protagonist, the guy added that he needed to see all these awards. Hyan was indignant, thinking that the instructor was meticulous, after which he clenched his hand into a fist, answering that this was the skill he received for passing the 3rd stage. He suddenly bit his hand with his teeth. Hyan immediately frowned in bewilderment. Drops of blood began to quickly drip onto the floor. The protagonist turned the bite sight to the instructor. The deep wound immediately began to be enveloped in magic, after which it completely healed. Hyan adjusted his glasses, saying that it was a self-healing skill. He extended his fist forward and pointed at the mind ring beyond the 4th stage. The boy suddenly thought about how he had transformed the giant's strength from the 5th stage into the strength of a human as his unique ability, and then said that this skill was to instill fear in nearby enemies with a scream, so he asked if it could be used here. Hyan nodded without thinking, asking him not to be shy. The line of people was long. One of the boys suddenly noticed something strange to the side. Turning around, he noticed the protagonist throwing his head back. He suddenly remembered that this man was a goblin slayer. The boy's eyes widened in shock. He grabbed his head, surprising the boy behind him. At that moment, a loud, deafening scream rang out, causing the crowd to panic. Everyone quickly began to grab their ears, covering them. Hyan looked forward in surprise. His mouth opened wide in shock. The protagonist smiled, asking if that was enough. The instructor adjusted his glasses, asking the protagonist to go to the 2nd floor of the neighboring Hannu building. The boy was standing nearby, eavesdropping on the conversation. At that moment, his face changed, smiling widely. Just recently, the protagonist was almost rejected from school because he didn't look like his ID photos, but after he attracted attention with a ferocious roar. In the large classroom, everyone present looked at him and said that it was definitely him. Hyan ate the meat and listened as they said about him that he had shouted so loudly at a woman that she had fainted. The guy from the audience was sitting not far behind him. Suddenly, several people came into the classroom and one of them thanked them for waiting for him. Hyan went to the microphone and introduced himself, then explained that he would be teaching at the Seongnam branch of the Awakened Training School. Everyone in the room applauded. Hyan looked at all the students and continued to say that the training would consist of 10 days of morning theory and afternoon practice. Food and lodging would be provided here. If there were no mortal problems, they would all be able to safely complete the course and receive a certificate. The guy with the piercing sat with his hands folded as Hyan said that as far as they all knew, it had been less than half a year since the world changed. Everyone listened silently as the man said that new information about dungeons and monsters was coming in every day, so the tactics and strategies were also constantly evolving. In other words, what they were learning now was not the absolute right answer. The protagonist put his head on his fist and said to himself that Hyan had already been saying things that he was not satisfied with from the start. Hyan, without leaving the microphone, continued to say that the information might not be relevant, or might soon become useless, so he would only teach them what was necessary for their survival. He kept his eyes on the audience, saying that for the next 10 days, he looked forward to working with them. After a while, the projector went dark, and Hyan said that this was the end of the first lesson, after which he asked everyone to take a 10-minute break before the next lesson. The students began to walk around the room, talking to each other. The protagonist looked at the ceiling and said to himself that this was as boring as psychological training in the reserve army, after which he asked himself if they were really going to do this for 10 days. Suddenly, he saw an unknown person standing next to him. They extended their hand. The man introduced himself as Sewell and offered to introduce himself. Hyan looked at the outstretched hand in surprise. Looking at the man, he wondered who this muscular pig was. After a short pause, he shook Sewell's hand and told him his name. The man smiled maliciously. The protagonist looked at the man coldly. Unexpectedly, Sewell squeezed the guy's hand tightly, asking him to take care of him. The man smiled ominously and said to himself that Hyan was caught, adding that it was better to put such a guy in his place from the very beginning. A few hours ago, he blushed from the loud scream of the protagonist, and from that moment on, he hated him. But suddenly, surprise appeared in Sewell's eyes. He looked at the guy who did not show any sign of pain and wondered how he was still holding on. When suddenly the guy with his head down quietly said, "The power of a giant," after which a notification appeared in front of him, stating that the power of a giant had been activated. His muscles instantly became bigger, as this ability strengthens all muscles with magic power for 10 seconds. Then he squeezed his opponent's hand in response. Sewell gritted his teeth and asked himself in fear if he was really losing in a strength competition, he who had dedicated all his stats only to strength. Looking to the side, he saw that everyone was looking at them, which meant he couldn't retreat and look pathetic. Suddenly, he turned red from the terrible pain. The veins on his hand began to bulge. Suddenly, his hand burst. Blood splashed onto the shocked Sewell's face. The protagonist looked at it in surprise. The students covered themselves with their hands from the blood flying at them. From what he saw, the guy with the piercing smiled madly and a blush appeared on his cheeks. The blood began to quickly spread across the floor. A loud scream was immediately heard in the building. After some time, an ambulance arrived. The protagonist frowned, proving that Sewell had approached first and wanted to get acquainted, and then, while he was grunting and puffing up his hands, he suddenly burst with a roar. Aeon was perplexed, asking if Hyan was really asking him to believe this, after which the protagonist madly shouted that it was driving him crazy. Covering his face with his hand, he added that his unique ability, the power of a giant, increased his strength by 1.5 times, because if it were not there, he could have suffered. The guy shouted that if they did not believe him, then they could check the surveillance camera, which made the instructor frown. He asked if the student had not said that his unique ability was called male strength, after which Hyan began to confusedly assert this. Aeon adjusted his glasses, noting that it increased strength by 2 times, not 1.5, after which the protagonist laughed in confusion, answering that he was clearly confused because he did not understand numbers. The instructor carefully turned to the side. Suddenly, he exhaled heavily. Aeon pointed to the door, saying that he understood everything, so the guy can go back to class. The protagonist sat down at the desk, folding his arms. Suddenly, someone greeted him. The guy with the piercing came up, asking if he could sit next to him. Hyan was wary, answering positively. Yusung introduced himself, smiling, extending his hand to the guy. Suddenly, he asked if he could call Hyan his brother, since he had just turned 18 and had already graduated. He immediately noticed that the protagonist addressed him informally, when suddenly the guy frowned, thinking that Yusung was the oldest here, judging by his antics. Yusung immediately moved closer, asking the guy how he did it. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he joyfully shouted that Sill's hand exploded with a roar, which was incredible, and then asked what kind of skill it was. The protagonist got angry, threateningly answering that it was not like that, because that guy's hand exploded on its own, when suddenly Aeon entered the classroom, asking everyone to take their seats, because the second period was starting. Pressing the remote control, the instructor said that due to a significant delay, he would focus on explaining the key points. Pointing to the screen, he said that dungeons are currently divided into 2 types. These are normal dungeons and incomplete dungeons. Taking a step forward, the teacher said that normal dungeons are the most common dungeons. They usually open 4 weeks after their appearance, and the opening of a dungeon refers to the phenomenon when monsters begin to come out from inside. The students listened attentively as Aeon said that an incomplete dungeon is a dungeon whose opening time cannot be predicted because it can happen both earlier and later than 4 weeks, so it is necessary to be on guard at all times. Switching the slide, the instructor said that there are 2 ways to prevent a dungeon from opening. He explained that the first way was to clear the dungeon by targeting the central core or the main core, and the other way was to periodically remove the normal cores to delay the opening of the dungeon. The teacher added that they needed to be careful with the order in which they attacked the cores, when suddenly someone from the crowd said, "Oh really?" The student frowned, asking if there was anything else that was needed to fight monsters, and did the teacher really think he came here to listen to this useless lecture? Hyan turned around menacingly, thinking that all the muscle-bound guys were a real problem. The guard came closer, saying that if the guy caused trouble again, he would be expelled, when suddenly Aeon stopped him, saying that it was okay. The student folded his arms, grinning maliciously. The instructor looked at him, asking him to go downstairs. The guy laughed, asking if the teacher had any pride. He came down and spread his arms out to the sides, then asked what Aeon was going to do. Taking out his phone, the instructor said, "1 minute." The guy turned the screen over and said that from now on, he would dodge and block attacks for 1 minute, and if the student even touched his body, then he would have passed the course. He frowned and added that if he failed, he would be expelled, then asked the guy if he wanted to do it. The guys were surprised, thinking that the other muscle man was annoying them. They both smirked, thinking that it looked funny, so it was okay. Aeon and the muscle man looked at each other, while the former said that from now on, he would dodge and block attacks from the other for 1 minute, and if he even touched his body, then he would have passed the course. The big guy looked at the teacher, while the teacher continued to say that if this did not happen, then he would be expelled. Frowning, he angrily asked who he thought he was. At that very moment, the system inventory window opened in front of him. Taking out his sword, he mockingly asked Diane if he was sure he wouldn't regret it. The guard extended his hand and said that even so, it was a real sword, but before he could finish speaking, the instructor stepped forward and said that everything was fine. Adjusting his glasses, he told the big guy to attack. Raising his sword, the student said that the teacher was finished. Crouching, he said that it was time to begin. At that very moment, he furiously rushed into the attack. He made a quick strike, but Iken dodged. Looking at the opponent, he said that attacks made with warning are meaningless, adding that even if he does not attack from behind, surprise is the basis of the attack. Hearing this, the big guy became even more angry. He made a quick strike at the teacher, but he disappeared. Iken appeared behind the opponent and said that in the same context, a matter of large preparatory movements, the opponent will not wait for him to attack. The big guy turned around with fury in his eyes. He began to quickly swing his sword in different directions, while Iken dodged and said that simply swinging the sword is not enough. Dodging the blows, the teacher said that he must be able to observe and understand how the enemy moves without missing a single blow. The big guy could not hold back and, blushing with rage, shouted at the instructor to stop talking nonsense. Seeing the enemy, he rushed to attack again. He swung his sword, but Iken ducked. He looked at his opponent and calmly said that attacking with all his strength is not always the best approach. It inevitably makes his movements bigger and, as a result, his openings get bigger. But more importantly, he said, he swung his leg. The instructor knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands with one blow. The sword stuck in the ceiling. The big guy fell to the floor and Iken put his leg down and said that if he did this, he would quickly get tired. After that, he showed the timer on his phone and said that the time was up. Everyone in the audience sat with their mouths open in surprise. The protagonist remembered the video of a professional boxer dodging punches from an ordinary person. Now he watched Iken punch the big guy in the face and said to himself that to be able to do this against a capable person, was there really such a difference even among the awakened? He stared at the teacher. Remembering how the big guy started swinging his sword, the guy said to himself, the speed and reaction speed that Yearning had just shown. Even he, who had raised his stats, would have a hard time keeping up with him if he were to face him in a one-on-one duel. Yearning closed his eyes. Suddenly, he and his neighbor smiled madly, thinking about wanting to fight the instructor. Suddenly, the protagonist looked at Yusung. Seeing the guy sticking out his tongue and his cheeks turning red, he wondered what was wrong with his face. Was he crazy? He felt very embarrassed and said to himself that he probably shouldn't have let that guy sit next to him, adding that he didn't want people to think that they were alike. After a while, they went outside because the curriculum of the Awakened Training School consists of theory classes in the morning and practical classes in the afternoon. Yearning pointed to the weapon and said that today's training is to practice weapon handling techniques, and they need to receive it one by one. He looked at the students and said that they should train in their own way at first, and the assistant instructors will correct them one by one, but it must be understood that individual training is impossible due to the lack of people. The protagonist picked up the sword and said to himself that it was so boring. Suddenly, Yusung came up to him and said that practicing weapon handling skills was boring, and then asked if he wanted to train together, to which Yearning happily replied that it sounded good. But before they could spar, Yearning said that sparring was prohibited until the 6th day of training. The sun was shining brightly outside. The students swung their swords awkwardly, holding them tightly in their hands. The protagonist frowned, watching from the side. The guy pursed his lips, thinking that he did not expect much, but is everyone like this? After all, the average level is lower than he thought. Yearning scratched his head, knowing that he didn't need practice, since it would be better to practice his blows for training. Suddenly, he grabbed the saber. Jumping up, the protagonist began to spin, waving the weapon. A ringing sound was heard in the air. Yearning turned his gaze to the side in surprise. In front of him, he saw Yearning, who was confidently waving the weapon. The guard approached him, saying that the guy shouldn't do that. Folding his arms over his chest, he said that in this stance, you need to slightly narrow your legs and change the angle of the sword a little, because it seems like he's showing off a little. But in practice it's useless. The protagonist frowned in confusion. Looking at the man's face, the guy wondered what he was talking about. Suddenly, Yearning abruptly grabbed his jacket. Pulling the guard towards him, the guy with a crazy look asked if he was so good at fighting, maybe they should try. He immediately scratched his ear, thinking that he could wait, since it was troublesome. Suddenly, Yearning called out to Songhyun, calling him over. The assistant slowly approached the instructor. Yearning loudly clapped his hands, asking for attention. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he said that from now on, there would be a demonstration sparring match between the trainee here and the assistant instructor. Songhyun looked ahead in horror. Yearning handed the assistant a weapon, saying that Songhyun would follow the instructions he had just given, and the trainee Yearning would continue to swing the sword as usual, and they would only have one exchange of blows. The assistant grabbed the hilt in fear, while the protagonist smiled broadly. The instructor looked at them, saying that they could begin. The opponents glanced at each other. On the count of 3, they rushed towards each other. Yearning's eyes lit up brightly. They swung their swords when suddenly they collided, giving a loud blow. The protagonist raised his hand up, swinging his sword. With a sharp movement of his hand, the guy knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands. Flying up, the weapon quickly spun. Songhan immediately fell to the ground in fear. The floating sword landed abruptly, stuck in the ground next to his head. The crowd looked on in horror. Aihyun looked back, saying that the weapon skills they were training now should prepare them for real combat, and the student trains his body to immediately react to an attack. Raising his hand up, he added, as Aihyun showed, "One must not forget that the most important thing is to be able to react at the right moment and never think that what they are about to learn is the right answer." Pointing his hand at the guys, the instructor asked them to applaud their excellent demonstration. Walking up to Songhan, Aihyun extended his hand, saying that the man took on an unfavorable role. The assistant took his hand, saying that it was okay, he had learned a lot. He started to dust himself off, saying that it was unexpected, when suddenly the instructor asked him to forgive him for that part. Suddenly, he turned to an embarrassed Aihyun, who was standing next to Yusung. Adjusting his glasses, Aihyun said that he just wanted to check something. On the cover, it was written that this was Hyun's training diary. The protagonist was sitting at a desk with a guy. It was the first day. In the diary, he wrote that some big guy started a fight with him, but he taught him a lesson. The hero named Yusung was acting friendly, but he seemed a little crazy. The guy opened his eyes wide, swinging his sword. Hyun was sitting bored at a desk with Yusung. It was the second day. The guy wrote about how he was not much different from yesterday. He noted that it was better for him to keep his distance from the hero. The protagonist watched the guy juggle the blades. Day 3, Hyun lay down on the desk, asking Yusung how many stages of training he had completed. The boy leaned his head on his hand, saying that it was a secret. The hero noted in his diary that this person was the only one who talked to him. Hyun and Yusung sparred, swinging swords at each other. It was the fourth day. The boy drew little people in a notebook, noting that he felt depressed. The observer opened his mouth wide, saying that everyone was only allowed one weapon. The boy had 2 swords in his hands. It was already the 5th day. Hyun lay down on the desk. Yusung tiredly threw his hands behind his head. The boy noted in his diary that he was bored and wanted to go home. A man asked the protagonist lying on the floor what he was doing. The boy spread his arms out to the sides, saying that he was meditating. It was the 6th day. The boy laid his head on the desk, saying that he was terribly bored. The protagonist asked why they don't cause trouble. Yusung folded his arms over his chest, wondering if the guy hadn't said a while ago that they should behave well and finish the course calmly. Hyun raised his head, noting that it wasn't his problem if the guy got kicked out. The protagonist smiled, saying that he was good at saying nasty things casually. He didn't think he should worry too much. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, looking at him. Yusung folded his arms over his chest, saying that today was the 6th day, so from today onwards they would have a sparring match in the afternoon. He felt that something interesting would happen there. The guy smiled slyly, saying that it was his intuition telling him. The events take place on the 6th day during the afternoon training. There was a clear blue sky above the tall building. The protagonist frowned and gritted his teeth when the weapon was knocked out of his hands. The guy fell to the floor, raising his hand up. He stood up and sighed heavily, his weapon falling behind him with a loud sound. The referee held his hand out to the side, declaring Hyun the winner and telling the next pair to get ready. Yusung folded his arms, saying that the guy was fighting well. He saw him knock out the assistant. The protagonist sat down next to him, noticing that the opponent, that's all. Hyun silently looked forward when the guy asked why he suddenly became so humble. The protagonist watched the 2 guys sparring, thinking that it seemed like just a child's play to him. The young man folded his arms, thinking that the level here is not that high. He doesn't really understand talent and stuff, but it seems that ordinary people can't pass many stages. The guy watched the sparring on the stage, thinking about how they said that the fights will last 8 days. He wondered if these people really have to continue doing this boring nonsense. The hero gripped the weapon tightly in his hands and rushed at his opponent with a scream. The guy's eyes widened in fear and his mouth opened wide, holding the sword out in front of him. Hyun folded his arms across his chest, watching the sparring in surprise. The hero closed his eyes when the tip of the sword stopped a centimeter from his face. He carefully opened his eyes. Yearning stopped the hero's blade with his hands. The guy looked away, saying that they would stop there. Chanwoo was the winner. Hyun raised his eyebrows and smiled, thinking that the hero was pretty good. If he was going to fight, it would be better with this instructor. Yearning asked the next pair to get ready. Yusung stood up from his seat. The guy smiled, saying that it was time for him to go. A sly grin appeared on his face. The main character opened his eyes wide, looking at him. Yusung walked up to the steps of the stage. The guy remembered how the hero, with a smile on his face, said that something interesting would happen during the sparring. Hyun frowned, wondering if the guy was going to cause trouble. He had a bad feeling about this, but with the instructor there, nothing bad should happen. Yearning spread his arms, saying that the trainee Yuri, a mage, would be using her personal weapon instead of her training weapon. It would give her an advantage due to the lack of space. He asked if there were any objections. Yusung smiled, saying that there were no objections. The instructor looked at the mace with spikes on the end of the stick, saying that the trainee's main weapon was a sword, so why a mace now? The guy winked and held his hand out to the side, noting that there was no rule that only one weapon could be used. Yehan looked at the hero, agreeing with his words. The instructor spread his arms out, saying that both sides should take a step back. He would count to 3, and then they could begin. He began the count. The protagonist frowned, looking forward attentively. Yusung smiled. Yuri raised her staff in front of her. Bright streams of energy appeared around her body. Sharp crystals were directed towards the boy. The hero gripped the mace tightly in his hand. He swung his hand, parrying her attack with one blow. Yusung smiled frighteningly, his eyes shining. Hyan's eyes widened as he watched. The boy's face turned red as he thought about how this was the first time he saw magic in real life, which meant that it was possible to learn magic no matter how advanced one was in training. The hero watched the people fighting, wondering why he hadn't seen this during his weapon training and whether the girl had trained separately. Yuri gripped the staff tightly and gritted her teeth. The tip of her staff was surrounded by bright streams of energy. A giant crystal appeared above her head. Yusung stood still as the bright object approached him. The hero looked away. Yeon's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at him. The boy raised his mace above his head as the crystal appeared in front of him. He kicked off with his foot, taking a step forward. Yusung smiled widely and swung his weapon. A bright stream of purple energy appeared in the space. The protagonist cried out in surprise, his eyes wide open. Hyan opened his mouth, realizing that this guy was twisting the trajectory of magic towards the instructor. Yusung swung his mace, changing the direction of the bright crystal. A giant magic stone rushed towards Yeon. The instructor froze in place, looking at this. The hero stepped aside, dodging the attack. Yusung ran to the side. A bright light of the crystal was visible in the distance. Yeon's eyes widened in fear, looking forward. He shouted loudly the guy's name as he raised the mace above Yuri's head. Bright traces of energy appeared in the space. Streams of blood spurted out to the sides. Yeon froze in place, his eyes wide open in shock. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, looking at this. The guy stood next to the girl's bloody body. Yusung raised his fist above his head and smiled, clutching a bloody mace in his hand. It was the 6th day. The guy's face was covered in a blush. He broke into a scary smile. This hero was much crazier than Hyan thought. There was a clear blue sky above the building. The hero shouted, asking Assistant Sunhan to bring a first aid kit, and Assistant Minhyuk to call 112. The man pressed the phone to his ear, saying that the girl had an open fracture on her right arm, so he asked them to hurry. Yuri was moaning in pain. The assistant sat next to her, asking her to be patient a little longer. Yusung smiled smugly when the hero put the blade to his neck. Yeon held the sword in front of him, asking the guy what he just did. The instructor's eyes widened in rage. The hero smiled and spread his arms out to the sides, saying that it was a mistake. Such things can happen during sparring. The instructor held the sword to his neck, asking if the boy really thought he would believe that. Yusung raised his eyebrows and winked at him. Yeon frowned, looking at him. He turned away, sighing heavily. As the doctors approached the girl, the instructor lowered his head, saying that they would take a 20-minute break. He asked everyone to sit in the same places at 15:00. Yeon clenched his hand into a fist, asking the cadet to follow him. The boy extended his hand to the side, agreeing with his words. The protagonist frowned in confusion, watching them. He imagined a sharp blade with a jagged edge in the hero's hand. The boy imagined a man in a gas mask and uniform, holding the same blades in his hands. The heroes sparred. The guy put up a shield in front of himself. Despite the incident, the battles continued as usual for 2 more days. Yusung was not expelled, and he continued to participate in training, but it seemed that he was marked as a suspect. The instructors and assistants were extremely careful with him. The guy stood in front of his opponent, holding a mace in his hand. There were many observers around. The hero raised his eyebrows. A shudder ran through his body. It felt like there were more victories forfeit than usual. The guy watched the man with a red bandage on his shoulder, thinking that they even had a doctor ready, and their salary was quite serious. Thanks to these events, the 8th day passed without any serious incidents. Everything was going too well. Yeon pressed his hand to his forehead and closed his eyes. Hyan raised his eyebrows in confusion, looking ahead. There was a sign on the door that said, Instructor Yeon's office. The protagonist smiled widely and put his hands by his sides, addressing the instructor and saying that the training was almost over so they could duel with real swords. Yeon's eyes widened and he froze in place, looking at the guy. The instructor clasped his hands in front of him and tilted his head, asking if they would let him go through the graduation in peace, which was in 2 days. He noted that this course was especially grueling. The protagonist asked not to enter the teacher's office without warning. Hyan tilted his head to the side and chuckled, asking if he wasn't tired of these childish games. Yeon lowered his head, pressing his palms to his forehead. The guy put his hands on his hips, saying that it was obvious. He asked the instructor to be honest, because he felt restless and bored. This was not the place where he looked at documents. Hyan approached him and opened his red eyes wide, noticing that they had met before. Yeon looked at him from under his brows, covering his face with his hands. Above the building was the sky darkening after sunset. The hero said that this man was indeed Cadet Hyan. The instructor stood in front of the protagonist on the field, bringing him words of gratitude, although late, because thanks to him last time they were able to prevent additional destruction. The guy agreed with his words, thinking that Yeon probably did not understand that the hero deceived him for the sake of loot. The hero looked away, asking if the guy really reached level 5. He noticed that he had an impressive sword. Hyan opened his eyes in surprise. The tip of his blade shone brightly in the light. The instructor asked if this was not a reward for reaching level 6. The protagonist held the sword in front of him, saying that he found it during the cleanup. Yeon noted that this was a good excuse. The instructor extended his hand to the side and called the system window, saying that there was no problem. Frankly, it seemed like the guy didn't want to answer any more questions. The hero squeezed the object in his hand, saying that in that case, he would respond in kind during the cleanup. Yeon extended 2 sharp blades in front of him, taking a fighting stance. He disappeared from the spot, leaving behind streams of dust. The instructor appeared behind the protagonist. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. Hyan opened his mouth and turned around. Yeon's image was presented as a bright light in the darkness. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, extending the sword in front of him. Yeon smiled, noting that he thought the guy was mostly focused on strength, but his agility was simply impressive. Hyan raised his eyebrows and smirked, saying that if he was only good at one thing, it would make him very vulnerable. Since he still had recovery skills, the instructor would not hesitate to attack him with all his might. Yeon disappeared from the spot, leaving a bright trail behind him, saying that in that case, he would not hold back. The protagonist fought off the instructor's bright attacks, swinging a sharp blade. The protagonist looked ahead attentively, thinking that the guy had incredible physical strength. He could hold on with ease. Hyan widened his eyes and smiled widely, saying that this was how sparring should be. The instructor noticed that his recovery skills were very effective. Yeon gripped the blade tightly in his hand and swung it, thinking that in that case, he would be more aggressive. Hyan widened his eyes, looking at the blade approaching his face. The protagonist thought that he would create an opening with the inevitable attacks. The boy smiled slyly as the tip of the sword approached his neck. The protagonist put his hand in front of him, blocking the opponent's attack. Yeon's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that he couldn't get away. Did the boy really have his blade caught between his bones? The tip of the sword got stuck between the hero's radius and ulna. Hyan smiled frighteningly, saying that he was caught. The boy pulled his hand back and smiled, pulling the instructor with him. The hero hit Yeon's face with his forehead. The instructor fell back and opened his mouth wide. His glasses flew off his face. Hyan stood in front of the hero lying on the floor. Yeon's eyes widened, looking up and thinking that he lost. The lights on the ceiling were brightly lit. There was a blue bag of ice on the floor. The hero opened a can of soda. Yeon lowered his head and smiled, saying that the guy was really strong. Hyan widened his eyes in surprise, noticing that he could say the same about himself. The protagonist pressed the can to his lips and looked away, saying that this sparring was a draw. They agreed not to use skills in sparring, but he seemed to do it anyway. The instructor smiled, asking if that was true. He suggested that they leave it at that. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, shouting that it was unfair since the instructor couldn't do anything about passive skills. Yeon closed his eyes and sighed heavily. He stood up from his seat, saying that he was grateful to him anyway, since he felt a little relieved. He asked the guy to go and rest today, since they had dungeon exploration training tomorrow. Above the fenced high gates was a dark night sky. A man in a black robe stood in front of them. The man frowned, looking ahead. He opened his mouth slightly, looking around. The hero lowered the corners of his mouth, looking to the side. The unknown person disappeared into space. Loud sounds were heard near the tall gates. The handle of one of the doors rose up. A white stream of energy pulled it, slightly opening the gate. A stream of translucent energy penetrated inside. The gates began to close. The doors slammed shut with a loud ringing sound. There was a dark light of the night sky above the buildings. A group of students stood in front of the gates. The hero spoke about how this place was designated as a training dungeon for their school. This is an F-rank dungeon, the Jaki Forest. Yeon looked ahead, saying that the Jaki monsters that appear here are stronger than the monsters in a normal F-rank dungeon. However, there are 2 reasons why this place was chosen as a training dungeon. The instructor held up one finger, saying that the first one is a field-type dungeon. There are traps and such, but other than monsters, there are no threats. The hero held up a second finger, saying that the second reason is that the Jakis don't live in groups, so they can lure them somewhere and deal with them one by one. Yeon pointed his hand at the gate to the dungeon, saying that more details would be explained after they entered. The protagonist looked up in surprise, thinking that this was the first time he entered a dungeon in real life. The group of students moved towards the gate. The boy thought about how he had never entered a door like this before since the training began. The people's bodies disappeared into the darkness. The hero thought about how it felt like he was levitating slightly when passing through the door and another world when he opened his eyes. Hyan closed his eyes. Bright particles appeared around him. The boy opened his eyes. The heroes found themselves in a place that resembled a jungle with a lot of vegetation. Among the dense forest with green trees, there was a path leading deeper. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking if he would return to where he came from if he returned to the portal they came through. Yusung smiled, saying that they explained this in class. Hyan turned away, thinking that he did not want to be considered crazy, so it was better for him not to talk to the guy. The young man chuckled, noticing that the hero spoke to him first. Yeon stood in front of a group of students, saying that first the instructor's assistant would lure a Jaka and give a demonstration. After that, they would lure one monster at a time in a group of 5. The instructor turned around, addressing the assistant. The guy nodded. The two boys walked forward. Yeon raised his hand, noting that while they were luring the monsters, they needed to move to an open area where it was easier to fight. As they moved forward, he would explain about the Jaka again. He introduced a white bird the size of a human, saying that the Jaka was a bird-type monster, standing just over 2 meters tall from head to toe and similar in appearance to an ostrich. The hero introduced the sharp claws on the monster's feet and a powerful beak, saying that the Jaka's distinctive features were its fast legs and strong beak. In particular, the beak attack could penetrate even plate armor. Since this creature was so deadly, special care was required. Yeon walked ahead of the group, saying that the standard strategy was to surround the monster with several people and tie its legs. The instructor's eyes widened as he looked forward. The system reported that the central core of the dungeon had been removed, opening a portal to the outside. The protagonist looked at the system window that popped up in front of him in surprise. It was a message that the dungeon was about to collapse. They needed to get out of here. Cracks appeared in the blue sky. Yeon opened his mouth wide, asking the students not to panic and slowly walk through the portal one by one. They had to get out before the dungeon completely collapsed. There was enough time, so they had to move in an orderly manner. The heroes walked forward, following each other. A loud sound came from the open gate of the portal. The students came out, asking what was going on. Shouldn't the core be protected? The instructor raised his hand, counting the people present, thinking that everyone had come out without delay. Yeon opened his eyes wide and lowered his head, wondering who could have cleared the dungeon. The assistant opened his mouth, addressing the protagonist. The people raised their heads, looking at the bright light in the dark portal of the dungeon. The instructor opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth, saying that this couldn't be happening. Yeon put his hand out to the side, telling the assistant instructor to request backup. The assistants should leave the dungeon immediately. There was a breakthrough. Bright streams of energy were breaking through the portal. The protagonist came closer, asking the instructor what was going on. Yeon opened his mouth, saying that the guy came just in time. The protagonist waved his hand, saying that this was a dungeon breakthrough and wanted the cadets to help him. The birds with bright eyes ran forward while the instructor said that if the guy destroyed or removed the core without killing the boss monster, when the dungeon collapsed, the remaining monsters would jump out through the portal. This is called a dungeon breakthrough. Yeon picked up his blades, asking if he didn't learn this in theory class. The guy stuttered that he did. Hyan turned away and pressed his fist to his mouth, saying that it was a test to see if the instructor knew it well. The hero smiled awkwardly, saying that the guy was talking nonsense again. Yeon looked at the protagonist, saying that he didn't have time to joke, because the gay girl would be leaving soon. He would be leading the cadets, so the guy should stay here. The bird opened its beak wide and screamed. The instructor gritted his teeth, asking if this was already happening. Yeon moved forward and opened his mouth, saying that he was leaving it to him. Hyan looked after him, saying that he hadn't heard everything yet. The instructor held his hand out in front of the students, asking them to form groups of 5. If they didn't follow his instructions, they could die. The protagonist turned around, a sly grin appearing on his face. He looked at the Jaka behind him, asking if the instructor really wanted him to deal with these monsters alone. Hyan smiled widely and clenched his hand into a fist, saying that it didn't matter, they needed to move forward. The protagonist's eyes widened and he turned around when the boy suggested that they work together. Yusung swung his mace. The boy struck the giant bird's head. His eyes widened and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The Jaka opened its beak wide and screamed from the blow. The protagonist looked at Yusung in surprise as he swung his sword. The guy sighed heavily as he stood over the corpse of the monster. The protagonist smiled widely and pressed his palm to his face, saying that as expected, it was best to crush them with a mace. Hyan frowned and gritted his teeth in displeasure. Yusung rushed to destroy the monsters, offering the protagonist to join the fun. The guy turned away and frowned, thinking that he hated all of this. He squeezed the hilt of the sword that appeared from the system window. The protagonist rushed forward, saying that there was some confidence when there was a psychopath at the back. Hyan smiled, swinging the sword. Streams of blood spurted out. A bright stream of energy passed between the bodies of the Jaki, causing them to scream. The guy smiled, advising Yusung to cover her ears. The system reported the activation of the skill, a lion's roar of rage. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, addressing the monsters. The Jakas opened their beaks wide and screamed. The system reported that all the stats and morale of all the enemies had decreased. Yeon widened his eyes in surprise, looking to the side. A group of students were fighting the monster. Noticing that the creatures had become weaker, the instructor froze in place. Thinking that it was Hyeon's skill, he wondered if there was a group debuff effect. He looked at the heroes subduing the monster, thinking that support would soon arrive. It seemed that everything could be resolved without losses. However, there was still one problem. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and concentrated a bright stream of energy in his palm, using a magical explosion. A blinding stream of energy struck the creature's body. The Jaka screamed loudly, opening its beak wide. Hyeon raised his blood-stained hand, asking what kind of skill this was. The boy stood by the body of the dead bird, asking if he could use the skill because it was his but other people couldn't use it. Yusung smiled, asking what it was it magic? The protagonist looked to the side and smirked, noticing that it was a skill he had acquired a while ago. The boy fought off a monster, asking if it was from training. The protagonist said it was a secret. Hyeon's eyes widened when Yusung asked him to look in the direction he pointed. He noticed the monster's footprints on the ground. The creature's giant paw was many times larger than the footprints it left. The Jakas turned around, seeing the creature's red head. The bird opened its beak and made a distinctive sound. The system reported that it was a mutant Jaka. The giant bird was different from the others in color and incredible size. Yeon widened his eyes and held his blades out in front of him, thinking that the reinforcements hadn't arrived yet, no matter how long Cadet Hyeon had dealt with bosses, but that huge frame was another problem. The instructor looked at the boys standing by the mutant geek, thinking that even if it was the first time these two had encountered a real monster, it was very dangerous. The boy opened his mouth, turning to his friend. Yusung raised his eyebrows and smiled widely, asking the boy to give this to his little brother. Hyeon stuck out his tongue and widened his eyes, saying that this monster was his entirely. In the office, there were swords on a stand on the nightstand. The hero noted that tomorrow was the graduation ceremony. The girl said that today during training in the dungeon, there was an accident. Yeon looked at the papers in his hands, saying that it was true. Someone had infiltrated the training dungeon and intentionally caused a breach in the dungeon. It was assumed that this was a continuation of the terror in the dungeon that had been going on since last month. The girl lowered her head and chuckled. She asked if any cadets had stood out. The instructor adjusted his glasses, saying that it was true, there were two of them. He introduced Hyeon and Yusung standing by the corpse of the defeated mutant geek. Yeon said that they were the ones who had dealt with the dungeon boss. Seon smiled and rubbed her chin thoughtfully. The protagonist swung his sword, leaving a bright trace in space. The instructor said that one of them is a cadet with enormous physical strength, speed, agility, all at the level of a monster. But his main strength is an incredible ability to heal, not only endurance, but also recklessness without fear of injury. As a result, his unpredictable tactics can be the most difficult for the enemy. Hyeon smiled widely, looking forward with crazy eyes. Yeon introduced Yusung, who pounced on the head of the mutant geek, saying that the second guy is a completely different type. He is not sure whether he can be called a genius. He is a cadet who was born with a distinctive fighting sense. His quick reflexes and technical skill are truly outstanding, but his excessive cruelty is a big disadvantage. The guy smiled widely, sitting on the head of a giant bird. Seon leaned her hand on the table behind her, noticing that if you ignore the last line, Yeon rarely praised someone like that. She asked if he had made a job offer. The instructor closed his eye and took the papers in his hand, saying that selling students as an instructor was forbidden. The girl noticed that he was stubborn as always. Yeon looked forward and smiled, saying that it was natural for employees to be like their boss. Guild leader Seon smiled back at him, placing her hand on her leg. There was a dark night sky above the tall building. The girl noted that being an instructor was good, but she wished for him to return to the guild. There was something strange about this incident. The hero agreed with her words. The man at the podium smiled, thanking the students for their work over the past 10 days. He hoped that they would all become great people. With this, the graduation ceremony ended. The people in the auditorium clapped their hands. The protagonist clapped his hands and looked forward, thinking that this man was probably the principal of the school. He thought that Yeon was the boss since he only saw his leadership. The man with glasses bowed, asking the gentleman to come in. Hyeon widened his eyes in surprise, looking forward. The guy looked at the shiny white car in front, asking Yusung if he was born with a gold spoon. The protagonist smiled and opened the car door, offering the guy to get in the car. He would take him home. The young man smiled happily, thanking him. Hyeon got in after the guy, excitedly saying that he had never been inside a car like this. The protagonist widened his eyes when he heard his name. The guy looked at the instructor, saying his name incorrectly. Yeon came closer, correcting his mistake. Hyan smiled and raised his index fingers up, asking if he really came to say goodbye. The hero remarked that he was very kind. The instructor sighed heavily, saying that it wasn't like that, but something like that. Yeon stood in front of the guy, saying that there was an incident with a dungeon breakthrough yesterday. The reward for clearing it would be given to both of them since they were of great help. He asked the hero to remember that they would contact them soon. The instructor turned around and hurried away after saying goodbye to him. The guy looked after him, asking if he really came here just to say that. Hyan raised his fist above his head, noticing that he could at least say a few words of gratitude. Yeon closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The protagonist froze with wide eyes when the instructor said that the guy was strong. Yeon turned around and opened his mouth, saying that maybe the guy would become even stronger. He was sure that they wouldn't have to wait long and they would meet in the dungeon soon. But he should never forget his responsibility as a person with abilities, because he was awakened now. A blue card with his photo appeared on the hero's forehead. Hyan raised his eyebrows, confidently looking forward. The guy clenched his hands into fists, asking if Hyan saw his brother's potential. The girl was lying on the couch, looking at her phone and telling him disinterestedly that it was great and simply amazing. The protagonist smiled and pointed his index finger, saying that from today on, this arrogant behavior will stop, and from tomorrow he will clear all the dungeons. The guy looked up, chuckling in surprise. Hyan rubbed his chin thoughtfully, asking how he could get into the dungeon. Did it appear if he searched for it on the map? Hyan noticed that there was an app for users called Radar. She thought everyone came from there. The hero picked up the phone, happily saying that it was something like that. He asked if she was a genius. The sister turned away and frowned, saying that he could find the app himself if he just searched on the internet. The girl thought about how her brother played too much in the past. For some reason she felt like he was getting dumber over time. Hyan frowned, saying that there was a dungeon map, information about monsters. He asked if they also recruited party members here. The hero noted that the Jakey Forest was considered an F-rank dungeon at the time. The calendar showed the 4th day. The boy asked if he couldn't do it himself. He thought he could do it. He should earn a lot of money and show off to his mother. The calendar showed the 5th day of May. The news anchor on the TV smiled as he said that the reward for clearing the lowest level dungeon, the F-rank dungeon, was 20 million won. Also, the magic stone was attracting a lot of attention as a new energy source. It was said that the items dropped by monsters were also quite valuable. For top performers, their monthly income was quite large. The man shook his head as he talked about money. He asked if there was any news about Hyan. He heard that the guy got a license or something last month. The woman was peeling an apple and smiled as she said that he sent her 10 million won as pocket money, and last week the hero seemed to have bought a used car. The man cried out in surprise. He smiled and folded his hands in front of him, asking if it was true. It seemed like the boy was making more money than his father now. The woman took the tray in her hands, saying that she was still worried. She had heard that many people were getting hurt and dying. She asked what if something happened. She sat down next to her husband. The man said that let it be so. It was still better than being unemployed at this age. He looked ahead tiredly, noticing that on TV they were saying that when you get into a dungeon, you can form a team or something like that. The man said that Hyan was not one to do rash things, so he was sure that the boy would take care of everything, because his son had always been smart since he was a child. In the dark dungeon, torches on the wall burned brightly. Bright streams of energy cut through the bodies of giant spiders. The protagonist swung his sword, leaving a bright trace in space. Streams of blood spurted out. Hyan smiled widely and raised his hand, saying that this was nonsense. He called everyone here. The guy laughed loudly, cutting the space with his sword and leaving bright traces in it. The events take place near the dungeon. There was a dark night sky above the gate. The protagonist's car was parked nearby, a Bentley. A phone rang on the car seat. The woman pressed the cell phone to her ear, saying that the guy is not answering. The man slowly ate food with a fork, saying that he must be sleeping now or something like that. There was a light on in the window of a tall building. The man asked her not to wake the child for no reason and to call him tomorrow. The woman agreed with his words, saying that she was going to wash the dishes, so he should clean up the room. There was a dark night sky above the brick building. He asked to tell the guy about it when she calls tomorrow. The woman screamed in surprise. The neighboring building was shrouded in blue streams of energy. The man noticed that he was talking about what appeared in front of the supermarket. The door to the building was boarded up. The woman asked why he needed to tell the guy about it. The government could handle it themselves. The man asked how long they would wait. If Hyan had his own group, he would better call him and tell him about it. The woman noticed that it was unpleasant in any case. There were weak streams of blue energy at the gate to the dungeon. The doors opened, releasing streams of dust. A crowd of creatures came out, following each other. The street was filled with a group of creatures. System windows appeared above their heads, identifying them as orc warriors. The creature's foot stepped forward, exiting the gate to the dungeon. A menacing growl was heard. The orc had a protective helmet on his head and his body was covered in red streams of energy. The sky was turning pink, morning was coming. The system reported that the central core of the dungeon had been removed. A portal to the outside had opened. The protagonist walked out of the gate and sighed heavily, saying that he had finally completed the dungeon in one day. Hyan put his hands behind his head. He wondered if he should go to the E-rank dungeon or if it would be too boring, but nevertheless, it was better to be careful. The guy headed to the car, noting that it was still unknown whether it was possible to use resurrection in real life. The hero pulled the door handle. Hyan opened his eyes in surprise, saying that first he would go home and sleep, and tomorrow he would eat beef with Hyan. The guy picked up the phone. On the screen there was information about 36 missed calls from his sister. The protagonist put the phone to his ear and raised his eyebrows, asking what was going on, and a ringtone sounded on the other end of the line. Hyan's eyes widened as Hyan said in a worried voice that something bad had happened, and it was about mom and dad. The boy froze in front of the open car door, holding the phone to his ear. The protagonist looked into the distance as Hyan told him what had happened. His mouth dropped open, not responding to her words. Hyan's eyes widened, frozen in place. The news anchor frowned and reported that the government had announced that they would do their utmost to quickly resolve the issue due to the large-scale dungeon breach incident. The screen showed a gate. The Ministry of National Defense had cooperated with civilian ability user groups to cordon off the area to prevent further damage, but the residents of the isolated area were still worried. The protagonist tied a bow on his shoelaces, and the reporter added that the Dagon Guild had stated that they would actively participate in the rescue operations. Aiken approached her brother and asked if he was sure he wanted to go there alone. Hyan asked who his sister thought he was. Pointing at himself, the boy reminded her that he had already completed the training and asked the girl to just sit at home and wait for him. The girl raised her eyebrows tensely, but remained silent. She wished him to be careful and not to get carried away. The young man waved his hand and asked her not to worry so much. The apartment door slammed shut. The hunter got into the car and promised to bring his parents home. He had a menacing and cold look. The military approached the car and warned that entry was prohibited, so he needed to turn back. The awakened showed his card and asked if even ability users were not allowed to go there. The soldier noticed that he did not even have a group with him. The man looked out of the window of the military car and gave permission to let him through, because all ability users have access to the isolated area. The stranger said that they would not be responsible for what happened to him there. The protagonist saluted, thanked him for his work, and thought to himself that he was a government employee. The military watched the car drive away. The sun's rays shone through the leaves of the trees. The car drove forward at high speed. Hyan looked at his phone and found out that there were at least 5 confirmed open dungeons, among which was an E-rank dungeon. Squinting, the boy hoped that they were holding up well and wondered if he would be able to arrive on time. The young man realized that he could get there within 2 hours if no monsters appeared on the way. At that moment, a giant boar ran out at him. The windshield of the car cracked. It flipped on its side from the strong impact. The car flew off the road. The monster's eyes emitted a bright glow. The hunter took out his sword. He approached the mutant and promised to avenge him for Bentley. The monster took a deep breath and growled. The awakened one smiled nervously and called it quite big. The protagonist heard a strange cry and looked to the side. Something was approaching from afar, raising clouds of dust around it. A group of goblins were running forward, holding weapons in their hands. Gritting his teeth, Hyan thought about how he had burned down the goblin country in his past life since they were always bothering him, and decided that he did not have time to deal with them and that he should forget about winning. The guy jumped up from his seat. Running, the young man shouted that the best revenge is forgiveness and said that it was time for him to leave. The boar ran after him. The hunter wished him a good time. The monster opened its mouth wide and let out a battle cry. Dozens of arrows appeared in the air. They hit the monster and knocked it down. The awakened one realized that he was very lucky that the goblins were nearby. He smirked and thought that if they wanted to fight so much, they might as well fight each other. The protagonist ran through the forest, because now that Bentley was gone, he couldn't waste time on such unnecessary things. The stars were shining brightly in the sky. Hyan stopped and began to breathe heavily. There was a GPS mark on the broken screen. The guy realized that walking there on the same day was too difficult and that he needed to save battery, so he couldn't even turn on a flashlight. The young man frowned and thought that he would have walked along the main road with flashlights if he had known about this, but now he was here, trying to take a shortcut. Fallen leaves flew into the air in the gusts of wind. Something was approaching the hunter from behind. The awakened looked back. His pupils narrowed from what he saw. Without wasting a second, he struck. The blade of the sword cut the wolf's throat. The beast fell to the ground. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist decided that there were monsters here that could also become invisible, and came to the conclusion that he would not be able to sleep peacefully. Another gust of wind lifted the leaves from the ground. The bushes behind Hyan trembled. Huge wolves surrounded him from all sides. The guy frowned furiously and clenched his sword in his hand. Several lightning-fast blows at the same time left deep cuts on the monsters' bodies. The young man lunged forward and delivered a slashing blow. Blood sprinkled the green grass. The hunter lowered his head and sighed in relief. The awakened one smiled madly and decided to see what these scoundrels were capable of. The sun rose above the horizon. The corpses of monsters lay in the clearing. The protagonist was sleeping on a tree branch. He raised himself from the branch and was indignant that he was still unable to sleep normally after fighting all night. Besides, sleeping on a tree was very uncomfortable. Hyan scratched his head and realized that he had to hurry. The sun was shining over the building. A message appeared on his phone screen. The boy's parents were sitting on the floor of their apartment. The woman raised her eyebrows and asked if their son wasn't coming and explained that there was some kind of communication problem when her husband asked why they didn't call him. The man looked down and wondered if everything would be okay. An orc in armor bared its fangs. The hunter's father thought he could handle such creatures, but someone announced that it was a monster from the F-rank dungeon. He looked out the window. The man's eyes widened and he wondered if his son would be able to defeat the monster that had just appeared and killed all the orcs. The bloodied youth grabbed the monster by the head, smiling widely. The awakened one thought that the orcs were just a warm-up for him and mentally told his parents that their adorable son had arrived. There were dead monsters lying around him. The main character called himself someone who goes through F-rank dungeons alone, and said that even dealing with dozens of orcs was easy for him. Hyan looked around and noticed a group of enemies approaching. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Notifications appeared above the warriors' heads. It turned out that they were bosses. The guy raised his sword and realized that this was not an F-rank dungeon, but a rank. Opening his mouth wide, the young man shouted that he would save his parents and asked them to stay put and not make a sound. The couple opened their mouths in shock when they heard their son's voice. The woman looked out the window and asked if this was really their child. Her husband asked what happened to him in the past few months. The monsters ran towards him. The orc opened his mouth and screamed. The hunter frowned menacingly. Their weapons clashed in battle. The monster swung his sword. The awakened one swung his weapon back. The protagonist ducked to dodge the blow. A cloud of magical energy appeared in his hand. He managed to hit the enemy in the lower jaw. The warrior instantly fell to the ground. His comrade approached the enemy from behind. Hyan blocked his attack with his hand. His bones cracked. The guy squinted, but stood firm despite the pain. His sword pierced the boss's body. The young man raised his hand sharply. The orc's body flew into the air along with the sword. The hunter struck and knocked down the third monster. The monster, pinned to the ground, clenched its teeth in displeasure. The awakened one stuck his fist in its mouth. He sat on the enemy from above and used a magical explosion. A bright flash lit up the warrior's face. Blood splashed in all directions. Its drops fell on the asphalt. The protagonist lowered his burnt hand. 2 boss corpses lay beneath him. Hyan looked up. Dozens or even hundreds of orcs surrounded him. They bared their fangs fiercely. There were notices with their class name hanging next to them. Someone's giant foot slammed the ground. The boy looked up and frowned. Behind them all stood a giant monster. The general grinned widely. Approaching him, the young man realized that it was their leader and called him very ugly. Looking at the crowd of enemies, the hunter realized that he tried to save his magic for regeneration, but he had no choice and used the power of a giant. His muscles strengthened and increased in size. The protagonist puffed out his cheeks and inhaled as deeply as possible to activate a lion's roar of rage. He smiled widely and offered to see what his opponent was capable of. Blood gushed from his nose from a powerful blow. The monster hit him in the face with its fist. The warriors looked at each other in confusion. They pushed Hyan forward. The orc stood in front of him and smirked arrogantly. The monster hit his opponent again. The guy took another hit and thought that this scoundrel was just playing with him. The general kneed him in the stomach. The young man fell to the ground. The monster loomed over him like a menacing shadow. The hunter realized that he did not know whether his magic power had run out or not, but his body was no longer recovering, and his resurrection might not work. The awakened one rose from the ground. He managed to get to his feet. He opened his mouth furiously and declared that he could not retreat while his family was behind him. The boss narrowed his eyes in confusion. The protagonist rushed to attack. Suddenly, something made him look back. The monsters were crawling through the pipe straight into his parents' apartment. Hyan raised his head and thought that this could not be happening. The guy frowned furiously and shouted that they could not climb there. The young man tried to run to the house. The orcs jumped on him to stop him. The hunter swung his sword and cut off the arm of one of them. The awakened was struggling to get to his family. Suddenly, the general's fist approached him. The boss pinned the enemy to the ground. The protagonist dug his fingers into the asphalt and thought that they should not get to his parents under any circumstances. He raised his trembling hand. The world in front of his eyes became cloudy. His eyes closed. Several traces of sword swings appeared in the air. The sharp blade cut the monster's body into pieces. Seeing swung her blades. The orc fell to the ground right in front of her. The girl looked back when someone called out to her. The mercenaries approached her and said that they had finished their business. The woman asked what about the city's residents. The soldier replied that they were evacuating the wounded first and preparing to evacuate the rest. The guild leader frowned and said that the damage was huge and explained that because someone had gathered the orcs in one place, the damage was less than in other nearby areas. The swordswoman looked around and assumed that this was the man who had held out alone until they arrived. Her comrade reported that he had unfortunately died. Hyan was lying on the ground in a pool of blood. Seeing asked her comrades to take special care of his body, but suddenly her eyes widened in surprise. Among the orc corpses, there was no body of their ally. The guy's eyes were closed. Suddenly, the young man opened them. The hunter found himself on the tree where he had slept not long ago. The system reported that the resurrection ability occurs at the last point of sleep unless another place is specified. The awakened one looked at the system window and understood what was going on. In the memory, the monsters had approached the window of his parents' apartment. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought about the fact that 24 hours had passed. He grabbed his sword. Hyan jumped out of the tree and decided that he needed to go back there right now. The guy jumped down into the clearing. Frowning menacingly, the young man felt that his body had become heavier and assumed that this was all because of the penalties from resurrection. The hunter ran forward. Moving through the forest, the awakened one hoped that everything would be fine. The setting sun was shining in the sky. The windows of the house were broken. After 5 hours of exhausting running with a body aching from pain, the protagonist found himself in his hometown, which had turned into deserted ruins. He entered the apartment, inside which real chaos reigned. Hyan lowered his head. Having wandered aimlessly around the city, the guy came across military equipment and borrowed a phone from a soldier to contact his sister. The young man put the phone to his ear and learned that his father had lost an arm and his mother was in a coma. The phone screen was cracked. 2 months had passed. The news was on TV. The host reported that the Dagon Guild had gone hunting in the D-rank dungeon, Heiji Plains, and that the guild leader had told him about a C-rank dungeon that had appeared recently. The heroes stood in the hallway. Aiken asked if her brother was going to go to the dungeon again. The answer was affirmative. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and reminded him that he had died 3 times this week. The hunter said that everything was fine. The awakened slammed the door behind him while his sister tried to prove to him that it was not his fault. The protagonist went down the stairs. The girl looked out of the apartment and silently watched him go. Someone hit Muravlir on the head. The monster fell to the ground in front of a group of soldiers. The blonde clenched his fist and was glad that his level had increased. The guys approached him and congratulated him, since they did not expect anything else. Grinning, the mercenary mentally called himself an elite who had passed the 5th stage of training, and thought about how he could join the Dagon Guild if he managed to reach level 35 by the next month. The man closed his eyes and thanked his companions and said that he was sure that they would soon become stronger. Suddenly, the warrior looked to the side and asked what was going on. Someone was approaching them from the depths of the cave. The protagonist ran forward, holding a sword in front of him. The guys looked after him, not understanding whether someone had decided to go through the dungeon alone. The blonde frowned and called out to him. Hyan continued to run. Someone shouted that the boss room was right ahead and that it could be dangerous. The boy asked what they should do in such a situation. The mercenary gritted his teeth and said that they could not leave it like this. They decided to follow the stranger. Many antlers were crawling along the walls of the cave. They ended up right above the guy's head. The young man raised his hands in front of him and used the skill Wayne's Secret, which increases all indicators by 40%. The monsters surrounded him from all sides. They approached him closely. The hunter delivered a series of crushing blows, cutting the enemies into pieces. With a smile on his face, the awakened one used a magical explosion. The wounded ants flew into the air. The mercenary squad saw bloody corpses in front of them. The man's mouth opened in shock. In front of them stood the mysterious stranger who had dealt with all the monsters. The protagonist looked at his hand and thought that the Wayne's Secret he had received yesterday went well with his regeneration skills. Lightning flickered around his wounds. Hyan decided that it would be difficult if he didn't have an advanced level body regeneration skill. Someone approached him from behind. The blonde asked if he was okay. The guy turned around and answered yes. The warrior raised one eyebrow in surprise. The young man looked at him in confusion. He picked up an ordinary core from the ground. Pointing at the system window, the hunter said that he needed to go and ask the people to clear the way for him. Looking after him, the mercenary asked him if he didn't need the magic crystals from these corpses. The awakened one replied that he was in a hurry. The guys turned away from him and decided to collect the abandoned crystals. Someone asked how much money they could get for them. The main character lowered his head and said that it didn't matter since he just needed to become stronger. The blonde looked back and threw a surprised look at him. There was a torch burning on the wall. Someone asked who it was. Smiling, the warrior asked if it was so important and reminded that the most important thing was that they would get a lot of money from it. The squad moved forward. The man asked his comrade not to think about it, since there were many strange people in this world, and said that thanks to him they were lucky to earn as much as they would not have earned in a week. The bald mercenary raised a finger and suggested that this could be the same person who has been clearing dungeons alone lately. The blonde looked back and said that it was impossible, because even if the rumors were true, this dungeon was not E rank, but F rank. The warrior added that even Seung or Dongwoo couldn't clear it alone, and suddenly a system window appeared in front of him. The guys looked at the message in surprise, saying that the main core of the dungeon had been destroyed and that the portal to the outside had been opened. There were dead ants lying on the ground. The protagonist stood in front of the burning portal, breathing heavily. In his hands was the Muravlir Shroud, a skill book that strengthens the skin when activated. Hyan looked at it and remembered that Wayne's secret and regeneration already consume a lot of mana, so using multiple skills at once would not be the best decision. An image of the longsword Bilgun appeared, which grants the owner the skill Berserk, increasing strength and endurance for 5 minutes, but deprives the user of the ability to think clearly. The boy looked down and thought that he shouldn't have lost his cool at that moment, even in the rush. Closing his eyes, the young man decided that there was no point in regretting it now and remembered that he had one single goal: to become stronger at all costs. The hunter looked at the Muravlir Shroud and wanted to master this skill. The doors of the dungeon were open, and there were people standing in front of them. The reporter handed the man a voice recorder and told him that there were rumors that someone had been clearing the dungeons alone lately. The blonde replied that it wasn't them. The warrior pointed forward and said that it was his doing. The awakened one left the dungeon. He closed his eyes and scratched the back of his head. Suddenly, the protagonist looked up and asked what all this meant. A multitude of camera flashes appeared in front of him. The journalists tried to hand him a recorder to get some comments and film him, while members of various guilds tried to recruit him. Hyan pushed his way through the crowd and explained that he was not interested in any of this. The guy accidentally bumped into the cameraman, and the reporter was indignant at being hit. The young man looked at him with fury and asked what he would do to him for this. The man nervously looked away and apologized to him. The hunter clenched his teeth and sighed heavily. The awakened decided to leave the scene. The journalists gathered together and began to discuss him. Someone suggested that this man was a bandit and had probably already been to prison. There was a sign for a parking lot near the building. The protagonist pressed the button on the remote control. He approached the car and was indignant that these people were wasting his time. Someone called out to him, and Hyan stopped. The guy turned around and asked who it was. The stranger put his hand in his inside pocket, asked him not to strain himself, and explained that he had come here to help him. The man handed him a business card. The young man took it and opened his mouth in surprise. The card had the name of a man from the Ability User Association written on it. Walking up to him, Yono told him that he had been watching him for some time now and invited him to join them, promising all-round support in return. The head of the association smiled and added that he did not insist on an exact answer right now and that he could contact them at any time convenient for him. The man bowed and said goodbye to him. The hunter silently looked at the card and thought about the Ability User Association. The man straightened his tie. It turned out that this organization, unlike the guilds, which only pursue selfish interests, advocated for the rights of ability users. Standing in the store, the awakened one thought that he had never heard of them attracting people to themselves. He put noodles in his mouth and remembered that he could contact them whenever he wanted. A little girl pointed at him and called him a monster. Her mother asked her to be quiet. There were 3 empty ramen packs on the table. Sitting at the table, the protagonist realized that his biggest problem now was mana, because lately he had almost nothing left after using Wayne's secret technique and regeneration. Hyan leaned on his hand and thought that the Muravlir Shroud was out of the question, since he did not have enough mana even for attack skills. A loading bar appeared on the screen. The guy came to the conclusion that he needed new artifacts. The young man clicked on the auction button. The hunter scrolled through the site page, but did not find anything useful. Various items appeared on the screen. The awakened one decided that he needed to buy at least 4 artifacts, but he did not want to buy something cheap since it only increased 1 or 2 stats. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Several articles with tips appeared on the community page. The next day, a wide river flowed through the mountain valley. In Gangnam there was a ranky dungeon called the Goblin Village. The protagonist climbed the stone steps, reading the publication. If you defeat the local shamans, there will be a great chance to get a ring that will increase magic power by several points. Hyan climbed over the fence. If you kill the boss of the dungeon, you can get a ring with good indicators. Initially, only a couple of people knew about this place, but not long ago they were driven out by some scoundrels. The guy made his way through the thickets. The government didn't care about tyranny. If monsters don't attack cities, the author of the post hoped that some guild would see this and deal with the villains. Comments from people who expressed their dissatisfaction with those who monopolize good places for farming and leveling appeared on the phone screen. The young man frowned and thought about it. There were doors to the dungeon ahead. The hunter was surprised that no one was even guarding the entrance to it. The awakened decided not to pay attention to this and opened the doors. He went inside. The main character came out on the other side of the portal and found himself in the jungle. Hyan looked up when he heard someone's voice. A group of 3 people were sitting in front of him. Holding a cigarette in his hands, the brunette noticed that he was wearing good equipment and said that they could make good money. The man put his hands behind his head and was happy with such luck. The girl smirked and said that the pig she dreamed about today was a good sign. The mercenary approached the intruder and warned him that this was the bait guild's place. The guy raised an eyebrow and asked what that meant. The villains smiled. Their comrade explained that you have to pay to enter someone else's territory and promised to spare him if the young man gave them everything he had. Suddenly, his body flew past his friends. The woman's mouth opened in fear as her comrade fell to the ground. The heroes turned around and noticed that foam was coming out of his mouth. The hunter kept his fist raised. The robber raised her sword in front of her and asked what just happened. The man raised the weapon above his head and rushed into battle. The awakened grabbed the blade with his bare hand. He managed to break the blade into many pieces. At that moment, the protagonist kicked the enemy in the stomach. His body flew back a few meters. Hyan asked if they knew why he didn't like such people. The guy hit the stranger on the head and said that kicking them was not at all shameful and even pleasant. A cloud of energy from the magical explosion appeared in the air. It hit the boy's back. He looked back. Smoke was coming from the girl's hand. The mercenary trembled and asked him not to approach her. The hunter was surprised that the magical explosion had been a ranged skill all this time. The awakened one went to meet her and thanked her for teaching him something. The protagonist grabbed the bandit by the hand. Hyan grinned and decided to teach her something too. A blue aura lit up in his hand. The guy said that this skill works much more effectively this way. A loud scream was heard over the palm forest. The woman fell to the ground and screamed in pain. The young man shook his hand and said that it was just a trifle. He looked away. Behind him was a group of warriors. One of them angrily clenched his teeth. The man took out a sword from the system window and asked how the stranger dared to encroach on their territory. The scoundrel raised his weapon in front of him and urged the enemy not to even think about getting out of here alive. The hunter clenched his fist and asked if this was true. The awakened grinned madly and said that he just needed a guide. People fought monsters. Training completely changed their lives, since in the dungeon only strength matters. The ability user was brutally beating another person. A shining pendant appeared in his hands. The mercenary, who until last year was nothing more than the scum of society, sat on the throne, and his life became much better. There were many soldiers behind him. The man received a place as a captain in a large guild called Bait. Holding the sword in front of him, the villain thought that he had nothing to fear in the dungeon. At that moment, the protagonist's fist appeared in front of him. The robber fell to the ground, blood flowing from his nose. His beaten comrades lay next to him. No one understood what was happening here. Hyan saw a knife sticking out of his stomach and was upset that he missed one blow. The squad could not believe that they were all defeated by an unarmed man. The guy pulled the knife out of his body. The young man put it forward and gave the mercenaries 5 seconds to line up. He licked the knife and announced that now there would be an interview for the role of a guide. A portal was burning in the forest. The results of the interview were summed up. Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, the hunter announced that this member of Bait had passed a strict selection and asked his comrades to applaud him. The people sat on their knees in silence. The awakened one held a knife to the throat of one of the villains, who immediately began clapping. The man raised his eyebrows and asked what would happen to them in that case. The protagonist scratched his cheek and asked if they promised to live a righteous life from now on and not do bad things. The warriors smiled and promised to be good and never do anything bad. Hyan immediately hit one of them in the face and asked if they really thought he was that stupid. Blood gushed from the villain's nose. The guy continued to strike and shouted that assassins were too good at lying. Sunwoo trembled in fear. His comrade's bloody hand trembled. The young man put his hand on his shoulder and suggested that they go on their way. The sun was setting below the horizon. Not all dungeons were like that, but some of them could be as big as a whole city. Placing the sword on his shoulder, the hunter noticed that this place was very large and asked if the guide was definitely not leading him in circles. The boy explained that he was simply choosing the best path to avoid monsters. The awakened one closed one eye and asked why they should avoid them. He raised his sword in front of him and explained that it would be more fun with monsters, and he was already getting bored. Standing a few meters away, the mercenary suggested that they go to them right away. The protagonist said that it was too late for that. The sky was gradually darkening. The heroes decided to make a stop. There was a fire burning on the ground. Hyan asked when the food would be ready. Sitting by the fire, the warrior replied that there was still a little left and wondered where he got so many swords from. Ramen was boiling in the cauldron. The guy took it off the fire and said that he had not eaten such a thing for a long time. The robber asked if he was not hot. The young man handed him the cauldron and offered to treat himself. Sanu thought about the fact that he himself had prepared this food, but agreed. With a smile on his face, the hunter began to eat. The boy sat on the ground and ate dinner. Ashes from the fire rose into the air. The awakened one asked how old his guide was. The boy looked up and answered that he was 25 years old. The protagonist clarified whether he went to college before he awakened. The answer was affirmative. The bait member looked down and remained silent when Hyan asked why he needed to get involved in all this when he could have just continued studying. Holding ramen in his hands, the mercenary told him that he had no money, and the costs of studying were growing and piling up, so he had to work several part-time jobs at once. The warrior raised his eyebrows and added that his father's business went bankrupt, the family began to become poor, and his mother could not survive such a shock. The guy discontentedly lowered the corners of his lips and asked why he needed this sob story. The robber thought to himself that the scoundrel asked him about it himself. Sunwoo closed his eyes in disappointment. The boy asked him to eat silently, as they needed to prepare for tomorrow. There were empty pots on the ground. The heroes were sleeping next to the extinguished fire. The boy opened his eyes slightly. He got up from the ground, trying not to make a sound. The bait member looked at the sleeping bag and thought that this was his chance to kill the villain. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. In his memory, the hunter punched his comrade. The mercenary shook his head and decided that the best solution would be to just run away. The warrior began to sneak deeper into the forest. The bandit opened his mouth in surprise when the awakened one called out to him. Without turning around, the protagonist asked where he was going. The guide looked back and said that he needed to do something. Hyan asked him to do it here. Sunwoo raised his hands and agreed. The stars were shining in the sky. The boy promised to kill him if he wanted to run away. The sky above the palm trees darkened. The young man warned that this was not a figurative expression. Day came. The boy pointed forward and said that there was a goblin village there, in which the main core was hidden. The hunter brought his hand to his forehead and felt a concentration of magical power in one place. The bait member tilted his head and asked what it meant. The awakened one asked if he really had no sensations and called him stupid. The mercenary laughed nervously. The warrior narrowed his eyes and decided to remain calm, since it would be over soon. The robber grinned and thought that the scoundrel was about to die. Arrows were sent from the settlement in all directions. The monsters in the village were concentrated around the core, but from time to time they sent out reconnaissance groups, which were attacked by the bait guild. Sanu grabbed the straps of his backpack and concluded that since they had not yet come across such a group, all the monsters were currently in the village. The goblins widened their eyes in surprise. The boy decided to see how his kidnapper would survive in the E-rank dungeon. The protagonist took out a sword from the system window and called himself a master of goblin slicing. A huge crowd of monsters ran out of the village to meet him. Hyan's eyes flashed with madness and he swung his sword. The backpack flew into the air. The bag hit the back of the boy's head. The young man looked back. Showing him the middle finger, the mercenary ran into the depths of the forest and hoped that they would never see each other again. The hunter silently watched him as the horde of enemies approached him. A mad grin appeared on his face. The warrior stopped in the middle of the forest and tried to catch his breath. The robber wiped the sweat from his face and thought that the scoundrel would never get out of there, no matter what abilities he had. Suddenly, notifications appeared in front of him that the main core of the dungeon had been extracted, and the dungeon portal had been activated to exit. Sunwoo looked at them in amazement and decided that this simply could not be happening. There was a huge village in the middle of the forest. In the E-rank dungeon, all the monsters were around the central core, and there were no normal cores here. Standing in front of the portal, the boy wondered how the villain managed to clear this entire dungeon solo. His body trembled in horror. The bait member wondered how he managed to overcome their numerical advantage. The awakened rushed into battle with hundreds of goblins. The protagonist struck one of them with a sword. Hyan determinedly frowned. The mercenary had no idea what he was really capable of. The blade of the sword cut off the monster's limbs. The warrior assumed that this man simply had great strength and resilience, since they were important in battle. Behind the boy's back lay many dead monsters. His body was pierced by arrows and enemy blades. The robber decided that it was simply impossible to competently hold the defense against the crowd and not waver under the onslaught of the enemy. In the middle of the burning village stood a shaman. Sanu thought that this dungeon can only be cleared if you can withstand all the attacks and get to the boss in a straight line. The goblin bared his teeth fiercely. The boy grabbed his shoulders and realized that this was a dangerous strategy, where even a moment of hesitation could lead to failure. Trembling with fear, the bait member remembered that he thought the scoundrel was just a good fighter and wondered who they were dealing with. The youth knocked out the monster's teeth. The mercenary decided that he definitely had unimaginable power. The hunter smiled and said that he knew that brute force was the best weapon. A bright light was visible from the mouth and eyes of the monster, and an explosion sound was heard. The magic crystal and ring of the goblin shaman were covered in a multicolored aura. The awakened one put the ring on his finger and was happy that he was able to achieve his goal. The protagonist entered the portal and assumed that it was time to kill his negligent guide. Hyan came out on the other side of the gate. A huge crowd of people had gathered in front of him. They had weapons in their hands. The guy asked them if they really came here with the whole guild just for him. The young man narrowed his eyes and looked away. In the crowd were the beaten guards and Sanu himself. The hunter stretched his shoulder and said that he could deal with them in 30 minutes. His eyes widened in surprise when someone said that there was a misunderstanding. The stranger smiled. Heading towards the awakened one, the man explained that they came to talk, not fight, and added that the members of their guild were very rude to him. Putting his hand on his chest, Jiang introduced himself and asked his name. Looking up, the protagonist said that he was not going to answer his questions and asked him to stop being nice and get to the point. The guild leader closed his eyes and laughed nervously. The scoundrel clenched his fist and decided to say it straight. The man spread his arms and offered him to join their guild, saying that he would be respected by everyone, supported by resources, and even given a position in the leadership. Jiang narrowed his eyes slyly and thought that they had to get such a strong man at all costs, since with his help they could grow into one of the strongest guilds. Hyan closed one eye and said that he did not want it. The guild leader put his hand in his pocket and explained that he knew that he would not agree right away. The scoundrel handed him a business card and asked him to think carefully about his offer. The guy took the card and looked at it with displeasure. The young man grabbed the edges with both hands. The guild members watched as he tore up their boss's business card. Throwing the scraps forward, the hunter declared that he was not so bad as to join a guild of such scum and asked how such people dared to recruit him. The man looked at him in amazement. A smirk appeared on his face. Approaching him, the awakened one asked if something was wrong and offered to fight him. Squinting, Jiang reminded him that they had come just to talk and offered to discuss it another time if they met again. Passing by, the protagonist declared that there would be no other time and was indignant that cockroaches like them had crawled out of all the cracks to get to him. Looking after him, Sanu called him crazy. The boy looked back. A menacing shadow loomed over him. The parking sign had a schedule written on it. Hyan was driving the car. The guy was driving along the road and thinking about the fact that he could actually have been killed there since his mana was running out and there were more than 100 enemies. The young man frowned and got angry that he had not managed to get even with his guide. Clouds were floating in the sky. The hunter hoped that he would still have a chance to kill him. The robber pointed at his comrade and shouted that he himself had volunteered to see this man off. The mercenary was kneeling in front of his leader. The guild leader took the sword from his assistant. The warrior trembled with horror. The guild member folded his palms and asked for mercy, promising to do anything in return. The villain asked if he really wanted to live. Xianwu smiled and said that he would do whatever was asked of him. Tears ran down his cheek and there was a sound of impact. The man pierced his chest with a sword. Jiang angrily clenched his teeth and asked how such a traitor dared to hope to survive. The guild leader kicked him in the chest. The boy fell towards the gate. His body disappeared into the portal. The doors slammed shut. At that moment, the gate turned to dust. The villain lowered his sword and called out to his deputy. The man threw him a sword and asked him to find out who this person was. The guild member said that he had already put someone under surveillance, and a white car was driving behind the awakened man. A mercenary was sitting in it. With a red aura, Jiang wondered how anyone could refuse his offer and said that he had better be as impenetrable as his arrogance. The protagonist returned home and waved to his sister. His father was sitting by the hospital bed. The head of the bait guild asked what would happen if something happened to his loved ones. The villain smirked and decided to act badly to see how long he could last. Ahan asked what they were having for dinner. Hyan opened his phone and said that he needed to pay his mother's hospital bills first. A neon sign hung above the entrance to the restaurant. Beef steaks were grilling on the grill. The heroes were sitting at a table. The girl was surprised that an unemployed college graduate could afford to buy meat and concluded that her brother had succeeded in something. The guy picked up a piece of meat with tongs and asked what else he could spend money on besides food. The girl extended her hand and offered to help him. The young man asked how their mother was doing. Ake took the meat and told him that, according to the doctor, she was recovering and might wake up soon. The hunter closed his eyes and said that this was good news. The awakened one looked up when his sister noticed that he had just smiled. The guys were sitting in a crowded cafe. The girl noticed that her brother hadn't smiled for a long time, so this was not like him at all. The protagonist grinned madly and asked what she was talking about. The girl replied that she didn't mean his psychopathic smile. Suddenly, Hyan grabbed his stomach. The guy stood up and said that he urgently needed to go to the toilet. The girl asked if he really needed to do it right now since the meat was already cooked. The young man turned around and asked if his sister could imagine how inconvenient it was to go to the toilet in the dungeon. Aiken asked him to choose his words more correctly since people ate there. There was a sign on the wall for the men's toilet. The hunter washed his hands under cold water. The awakened one shook them off and decided that this was payback for 2 days. Suddenly, he frowned tensely. There was a man standing next to his sister. The girl pointed at her brother with her hand, and the stranger turned around. The man immediately bowed to him. The next second, the stranger left the cafe. The protagonist put his hand on the table and asked if his sister was trying to find a boyfriend. The girl asked if they were strangers. Hyan pointed at himself in surprise. Aiken said that the man asked her to pass something on to him. The boy picked up the note and wondered why the man decided to leave immediately after seeing him, since they were already acquainted. Suddenly, the boy's eyebrows furrowed tensely. The note contained a reminder from the head of the bait guild and his phone number. It was evening. The lights were on. The girl said she needed to go to the convenience store. She turned around and asked if her brother needed more beer. The answer was negative. The door to the apartment opened. The girl came out of the house and said she would buy drinks for herself and get drunk alone. The hunter pushed her away and said he would buy her a drink himself. Flies circled around the street lamp. The awakened man left the store. The seller said goodbye to him. There was no one else on the street except him. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and wondered why the villains decided to bother his family. Frowning, Hyan suggested that he should stop going to the dungeons for now and stay home, and wondered if the guild members would threaten his sister while she was working. The guy looked down when he heard his phone vibrate. The word father appeared on the screen. The young man picked up the phone and said that he was returning home from the store. His mouth dropped open when he heard his mother wake up and asked if she was okay. A car passed by and the man told him that she still needed care but that she would be fine. The hunter clutched his heart and sighed in relief. The awakened man raised his eyebrows in surprise when his father said that his friend had come to visit them. Walking down the street, the protagonist asked who exactly it was and assumed that none of his friends would do that. Hyan stopped when he heard the name Young. The guy froze in place. The man said that he didn't remember the man and that he asked him to say hello. An ominous aura appeared around the young man. The hunter clenched his teeth in anger. The next day, there was a green sign on the fence. Neon approached her friend and said hello to her. The girl asked why she was late. The heroines walked down the street and discussed the weekend. They looked back when someone approached them and greeted them. Sona took out a coffee from a bag and offered it to them. The girls happily accepted the treat and thanked their senior comrade. The woman bowed and wished them a good day. After that, the huntress left. The brunette raised her eyebrows and asked why they were always in armor. The civil servant replied that he was a strange but good person. The girl opened the bottle and agreed that all people are special. The girl smiled slyly and suggested that her friend had something to say when it came to special people. Yusung stood behind the awakened one. Miyun told him that they were terrible and that someone could even break an opponent's arm during sparring, and someone else had the expression of a bandit since registration. She closed her eyes and added that one of them looked like a fierce orc. The main character stood behind her. The civil servant turned around. Hyan looked at her in amazement. The girl raised her eyebrows in confusion. The guy stared at her blankly. The girl widened her eyes in fear. The young man frowned menacingly. The heroines grabbed their hands and screamed in horror. They decided to call the police right away when the hunter approached them. The awakened one raised his hand, and the colleagues screamed even louder. Myeon looked up when she heard the name Ihyun. The main character furrowed his brows and said that he was looking for him. He lowered the corners of his lips and explained that he needed this person to protect his family. The female employees opened their mouths in shock. The civil servant blushed and asked if they were talking about the instructor. Clouds were floating in the sky. There was a tall skyscraper in the city. The girl said that her older friend only occasionally performed the duties of an instructor, so he was not there now. There was a sign on the wall that said meeting room. Standing in front of the screen, the man said that, judging by the latest events, the level of the emerging dungeons continues to increase, so the most important thing for them to do is to attract people with abilities. He turned around when there was a knock on the door. The blonde opened the door and said that the meeting was not over yet. Standing in the hallway, the employee explained that there was a small commotion in the reception area and said that his friend had come to see them. Yeon frowned and asked what this meant. Clouds were floating above the building. There was a sign by the door that said reception. The heroes were sitting at the table. The instructor was surprised that they had to meet in such conditions and asked what brought him here. The protagonist frowned sternly and replied that he needed his services. The man took a sip from his mug and agreed. The blonde squinted and asked him to tell him more about it. Hyan gave him a stern look and explained that the bait guild had started to pester his loved ones to pressure him, so he needed someone to protect them. The deputy put down his mug and asked why the guild was so angry with him. The mug of hot tea landed on the table. Yeon looked up and said that the guild had a pretty bad reputation, but there was no evidence against them as such, so they couldn't even do anything about it. The guy grinned evilly and said that he wanted to deal with them for that very reason. The instructor asked why he was chosen and suggested that it was clearly not related to his membership in the Dagon Guild. There were bamboo shoots in the corner. The young man called his comrade the strongest person he knew. The man asked, "What about you, son?" The hunter remembered the crazy look in his classmate's eyes and asked who would trust him to protect their family. Placing his hands on his knees, the awakened one asked his friend to protect his family for just 1 week and promised to pay him handsomely for it. The protagonist shuddered when the blonde said that he did not want to brag. The deputy brought the mug to his mouth and explained that he earned much more than he could imagine, since he had a high position in the Dagon Guild. Ahyun put the mug on the table and added that he should offer something more interesting in return. Not money. Hyun's eyes widened in amazement. The guy grabbed his shoulders and asked if he really needed his body. The instructor was indignant that such a person came to negotiate with him. The man closed his eyes and said that he was afraid to even think about what else might come to his mind, so it was easier for him to ask him for something himself. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. The blonde man explained that if everything went well, he would need to meet with their guild leader to get their approval, because in that case, they could help him at the guild level. There were bodyguards at the door. 5 guards were watching the hospital room from the outside and inside. There were also a few people at the entrance of the building. They were patrolling Aang's place of work under a reasonable pretext. Sitting in the car, the hunter said that it was cool. The deputy leader explained that it was better to be on the safe side so that nothing would happen, and asked if his comrade really wanted to go there alone. The car was parked a kilometer away from the bait building. Yeon warned that there were quite a lot of people there. The awakened frowned and decided that if he compared them to the Dagon Guild, their size was much smaller. The instructor looked at his phone and explained that the strength of a guild was not determined by the size of the building, as these people had taken control of a large number of dungeons. The protagonist scratched his chin thoughtfully. A note from Jeong appeared in his head. The man remembered that his friend had contacted them immediately after receiving the note and suggested that they had gathered all the forces they had, so a surprise attack might work. In the past, Hyun put the phone to his ear and asked where they could meet. The guy put his hand in his pocket and explained that it was inevitable, as his family's safety always came first, and thanks to this, he was able to buy time to hire the Dagon Guild. The young man handed his comrade a small box. The blonde took it in his hands and asked what it was. The hunter got out of the car and asked him to park the car near the house. The deputy asked what it meant. Closing one eye, the awakened one asked him not to guess and said that he could not explain everything and that he would definitely be fine tomorrow. Ahyun watched him go in surprise. The neon sign of bait was flickering on the building. Jeong smiled widely and greeted his acquaintance. Behind him stood a large number of armed mercenaries. The protagonist determinedly knitted his eyebrows and sighed. The heroes stood opposite each other. Hyun asked if there were too many greeters and assumed that they wanted to test him. The man spread his arms and explained that they came to greet the new member of the Bait family. He narrowed his eyes angrily when he heard laughter in response. A red aura concentrated around the guy. The young man grinned and asked if he knew what would happen if the syllables in the word family were reversed. Lightning ran around his hand. The hunter replied that then the word shackles would appear. Spreading his arms, the awakened one used a magical blast and activated the lion's roar of rage. He placed his hands on the ground and sent the energy forward. A bright light illuminated his face. The mercenaries closed their eyes and called him crazy. The warrior gritted his teeth and asked what was going on. The ground beneath their feet began to crack. The guild leader covered his face with his hand and asked if his opponent was planning to collapse the floor. The metal reinforcement heated up from the heat of the magical explosion. The protagonist took out his sword from the system window. Hyun swung his hand and used both Wayne's secret and the strength of a giant at the same time. A few swings of the sword exposed the red-hot reinforcement. Rock fragments fell down. The soldier's legs buckled. The brute frowned furiously and ordered everyone to take cover. Several people fell into the hole. The people ended up on the first floor of the building. The pile of rubble shook. The guy crawled out from under it. The young man stretched his neck and thought that the veil of Muravlir actually had a good effect. The hunter turned around when someone called out to him. The villain landed behind him. Jeong raised his hand and asked him to be reasonable before it was too late, as they could become good partners. The awakened widened his eyes in surprise and asked what kind of partnership they could talk about when the Bait Guild had already crossed the line. The man lowered his head and apologized to him for visiting his family. Seoyeon stood in front of the guild building. The head of Bait stated that they could overthrow even Dagon and her leader if they joined forces. The villain asked if his acquaintance understood the depth of these words. The protagonist smiled and replied that he understood the depth of his dementia. The villain spread his arms and said that there were more than 200 guild members inside this building alone, and there were even more throughout the country. Jeong closed his eyes and added that they were missing only one thing: the face of their guild. The man raised his eyebrows and explained that they needed a strong man to lead the people so that the guild could expand beyond Korea and into the world. Hyun opened his mouth and took a deep breath. He spat on his enemy's face. The two heroes looked at each other in silence. The boy's eyes widened in madness and he said that his words sounded like the ramblings of a schoolboy and suggested that he record his words on YouTube. The guild leader wiped his spit off his cheek. A slimy liquid appeared on his fingers. The villain trembled and said that this was to be expected. The villain frowned menacingly and explained that such low-class scum would not be able to understand his grand plans. The young man looked at him silently, holding his sword in his hands. The hunter puffed out his cheeks in an attempt to hold back his laughter. He looked at the mercenaries and asked if they heard what their leader said in such a serious tone. Squinting slyly, the awakened one called him a medieval nobleman and asked how he should be addressed, lord or his madness. Chon blushed with anger and said that this really irritated him. The man waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to kill him. The mages put their hands forward and cast a spell. The wizards raised their wands and summoned bright lightning. Waves of energy went straight to their enemy. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and reflected their blows with a lion's roar. The system reported that his ring also protected against mental attacks. The mercenaries clenched their teeth in fear, their stats and morale were lowered. The guild leader looked up and asked why they froze in place. The villain frowned furiously and repeated his order. The guild members summoned a huge amount of energy around themselves. It surrounded the enemy from all sides. Hyan smiled madly and said that he just wanted to see how the Muravlir Shroud handled magic. A powerful explosion was heard in the building. The warriors rushed forward. A giant cloud of dust rose. The mercenaries jumped into the hole in the floor. They all pounced on their target at once. Rock fragments flew into the air. Traces of sword swings were visible. The guy delivered a crushing blow. The villain gritted his teeth in displeasure. The young man took a deep breath. Yum called all his subordinates to attack. Several explosions were heard in the building. Black smoke came out of the windows. The hunter tried to catch his breath. Everything around him was stained with blood. People were lying on the ground unconscious. The dead warrior continued to clutch the sword in his hand. The awakened raised his weapon in front of his enemy. The man smiled and asked what his problem was. The head of the bait guild pointed his finger at him and called him a murderer just like them. The protagonist grinned and asked him not to even try to pressure his sense of justice and said that the one who kills people should be ready to die himself. The villain frowned and asked him not to pretend, because he was going to die soon anyway. The broken walls were covered in a red aura. Black tentacles jumped out from under them. The villain said that he could clearly see that his opponent was already at the limit. The tentacles wrapped around Hyan's body. The knight ran up to him from behind and swung his sword. The guy's eyes widened and his pupils narrowed. His face was reflected in the blade of the bloody sword. The sword pierced him through. The young man rolled his eyes and thought that he had lasted quite a long time this time. Jiang put his hands in his pockets and said that he would finish him off himself. The hunter lowered his head. The man frowned, surprised that his enemy was still breathing despite his wounds, and he realized that he would gladly trade him for all of these people gathered here. The guild leader approached him and explained that beasts that could not be controlled were useless and asked if he had any last words. The awakened one smiled and wished him to choke on his hair every time he ate gukbap. The villain raised his hand and asked if his opponent was going to continue to taunt him until the very end. The villain placed his hand on his face. A bright flash appeared under it. The protagonist's mouth opened wide as fire enveloped his face. While his body was burning, Jiang lit a cigarette. The man exhaled the smoke and smiled. The villain approached his employee and asked how things were going. The mercenary replied that they had more than 30 dead and, according to preliminary estimates, about 50 seriously injured. The villain gritted his teeth and was indignant that they suffered such losses because of just one person. He waved his hand and asked his subordinate to remove the enemy's equipment to at least slightly compensate for their losses. Chon looked back when he was called out. The heroes noticed that the body of their enemy was gone, only the deputy's sword lay in its place. The sunset sky was reflected in the windows of the houses. The system reported that the user was resurrected, and his abilities were cut in half for 24 hours. The door of the room opened. Aiken looked up and looked at her brother. Frowning, the girl said that he was gone for too long and asked if he really died again. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and asked if they had anything to eat. The girl looked at him in surprise and called him a scoundrel. Hyan looked at his sneakers and apologized. The light from the room illuminated the balcony. Aiken said that she had just washed the floors and asked her brother to take off his armor after his resurrection. The guy apologized to her again. 2 days later, the area next to the building was fenced off. People were sitting in front of the Bait Guild's dungeon, Cake Gorge. Closing his eyes, the man complained that he was bored and asked why there were no people here lately. His friend suggested that it was all because of the bad rumors about their guild. The mercenary scratched his ear and asked what was wrong with the risk of losing equipment. His friend reminded that their lives were also at stake. Suddenly, the warrior's eyes widened in surprise. The guild member rose from his chair and noticed someone coming. An armored man approached them. It turned out that it was the protagonist, who simply put on a balaclava. Hyan stopped in front of the guards. The man glanced to the side. His colleague looked at him, and they asked who this crazy guy was. The guy remembered being stabbed with a knife and thought that what he was doing was no different from throwing eggs at a stone. Holding the egg in his hands, the young man decided that it was good that he had an infinite number of eggs, and realized that he could not always endure the penalty for resurrection, so it was much easier to eliminate the villains individually. Dark energy was oozing out of the gate, and everything was covered in blood. The hunter grabbed the villain by the throat and thought about how he just needed to invade the dungeons of the Bait Guild and clear them out one by one. The mercenary apologized to him, tears streaming down his cheeks. The awakened one widened his eyes and asked if he had done anything wrong to apologize. There were dead people lying around them. The warrior replied that he didn't know. The protagonist squeezed his throat tighter. Hyan threw him aside and asked him not to apologize for no reason anymore. The blonde fell to the ground. The guild member opened his eyes slightly. The guy handed him a pen and asked him to write down where he could find more dungeons owned by Bait. The man grabbed the pen and began to write everything he knew. The mercenary looked up when the boy said he wanted to ask him one question. Looking at him, the hunter asked why they hadn't been caught yet, despite the number of people they had killed, and suggested that they had even bribed the police. The warrior frowned pitifully and explained that he didn't know many details about it. The awakened frowned when he heard that it was because they most often occupied dungeons where there were no surveillance cameras. The guild member handed him a piece of paper and said that he had written down everything he knew. The protagonist looked at the piece of paper. He held out his hand in front of him and praised him. Bright mana concentrated in his palm. A magical explosion blew the man's head off. His smoking body fell to the ground. Hyan decided that he shouldn't leave any traces either. The guy moved on, wanting to quickly get even with his sworn enemy. A photo of the burned out Bait Guild building appeared on the website, along with a news article about monsters appearing there. Young slammed his fist on the table. The man sat at his desk. The guild leader gritted his teeth and was indignant that he had to use such an excuse to hide the fact that the madman had happened. The door to the office opened. The guild member rushed in and shouted that they had a problem. At that moment, something hit him on the head. A glass ashtray fell to the floor. The villain put his hand forward and asked who told him that he could just go in, since he was already in a terrible mood. Bowing, the guild member apologized and said that the man had appeared again. The villain frowned menacingly. Chan jumped up from his desk and asked if this was the man who only robbed their dungeon. His subordinate replied that this was the 7th dungeon and that they had lost 100 people. Gritting his teeth, the man wondered what this madman was planning at a time like this, and realized that if he put more people in, the death toll would increase. The employee stood there silently, listening to him, and the head of Bait ordered that the security of the dungeons be increased and every single member be sent in. His subordinate raised his shoulders and said that he understood. The door handle shook and slammed shut. The villain sat back down in his chair. He folded his hands and began to think about the situation. The villain frowned sternly and remembered that 5 days had passed since Hyan's attack, that his body had disappeared somewhere, and that 2 days later, the attacks on their dungeons had begun. Jiang narrowed his eyes and concluded that everything fit together, since there were too many coincidences in this story and that the main character had accomplices. Tapping his finger on the table, the man wondered how he had managed to hide his body and decided that they had too little information to retaliate. The guild leader took out his phone and thought about how he really didn't like all of this. The villain put the phone to his ear, and it started to ring. A vein popped out on his face when the voice on the other end said that they hadn't talked for a long time. The villain looked down and explained that he needed his help, and the other person asked what happened to the manager of the Great Guild Bait. Young gritted his teeth when his comrade said that she was all they were talking about in the news lately. He put his hand on the table, and the stranger asked what they would give him in exchange for his help, and warned that he already had enough money. The hooded man sighed in surprise when he heard the word battle. Grinning, the man asked if he didn't like heated fights, and told him that their target was an unusual person. Walking down a busy street, Yusung agreed to go and check it out. A smile was shining on his face. Behind the fence was an abandoned building with broken windows. There were 2 people standing near the gate. The blonde looked at his colleague and asked his name. The guard introduced himself. The boy looked away and said that he didn't really care what his name was. The boy stretched and asked when that unusual person would finally show up. He narrowed his eyes slyly and said that he would be very bored if that scoundrel never showed up. Uru frowned tensely. Someone took a step forward. The student looked up. A man in a balaclava was standing in front of the gate. A purple aura appeared around Yusun. The blonde grinned and thought that this was the first time his special skill 6th sense reacted so strongly. The boy stuck his hand into the system window and remembered that before this, his ability only muttered quietly, and now it was screaming deafeningly, which could only mean one thing. A powerful aura shone around the main character. The boy realized that he needed to run away from this monster right now so as not to die. Suddenly, Hyan looked at the guard who was preparing for battle. The young man narrowed his eyes and asked what brought him here. The warrior shuddered in surprise and recognized that voice. Bowing his head and smirking, Yusung asked Hyan if he was the one who tied up all the guys. Starting to approach the protagonist, Yusung asked him if he decided to have fun like this in his free time. Remembering Yeon, the protagonist assumed that the Yeon family was behind the bait guild. A moment later, he abruptly put his blade to the guy's throat. Releasing his aura, he asked Yusung if he worked for bait. The guy closed his eyes and smirked, saying that putting him in the same category as that trash was an insult. Smiling, the protagonist asked him why he was here. Pointing to the guild building behind him, Yusung said that it was the Jeong Guild. Raising his hand and releasing his aura, the guy said that it was funny when some bandit clinging to his pride begged for help. Hyan narrowed his eyes and said that now he understood everything. He approached Yusung and patted him on the shoulder and said that he had no complaints against him if he did not interfere. Passing by, the protagonist told the guy that they should eat together sometime. Yusung suddenly raised his mace to attack Hyan. His mace was approaching the back of the guy's head at great speed. Hyan managed to block the enemy's attack at the last moment. Clenching his bloody fist, he asked Yusung what he was thinking. He grinned and said that it was too boring. Hyan, in a rage, rushed forward to meet the enemy. He blocked the mace with his sword with a grin on his face. Arcs of electricity spread across the weapons when the protagonist told Yusung that he could have let him pass. The boy said, shaking all over, that it was too boring. The system reported the activation of the giant's power and Wayne's secret technique. His fingers tightened on the sword handle. A moment later, he raised his blade. Yusung managed to bend his body and dodge the blow, but the sword managed to cut his cheek. Bending back, the boy told the protagonist that now he had become an even bigger monster than he was. So they began to confront each other. Their weapons clashed dozens of times. Yusung laughed like a madman, continuing to attack. Hyan gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't need this fight at all. His jaw cracked when the boy thought about how he needed to end this fight as quickly as possible. Yusung attacked again, throwing the protagonist back. Hyan grinned, his eyes wide open due to the courage of the battle, which he had not felt for a long time. Spreading his arms to the sides, Yusung told the boy that he knew that he liked the battle. Suddenly, Aru began to run straight towards them. The boys stopped fighting and stared at him. Aru, unaware of anything, smiled, wanting to kill the protagonist and get a promotion. Yusung smashed the guy's head with one blow of his mace. Now his mace had the guy's blood on it. Aru's body fell, and blood gushed out of his neck. Yusung raised the mace in front of him and sighed. His pupils shrank due to rage as he asked Aru where he went when the fun was in full swing. The protagonist, who was watching everything from the side, mentally said that they did not look like allies at all. Yusung closed his eyes and sighed. Calling up the system panel and putting away his weapon, he told Hyan that now he was in no mood, and he really wanted to fight him to the fullest. Rubbing the back of his head, the guy said that he still wanted to fight, but he could not allow him to hate him. Hyan narrowed his eyes, realizing that Yusung was starting to worry about this too late because he was already incredibly annoying. Putting his hands in his pockets, Yusung asked Hyan if he understood what Young was like. Young was the illegitimate son of the chairman of a large company, who had too much money, which is why he acted so arrogantly. Frowning, the angry protagonist asked Yusung if he wanted to tell him not to bother him because of his family. Starting to leave, the guy told his friend that if he could be scared by this, he would not even start. Yusung grabbed the guy by the shoulder, asking him to listen to the end. When the protagonist looked at him, he grinned and said that he wanted to join him because he wanted to see Young go crazy. The events take us a day ahead to another part of the city. Young, being furious, screamed, clutching his head. Breaking the keyboard with a blow, he asked how 3 more dungeons were destroyed. Chan began to destroy all the equipment, calling Yusun and the other workers scum. The secretary stood motionless, calmly watching Chan's hysteria. Soon he stopped screaming. He was breathing heavily, trying to calm down. Pointing to the table, a gloomy Chang ordered the secretary to gather all the guild members tomorrow by 8 o'clock. The man nodded, saying that he was not sure that everyone would be able to come. Chang suddenly screamed, pointing at him, and said that he did not care about the reasons for their absence, be it illness, relatives, or even the death of acquaintances. The man folded his hands in front of him and said that recently more and more people were leaving the guild and many could not be contacted. Passing his palm across his throat, Chang said that if they were doing this, then he should take their families hostage, forcing them to submit by force. The secretary was not afraid. He rubbed the back of his head, saying that they could not do this, because many members were already leaving, and if their families were threatened, then everyone would rebel. Chang grabbed his face. His fingers trembled from anger. Suddenly, his phone rang. Picking up the phone, the guy said that there were only problems around. On the phone screen, he saw that the subscriber's number was hidden. When he put the phone to his ear, he heard someone tell him that he must have a lot of problems lately. Jiang smiled, recognizing the owner of the voice. At this time, in the forum chat, many were discussing the future of the Bait Guild. Yusung, looking over his shoulder at the screen, said that the results became clear after a week of work. Starting to leave after clearing the dungeon, the protagonist said that it was time to put an end to everything. Raising his hands, Yusung asked what the ending was prepared for. Hyan sighed and looking at the guy said that he could not tell him. Suddenly, he covered his mouth with his hand and approached. He whispered something in the guy's ear with his lips. Yusung frowned from what he heard. Jiang was holding a letter from the protagonist in his hand, demanding that he come to the Resurrect forest dungeon if he wanted to save his guild. A moment later, he crumpled the letter. Clutching the paper in his hand, he said that he would watch Hyan fight them in the open field. Standing in front of the gate, he said that he would take off the guy's face and hang it in the office. The guild members looked at each other and said that they did not want to go, but were simply afraid of the consequences. Young gritted his teeth when he heard a whisper behind him. He could not believe that he had to take such scum with him on a mission. The veins on his forehead stood out from the tension. He remembered picking up the phone in his office. The guy sitting on the couch told Young that he called him to help him if he needed it. Young smiled widely. He did not know how to contact this guy, so he asked Yusung for help, but now he called him himself. Young stopped frowning and raised his head, telling the other person that he called just in time, because if he helped him, he would not remain in debt and his father would also take care of him. Suddenly, Jiang shuddered when he heard the guy's dissatisfied voice. The guy, clutching the phone in his hand, said that he was apparently misunderstood because he did not need to be taken care of. A moment later, Jiang was hysterically screaming, asking the other guy not to leave, but he simply turned off the phone, telling Jiang to rely on his wonderful father himself. Now the guy was angrily clutching a letter in his hand. He burned the letter with his mana, mentally expressing his dissatisfaction. The events take us to an abandoned store. Minjun, sitting in a chair, asked his subordinate if the bait guild had called all its members together. The blonde guy turned to him and said that everything was so, and in theory they were allies, so they should help. Minjun picked up a mug of drink without saying anything right away. Putting the mug on the table, he said that he no longer had a reason to support this trash. The subordinate, hearing the answer, said that in the event of Sansu's death, he would not stand aside. Minjun looked at the guy with narrowed eyes. A moment later, he pointed the mana whips at him. They wrapped around his neck, cutting off his breathing. Minjun stood up while lifting the guy and asking him what would happen if Sansu interfered. Releasing a mana aura, he asked if he was obliged to grovel before this old man. Trembling all over, the subordinate apologized. The guy sighed, looking at him. The subordinate fell onto the sofa when Minjun let go of him. He grabbed his throat and coughed. His boss turned around and started to leave, ordering him to get to work and attract new objects for them to finance. The events take us to a D-rank dungeon, the Resurrect forest. Jiang looked at the subordinate and asked what time it was. Realizing that the agreed time had passed, he frowned, saying that Hyan himself called them here, but he himself did not show up. Continuing to walk forward, he ordered his subordinates to be on guard, as they did not know how many enemies were here. The spearman pointed to the side and called out to the boss. All the guild members froze, looking at the huge wave of dust. Everyone's mouths dropped open in shock. Hyan ran ahead, pursued by the wolves. His eyes glowed brightly as he laughed loudly. Everyone grabbed their weapons tighter except for Jiang. He gritted his teeth upon seeing the living protagonist. Putting his hand in his bag, the protagonist asked Jiang how he was doing. Raising his hand with the puppy, Hyan said that he had a gift for them. The innocent puppy stuck out its tongue and licked the guy's finger. Some of the guild members froze in amazement upon seeing the cub. The protagonist took a throwing stance, using the cub as a sword. A moment later, he threw the puppy at the group. The guys gritted their teeth in anger, and some screamed, not understanding how they could throw such a cute creature like that. The warrior dropped his spear. He looked at the cub above, wanting to catch it. The bald man spread his arms to the sides. The cub cried as it fell down. Soon the man caught the cub in his arms. He sighed and smiled, saying that he had succeeded. His comrades involuntarily turned around and stared at the cute face of the puppy. While the guild members shouted and scolded the protagonist for his inhumanity, Choi shouted at them, ordering them to shut their mouths. The guy frowned deeply, understanding what had just happened. Hyan's bag contained the pack's puppies. Now the damn angry Resurrects were rushing after him. The protagonist led all the Resurrects specifically to the group. Hyan threw the bag with the puppies up, saying that it was a great gift. The guild members stared at the bag with the puppies like statues. The guys, amazed by their cuteness, began to catch the cubs. The protagonist jumped up. His mana was released from his body, and his lips stretched into a smile. Sean managed to dodge the guy's sword at the last moment. But right after the guy, a pack of angry Resurrects ran. They opened their mouths wide and growled. Sean formed a fire barrier in front of himself while Hyan ran past him. The guy looked straight at him. He wanted to start cursing, but the protagonist interrupted him, saying that they would see each other again, then he ran away. The guild leader turned his head back again, starting to concentrate mana in the shield. Gritting his teeth, he looked back while mentally cursing. It was already difficult to deal with the Resurrects because of their invisibility, and Hyan was also killing Chan's people. The guy's hands trembled from the force with which he strained them. Jiang abruptly straightened up, ordering everyone to retreat and immediately run out of the dungeon. The people in the back row immediately turned around and ran away. The guy running in front said that he would definitely leave this guild tomorrow. Suddenly, Yusung came out of the portal and greeted everyone. He enveloped his body in mana while taking out his mace. In an instant, he raised his hand to strike. Blood sprayed in all directions. The events in the dungeon forest continue. Yusung's bloody mace accelerated again. With one blow, he smashed the enemy's head. Yusung squinted as blood sprayed in all directions. Jiang turned around and saw Yusung, enveloped in mana, dismembering his opponents. The guild leader froze, not understanding when Yusung managed to betray them. Frowning, he glanced to the side, trying to find a way to escape. The wolves used invisibility to attack his men. Jiang saw this and looked to the other side. On the other side, he saw Haiyan and Yusung killing his men. The guy's whole body was shaking from powerlessness. Raising his hand, he decided to use extreme measures in anger. Fire mana enveloped his fist. The protagonist knocked out the enemy's tooth with a blow. Then he swung his sword, killing him. Not paying attention to the blood splashing on his face, Haiyan said that there were so many of them, like cockroaches. Suddenly, Jiang, enveloped in flames, screamed, calling the protagonist. The guy turned around, feeling a threat. Jiang ran at him, saying that since this was the end anyway, he would take him with him. Fire was coming out of the guy's entire body due to the use of the self-immolation skill. Haiyan raised his hand, blocking the enemy's flames. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred, which affected even Jiang's allies. The guy himself, standing in the epicenter, thought that if he took the protagonist with him, then that would be enough. Already in such a short time, burns appeared on the guy's face. Someone's hand reached out to him through the flames. The protagonist, engulfed in flames, grabbed the guild leader by the head. Jiang, looking at the hand, tried to break free. Haiyan, who had received severe burns, asked the guy if that was all he could do. A moment later, he kicked the guy in the stomach. Jiang coughed up blood due to the force of the blow. His body stopped only when it collided with the body of the wolf. Cheng was coughing while clutching his torso. He barely opened his eye while blood was flowing from his mouth, so the protagonist told him to sit there and watch everything. Standing half-turned, Haiyan said that after everything that had happened, they couldn't disperse peacefully. A moment later, he rushed into the crowd and began killing people, the light from his blade constantly sparkling in the smoke. Cheng smiled, realizing that this was the end. He realized that this guy who had just hit his subordinate was the one who had destroyed everything. Cheng leaned his back on the wolf's corpse. He suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly. The guy continued to laugh while looking at the sky. A section of the forest was completely destroyed due to the battle. Soon, the ground was decorated with corpses of Cheng's guild members. Yusung and Haiyan stood in front of the guild leader. He smiled widely as he looked at them. Yusung leaned over to him and asked the protagonist why this trash was laughing. The guy responded by telling him to leave this psycho alone. Jung himself was smiling and mentally saying that everything was over. Suddenly, his pupil shrank as he asked himself if he was over. His body trembled and the guy began to deny his end. The protagonist frowned as he looked at Jung. He clenched his teeth and barely holding back tears, telling himself that he couldn't die like this. He was an illegitimate child, a bastard born from a mistress. They were always left aside. Strangers were closer to the boy than his own brothers and sisters because they always looked at him like an empty space, but at the same time, they constantly involved him in the struggle for power, although they knew that he would always be behind the three heirs. His father pitied him, stroked his head and helped him in every possible way, but for others, this was an excuse to hit him harder. One day, the whole world changed for Jung. Training appeared, paths with lava bubbling underneath, awakened and dungeons came to light. The world returned to the principle of survival of the strongest, whose fist is bigger. He was right. Closing his eyes, Jiang said that it was then that he thought this was his chance. A moment later, he opened his eyes. His head rolled on the ground. Haiyan, shaking his sword, sighed. Frowning, he asked Yusung why villains always start verbal diarrhea at the end. Yusung heard him and said that he could have listened for a little, because these were his last words. Putting the sword in his inventory, the guy thanked Yusung for his help. He raised his hand saying that it was fun. Smiling, the guy asked Haiyan if he liked it. Looking at the corpses around him, he asked how it felt to have accomplished his revenge. Rubbing his chin, Haiyan said that he didn't even know what he was feeling. Yusung immediately leaned over, saying that many people say that when revenge is done, a person usually feels empty. Looking at the tear-stained corpse, the guy said that if we were to draw an analogy, his feelings were no different from those when he pulls out a piece of wax stuck in his ear. Picking around in his ear, the protagonist said that it seemed like nothing serious, but he felt relieved. After that, the guy blew on his finger. Walking towards the corpses, he asked if they should sell the clothes from them. Yusung refused, saying that he didn't need it. Leaning over to one of the corpses, the protagonist said that he would get more. The guy involuntarily froze, thinking about money. Until now, money hadn't bothered him much because what he got from clearing dungeons in their spheres was enough. Remembering the letter from the head of the Bait Guild, the protagonist realized that he could not protect what was dear to him with his strength and finances alone. Putting his hand in his inventory, the guy decided to earn a little money and gain power. The events are transferred outside the dungeon, near which the guys were standing. Yusung, looking at the disappearing gate, said that now the end has definitely come. Hyun said nothing, frowning at the gate. Hyun, crossing his arms over his chest, asked Yusung what if he created his own guild. He suddenly interrupted him, saying that he agreed. The guy turned to the protagonist and said that his guild would definitely be fun because his intuition tells him so. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that his intuition is in shit because no one has ever said that he wants him to join. Walking next to Hyun, Yusung told him not to deny it because even a fool could understand that he wanted to find out his attitude towards his idea, and then invite him. That night, even the stars began to shine weaker, as if foreshadowing the creation of the most famous guild of Korea in the future. The events take us to the Hanseok Group office. Screams were heard from the chairman's office. Sansu jumped up. He shouted, telling Minjun that he was responsible for promoting Young, and now he broke the contract. The man raised his hand, calling the guy in front of him. He turned around without feeling scared. Closing his eyes and turning away, he said that he did not break anything. Clenching his fist, an angry Sansu said that a week had already passed since the connection with his son and the members of his guild was lost. The guy grinned and asked the chairman why he cared about this. Sansu frowned deeply and froze in shock. He put his feet up on the table and said that he shouldn't expect much from a scumbag with no abilities, since he made him the guild leader on a whim. He waved his hand and said that he had earned his money back. Sansu's entire body shook with anger. He pointed at Minjun and ordered the guards to attack him. All the guards simultaneously took out their weapons and rushed to attack. Minjun opened his eye with boredom. A moment later, a mono whip appeared. The guy grabbed the guards by the throat with the mono whips. Some of them coughed in pain, hitting the wall. Minjun released his aura and was able to simultaneously incapacitate all the guards. Standing up, he told the chairman to listen to him carefully. Starting to approach him, he said that they had a contract, which he fulfilled to the best of his ability. Standing in front of the man, he asked him what he had against him. Sansu trembled with fear. Sansu's pupil flashed as he said that if this happened again, he would not let it go so easily. Standing in front of the boy and feeling the pressure, the frightened chairman expressed understanding. A moment later, Minjun's aura disappeared and he himself smiled at the man. All the guards began to fall to the floor. Turning around and starting to leave, Minjun said that he was glad that they came to an agreement. Now he will wait for the promised money until the end of the day. Opening his eyes, he said that he was also curious about who exactly defeated Jeong. Thus, the Bait Guild fell. The world was like glass shattered for them. Such a sudden disappearance of a huge guild gave rise to many rumors and speculations. The media and adventurers created a stir. The bulletin board was filled with headlines about the incident, but as a result of the emergence of new guilds and talented awakened, the Bait Guild was soon forgotten. The events take us to the courtyard of a traditional Korean house. The protagonist's voice could be heard behind the door, saying that no one had found out anything. Hyun, sitting at the table with Yusun, said that they wouldn't have any problems since all the annoying people had been eliminated and he had leveled up a lot in battle. Yusun listened with a smile on his face as the protagonist told him that thanks to his abilities, all the loot had been sold and they now had the pleasure of tasting expensive dishes. Raising his hand, the guy asked Hyun why he had such a dissatisfied face since everything was fine. Trembling all over, the guy said that the problem was in the title he had received. His title was a cruel destroyer of bonds. He had received it for countless broken families in the most cruel way. The protagonist glanced at the title's effect, the strength increased by 2, and the title holder also caused fear in those around him. He abruptly put his chopsticks on the table. Hyun remembered how the system had notified him that all titles except the selected one gave 50% of the effects. The protagonist started to get hysterical. He screamed, saying that he was already stressed out lately because of how people were reacting to him. Yusun closed his eyes and smiled and told the guy that he shouldn't worry because he was a creepy person before. Suddenly, the protagonist's phone rang. The name Yeon appeared on the screen. When Hyun picked up the phone, he accidentally called Kim Yeon, Young Yeon. Yeon introduced himself and said that he hoped that he was not called that because they had the same name. The protagonist frowned when the guy asked him if he remembered their agreement. Hyun's eyebrow rose. He expressed confusion, asking what agreement they had made. Yeon grabbed his head, saying that he assumed so. Then he explained that he needed to meet with the leader of his guild. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement, starting to remember everything. The events take us to the Dangun Guild office. The elevator was going up to the 12th floor. Hyun looked at the floor number and asked if everything would really be okay. Pointing at Yusung, he asked Yeon if he could take him with him. The guy looked at Yusung and said that the leader had given his permission. Raising his hand, Yusung said that he should at least address him by his first name. Besides, he and the guild leader were acquaintances. Remembering the appearance of the guild leader, the guy said that they had once met at a cultural event. Hyan narrowed his eyes and mentally said that he was most likely left out. Soon they reached the reception area. Yearning knocked on the door calling for the leader. Having received permission to enter, he opened the door. Hyan and Yusung entered the room. The protagonist froze with his mouth open upon seeing the girl. Seon introduced himself as the leader of the Dangan Guild with a smile. The protagonist shook her hand and introduced himself. Yeon said goodbye and left. Seon pointed to the sofa and told the guests to sit down. A second later, both guys sat down. Hyan sat down opposite Seon and said that he would definitely repay her for the favor. The girl continued to smile and said that he should not worry about it. The protagonist frowned and said that he could not do that because he hated debts, so she could tell him why he was called. The girl stopped smiling and asked if it was worth getting down to business so quickly. Hyan looked intently at the girl and said that they were both busy people. Seon closed her eyes and said that she thought they would drink tea first, but since they said so, she wouldn't refuse. She soon opened her eyes. Hyan narrowed his eyes when the girl said his name. Putting her hand on her chest, Seon asked the boy if he wanted to join the Dangan Guild. Hyan's world was plunged into darkness by the offer. He automatically refused the offer. The girl and the boy froze, looking at each other. Yusung waved his hand and said that it was a quick answer, as if he cut it off, to which the protagonist replied, "Well, yeah, so what?" Seon closed her eyes and replied, "Nothing," since he gave a clear answer, so she wouldn't insist. Hyan spread his hands and said that he wouldn't mind repaying, but in some other way, so if you need his help in any matter, then you just need to say. The girl looked at him with a smile on her face and told him not to strain himself, because it was a good deal for them too. After all, now they had a strong awakened in their debt, so if they needed anything, they would definitely contact them. The protagonist shrugged and asked how he could help the guild in first place in the ranking, but of course, if help was needed, he would definitely help, but before he could finish speaking, Scene interrupted him and asked how long he thought this lull would last. The guy frowned intensely, asked himself, lull. He remembered Chan and said to himself that the world in which dungeons appeared and crime flourished was really like a powder keg. Looking at the girl, he thought that she was most likely talking about this. Remembering the 8th stage of training, he said to himself that if compared to her, the current world is really in a state of calm before the storm. Leaving his memories, the guy threw his hands behind his head and said, "No idea at all," adding that worrying about it still does not solve the problem. The only way to prepare for the future is to become stronger, after which he asked if it was true that they still had 5 years before connecting with the Haken dimension. After this question, Seiyin silently lowered her head, and a few seconds later she answered, 3 years. Hearing this, Hen raised his eyes, and the girl added that in 3 years they will be in danger, so time is running out. Lowering his hands, the protagonist asked why she thought so, to which she raised her head and replied that she could not tell everything, but there was one entity that knew everything thoroughly. Hearing this, the guy was very surprised, and Seiyin added that they have an awakened one who can conduct a dialogue with her. Hyan remembered the dimension administrator and said to himself that they were most likely talking about him, and then asked himself if there was really a person who could communicate with him. The girl sat with her hands folded and asked if it was true that he had also noticed that the difficulty level of the dungeons was increasing and the level of the awakened was lagging behind. Yusung suddenly stuck out his finger and asked his friend if he knew how they say that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, adding that firearms, for example, don't kill monsters. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at his comrade and asked if that was really why there were no awakened with firearms. Yes, the guy answered, and then introduced the girl with a bow and said that crossbows and bows remain afloat, so there are many theories about this. The guys turned their gaze to Seyoung and she said that this is exactly how things are, only those who are active in the new conditions can become as strong as Hyan, so he could very well become a hero. Then the protagonist put his finger to his cheek and said that it would not be easy, because he was not a very kind person at all, and then asked if she knew what he did to the bait guild. Seyoung nodded weakly and coldly replied that she did not care about this trash. Hearing this, Hyan tensed up and asked what. The girl did not move and emotionlessly answered that they would not have helped in any way in saving humanity, so they did not deserve to be protected. Madness appeared in her eyes, which is why she added that a person like Hyan was more useful than hundreds of people like them, because the world is protected not by saints, but by the strong. After a while, Ahyun knocked on Seyoung's office. After that, he entered. The guild leader looked at her subordinate and asked if he saw them off, to which he answered yes, adding that he even put them in the car. The guy looked at the girl and asked how everything went, what impressions from the personal meeting. Seyoung rested her head on her folded hands and replied that it was definitely not what they expected, to which Ahyun asked if she really meant that. That's right, the leader replied with her eyes closed. She remembered the protagonist and said that it was only for a moment, But when she spoke of the dimension administrator, his eyes trembled. Opening her eyes, she firmly said that Hyun had completed his training. After a while, a huge dungeon gate stood outside. It was dimly lit inside. The difference between an E-rank dungeon and a D-rank dungeon was only one letter, but it was colossal. There were corpses of monsters scattered throughout the corridor. Of course, the strength and number of monsters had increased, but the most obvious change was also the variety of monsters in the dungeon. For example, the D-rank dungeon, Daeon's laboratory, the variety here is off the charts. The protagonist stood among these corpses. Putting his hand on his neck, he said to himself that initially the monsters, no matter if it was a boss or a regular monster, were all the same type, so it was easy to fight them, but when all the monsters were different, you had to work hard, because everyone had different weaknesses and attacks. Suddenly, a shadow eclipsed Hen, and he asked in surprise what the hell was that. In front of him, he saw a huge monster of the ogre chimera erg type. It was growling furiously with burning eyes. The protagonist waved at him and mockingly asked if they had really molded it from what was there. If it was really an orc carcass with a goblin head, it looked like a weakening. There was malice in his eyes. Suddenly, he pointed his finger at the monster and invited it to join his guild, adding that he had made a bet with Yusun on who would bring a newbie first. Suddenly, the monster's huge hammer lifted off the ground. The monster raised it above its head. The next second, he slammed it with all his might into the place where the protagonist stood. But Hen easily jumped out of the way. In the air, he looked at his opponent and said that if he didn't want to, he could have just said so. The monster growled furiously. Suddenly, he spat saliva towards the guy. A bright light appeared in the protagonist's hands, and he asked if he really decided to shoot right away. An explosion was heard in front of the monster's face. At this time, Hen jumped behind the opponent. Then he looked behind him out of the corner of his eye. He saw that the wall where the erg's saliva hit had melted. Turning to the monster, the protagonist said that its skin was clearly not simple and their weight categories were also different. Tapping its head with his finger, he added that thanks to its bright head, he already knew the answer. Holding out his finger, Hen with crazy eyes said that he would simply take the monster's hammer away. A few minutes later, a heartbreaking scream was heard in the dungeon. One of the bandits heard him and asked in surprise who was screaming so loudly, to which his comrade replied that it was probably someone hunting. Then he smiled sinisterly and said, "And anyway." He pointed his sword at the girl in front of him and told the guy to focus on her. Sona was holding the blade in her hands. The criminal threw the sword over his shoulder and said that this is why he likes dungeons. His comrade raised his head and said that the sounds are really strange, aren't they? At this time, a hammer was scraping the floor. The protagonist was dragging it along with him and quietly saying what he felt. Everyone turned towards him in surprise. Hyun was approaching them and saying, "The smell." With his head down, he continued to say that it smelled disgusting in here. Suddenly, he raised his head and with a mad expression on his face, he shouted that he liked to need shit. Everyone looked at the protagonist in surprise and asked if that thing behind his back was really a hammer. Hyun was walking towards them with a terrifying aura. Suddenly, he put all his strength into the hammer. Raising it, the weapon hit the ceiling. The powerful blow caused cracks to appear on the ceiling. Those present closed their eyes from the dust. Stones began to fall from the ceiling to the floor. The protagonist continued to stand with his hammer raised. One of the guys lowered his hands and asked discontentedly if he had really gone crazy, waving such a thing in a confined space. Then Hen's hammer began to move along the ceiling. Seeing this, the guy frowned with discontent. The hammer suddenly jerked from its place. The protagonist hit the floor with his weapon with all his might. The guys gritted their teeth from the shaking and said that the protagonist was crazy. The floor under the hammer broke into small pieces. Hen looked at the weapon and suddenly thoughtfully moaned. Letting go of the hammer, he waved his hand and said that it was too bulky, so it was inconvenient to use it as a main weapon. Having said this, he opened his inventory and put the hammer away. Everyone who was in the same room with him looked at him with their mouths open. One of the guys suddenly chuckled and said that the protagonist had started so effectively that he even began to anticipate something interesting, but it seemed that he realized what he was doing. Having said this, he slowly stood on his toes. He took a stance and shouted that now Hen was unarmed. But when the guy rushed to attack, something flashed on the side of his face. The protagonist delivered a quick blow. Saliva sprayed from the shocked guy's mouth. He fell to the floor and Hen looked at him with his hand raised. The guy's comrades looked at this in fear. The protagonist grabbed his opponent by the hair and said, "So." Taking the guy's sword, he addressed the criminals. The protagonist put the weapon to the guy's neck and ordered them to give him everything they had. The guys looked at him in fear and said that he was crazy. The guy's comrade was clutching a spear tightly in his hands. Suddenly, he took off. Everyone else rushed after him. Hen looked at the people running towards him and asked in surprise if they were really attacking. Even though he had taken a hostage, nothing was sacred among people. Then he looked at the guy in his hands and asked what his name was, to which he replied Jisuk. Then the protagonist threw away his sword and said, "Okay." Suddenly, he grabbed the hostage tightly by the groin. The guy clenched his teeth, holding back from the incredible pain. What the attackers saw made them very surprised. The protagonist hit the guy with the spear with all his might with Jisuk. The hostage was crying and drooling. Those who were running after the guy with the spear stopped. He fell unconscious on the floor in front of the others. Hen looked at the rest and said that it turned out well. Then he turned the hostage over and said that he would caress everyone. Having said this, he began to walk towards the criminals. The guys began to shake with fear and order him to move away. The main character appeared and the guy's eyes filled with horror. A powerful blow left a mark and blood spurted in all directions. Then another blow flashed and blood spurted again. The girl was standing behind him at this time. The main character had already beaten up all the criminals. He raised his hand behind his head and said to himself that this was just a small group for clearing a D-rank dungeon, although it took longer than he thought. Suddenly, he heard a female voice behind him and turned around. The girl bowed and thanked him for his help, adding that thanks to him, she avoided trouble. The guy raised his hand and told her to forget it, because doing this is his hobby. Then the girl raised her head and said that her name is Sona, after which she asked how she should address Hyan. The main character raised his hand behind his head and said that his name is Hyan. The girl immediately addressed him, which surprised the guy. Sona put her hand on her chest and asked what she had to do to become as strong as him. There was no doubt in her eyes. The protagonist looked at her with confusion in his eyes and remained silent. He silently scratched the back of his head, while this was a historical moment when a third one joined the two worst scum of Korea. Hyan scratched his cheek and asked how to become stronger. Looking away, he wondered if it was that hard, just trying. Sona put her hand on her chest and said that if she tried, she could too. But before she could finish speaking, the protagonist extended his hand and said that not all the efforts they made would work, they had to try until death. Literally, until death, the girl said quietly, lowering her head. The guy scratched his head and thoughtfully said in his head that it probably sounded strange coming from the mouth of someone who could resurrect. After these thoughts, he waved at her and told her to take care of herself, adding that she would decide for herself whether to leave those assholes alive or not. Sona followed her savior with her eyes. Turning the corner, Hyan suddenly stopped. Suddenly, he looked out at the girl and asked if she could get out on her own, to which she replied that she did not think so. Hearing this, the guy looked at the girl with a puzzled look and asked himself if in such cases they did not ask for help. After a short pause, he raised his hand behind his head and said that he would like to help, but he was not ready to go out yet since he came here to clean up. Sona put her hand to her chest and asked if she could accompany him then. What? The guy asked confusedly, not taking his eyes off the girl. Stretching out his hand, he asked if she was already going to try to die, adding that there was no need, since he did not quite mean it, but Sona suddenly answered that it was not like that. Hearing this, the guy opened his eyes, full of surprise. The girl, without lowering her hand, said that she knew her limit, so she would quietly follow him, collect magic stones, and would not interfere. Of course, she would give him everything she collected. The protagonist lowered his hand and said that it would be dangerous. Sona looked at the savior and firmly said that she could take care of herself. After thinking for a while, Hen pointed his finger at the exit and called her to follow him. The entire floor was littered with corpses of various monsters. Swinging his sword, the protagonist killed the last monster. Sona stood behind and said that he had done a great job. Then she took out a small knife and told him to leave the collection to her. She slowly brought the weapon to the monster's skin. Having cut it, she saw a precious magic stone. The protagonist looked at her and said to himself that she seemed to be able to stand up for herself, just like she said. He remembered how not long ago she, when the battle began, acted as a support and shot arrows from the rear. Hen looked at the magic stone in her hand and added that she also took on all the monotonous work of collecting magic stones. It definitely became easier to fight. After these thoughts, he pointed his finger behind his back and asked Sona what she would do now, because judging by the energy that he sensed ahead, there was a boss room further on, so it would become really dangerous. Sharply taking a knife out of the monster's body, the girl replied that she had already decided everything. She would follow him to the very end. But before she could finish speaking, a system notification appeared in front of her, which reported that the main core of the dungeon had been removed, and below it was reported that a portal to the exit of the dungeon had been opened. The same thing appeared in front of the main character, which caused great surprise among the guys. The guy raised his head and asked himself with displeasure, had they really cleared it out already? Who had climbed ahead of him? Suddenly shock appeared in his eyes. Turning towards the boss's room, he said to himself that he could still feel the boss's energy. Breakthrough, he asked quietly, frozen in shock as he realized that for the first time in Korea, a D-rank dungeon had broken through. On the news, the guy said that several dozen dungeons had opened up at the same time within Seoul, a phenomenon called the monster invasion. And this was the third incident in Korea after the Dungeon 2.8 and the incident that forced the government to call in the army. He said that this wave was different from the previous two incidents, and according to experts, this was nothing more than a planned terrorist attack while loud footsteps were heard in the hallway. The guy ran into the office, starting to loudly call out for the leader. He noticed the leader standing thoughtfully near the window. Dongwoo turned back, asking if the guy was here because of the monster breakthrough, to which he replied that the preparations were complete. He crossed his arms together, starting to nervously shift from foot to foot. The boy added that there was a D-rank dungeon among the dungeons that had been breached, causing the leader to frown in confusion. Taking a confident step forward, he asked where, to which the servant replied that it was in Dion's lab in Suwon. Dongwoo gritted his teeth, worried that he had put off clearing it because of its difficulty. Walking down the corridor, he threateningly asked if there were any large guilds nearby, to which the boy looked down, answering that there was the Hanjul Guild, but their main forces were currently elsewhere. The leader immediately ordered that 50 of their elite fighters be prepared, since they would be heading to Suwon, and the rest should be divided into teams and head to the remaining dungeons. The sun shone brightly above the building. Seon walked forward, asking how the situation was, to which Ihyun looked down at the tablet, replying that intelligence reports that the leader of the Ability User Alliance had personally gone to protect Daeon's lab along with his elite fighters. The girl turned around, saying that they wouldn't make it in time, and then asked if there was a guild nearby that could take over the defense. Ihyun adjusted his glasses, saying that other than the Hanjul Guild, there were only small guilds. He suddenly looked up, adding that there was also a report that an awakened one was dealing with monsters at an incredible speed. Smiling, the guy said that it was a man with a huge sword and muscles. Ihyun said that his face was so evil that he could be mistaken for a monster, after which Seon was horrified. She immediately smiled. She said that she thought that they had nothing to worry about, while Hyun stood in front of the monsters, trying to catch his breath. Sona froze, calling the guy crazy, and Uru was surprised, asking if the main character really did this alone. The guys looked at his back, asking if Hyun was really just an ability user. Uru smiled sheepishly, saying that thanks to the guy, they survived, so he thanked him. He asked how they could repay him, when suddenly, Hyun whispered something under his breath. Uru frowned in confusion. The protagonist suddenly turned to him, ordering him to leave. Uru was shocked to hear this, and then took a step back. Hyun looked away, thinking that this was not all. Looking at the rift, he thought that it still had not closed. The protagonist's face changed, thinking that the boss was coming. The protagonist turned to the people and furiously shouted that the boss was coming, and if they stayed here, they would die. Sona and the guy next to her looked at Hyun in fear. After a short pause, the guy slowly nodded. Spreading his arms to the side, he stepped towards the protagonist, asking him to wait, because they were all ability users too, so they could be useful. Hyun looked at him with disdain in his eyes and turned to him. The guy stopped and asked confusedly what. The protagonist did not take his eyes off him and asked how many bosses he had, to which he raised his hand to his chest and found it difficult to answer. Hyun leaned over him and asked with anger in his eyes if he had at least one, adding that they would all only get in the way, and if he understood, he should run to the shelter. No, but, the guy said quietly, looking fearfully into the eyes of the interlocutor. His comrades stood behind and asked each other why he was saying that, even if he was strong. One of the guys turned his gaze to the protagonist. Hyun bit his lower lip with all his might, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Seeing this, the guy was confused and, turning to his comrades, asked if it would be better for them all to leave. After that, they left. The protagonist looked after them, suddenly turning his gaze, but saw Sona. She put her hand to her chest and quietly said that she. Without finishing, the girl looked away in confusion, when suddenly Hen asked if she could. Shoot, the guy finished, which made Sona look up at him in surprise. What? She asked quietly after a short pause, looking at the savior. The main character pointed his finger behind him and asked her to cover him, adding that she needed to find a place where she could cope. The guy asked again if she could, and the girl continued to look at him. Sona suddenly came to her senses and firmly answered, yes. A few minutes later, a terrifying energy began to emanate from the rift. Suddenly, a leg in armor stepped onto the ground. Monsters, shrouded in a strong aura, came out of the rift. The main character met them all. Raising his head up, he asked in surprise what the. 3 huge heavenly kings stood in front of him. Looking at them, the guy frowned with displeasure. He remembered the huge Urg he had recently killed in the dungeon and said to himself that each of these 3 was no weaker than him, and the boss had also appeared. The rift cracked again. A skeletal hand appeared from there. Then a bare skull appeared, shrouded in a terrifying aura. It flew above its subordinates. After that, the dark aura stopped coming out of the rift. The next second, it closed. The boss raised his head up, surprised by the unusual buildings. The protagonist frowned, surprised that the monster was talking. Standing up, he carefully watched the enemy. The boss spread his arms out to the sides, menacingly asking if the guy really decided to block his way alone. Hen smiled widely, answering, yes. He grabbed the weapon with all his might. Taking out a hammer, the protagonist hit the ground with all his might. Raising a mad look, Hen said that he would smash the enemy's head, and that would be the end of it. After a short pause, the monster called the guy a cheeky creature, but his body could be useful. The protagonist interrupted him, which made the monster furious. Pointing his finger at himself, Hen asked how about a cool battle, and let the sixes smoke on the sidelines and they would fight one-on-one. The monsters came closer to the guy when suddenly the boss said that he refused. The guy spat in his hand, saying that he had hoped in vain. At that very second, he quickly grabbed the handle. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, the guy shouted that it was time to begin. Swinging, he quickly rushed forward. The monsters got angry, looking at him. They immediately rushed to quickly run towards him. Hen lowered his head down, exhaling. Jumping up, the guy screamed loudly, activating the lion's roar of rage. The knight stopped in horror, opening his mouth wide. The tiger and the lizard suddenly froze as well. The protagonist pushed off the ground with all his might, jumping up. With burning eyes, he quickly advanced on the monsters. With a mad smile, he shouted that he would get them all. Lowering his hammer down, Hen hit the knight on the head. Swinging, he asked them to approach him one by one. Loud blows were heard around them. The boss's body was enveloped in mana as he looked at the battle with fury. With burning eyes, he grinned. Looking at the guy, he thought that he did not feel the flow of magic coming from him, which meant that it was his pure physical strength. Frowning, the monster thought that he even regretted killing the protagonist. At that very second, he extended his index finger forward, thinking that he needed to capture him alive and make him his slave. The hammer strike caused a powerful shockwave that spread across the ground. The orc's helmet began to crack. Suddenly, it flew into pieces. The monster began to fall backwards. The protagonist landed and the orc fell to the ground with a thud. The guy's legs were shaking from the weight of the hammer while he was shouting that it was very heavy. The boss pointed his finger at him at this time. His eyes lit up. He used the mind control technique on Hen. The guy's mind immediately went cloudy. A few seconds later, the color of his eyes changed. He was enveloped in the powerful magical energy of the boss, who said it worked. He stared at him and said that he was now. The protagonist stood still while the boss said that he was completely under his control. The skeleton extended his hand and welcomed the protagonist into his ranks of slaves, then ordered him to bow his head to him, showing loyalty. Hen's eyes lit up brightly after the order. He slowly opened his mouth. Then he smoothly raised his hand. Suddenly, what the monster saw made him very surprised. The protagonist showed him the middle finger with a wide smile on his face, since the Ring of Strong Mind allows him to resist mind control. The boss watched this silently. Frowning with displeasure, he said to himself, so he was protected by some object. It was a pity that nothing worked out. At the same second, one of the heavenly kings rushed to attack the protagonist. Hen did not have time to react, but put the antler cover on his cheek. The monster hit the guy with all its strength, causing him to fly far away. The protagonist flew into the building at great speed. Thick smoke emanated from the place of collision. Suddenly, an arrow flew out of nowhere. It pierced the head of the heavenly king. The boss opened his eyes wide in surprise. Looking down, he wondered if the guy really had allies. He looked at the tiger, who was actively waving his head, thinking that there was nothing to worry about. Hen smiled, praising Sona for good timing. The monster was furious. The protagonist continued to squat, looking down. He suddenly jumped up, confidently rushing forward. He grabbed the handle with all his might. The guy was getting closer and closer to the tiger. Smiling madly, he shouted that the place to hit was perfect. The monster roared loudly from the pain in his head. Without thinking, Hen hit him with the hammer with all his might. Scarlet blood immediately spurted out of the tiger's mouth. With a loud sound, he fell motionless to the ground. The sharp dagger began to wriggle quickly in the air. The protagonist turned around in horror. The lizard's weapon pierced him right through at that very second. Hen clenched his teeth in pain. With a strong blow, his hammer fell to the ground. The guy dashed forward, grabbing his opponent by the tail. The lizard immediately screamed loudly in bewilderment. Hen quickly ran forward, waving the monster. With all his strength, the guy threw his opponent to the ground, causing it to split into small pieces. He quickly stuck his hand into his inventory. Grabbing the handle, the guy took out a sword. Enveloped in mana, Hen rushed towards the enemy. The lizard rose, turning back. Putting its paws forward, it tried to defend itself from the maddened protagonist. Blood splashes immediately flew in different directions. Scarlet blood quickly flowed from the sword. The boss looked down with fury in his eyes. The protagonist put his foot on the lizard, confidently looking at the corpse. The guy suddenly carefully wiped the blood from his face. Smiling madly, Hen turned around, asking if only the boss was left. The monster clenched his teeth hard, meeting his gaze. The protagonist took out the sword from the last heavenly king and said that now only he was left. He looked at the boss with a mad smile and screamed, "Bald head." Hearing this, the skeleton tensely raised his head and said that he was bluffing because he was a man who could not even cast spells anymore. The protagonist's expression changed when he heard the boss ask him how he was going to fight him at all. Hen frowned and said to himself that the monster noticed. He looked at the enemy and said to himself that he definitely had a deficit of magical powers, and his regeneration was also at the limit. Without taking his eyes off the boss, he added that the worst thing was that he couldn't reach him while he was in the air. His legs were shaking, and the boy kept thinking that he didn't have the strength to jump up to him or throw anything, but if only he could use the strength of a giant. Suddenly, he felt a strong pain in his heart. Blood spurted out of his nose, and horror appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, he began to cough up blood. Suddenly, he slipped on the blood of the slain monster. From this, he fell to the ground with a crash. Shaking, the boy raised his head with difficulty and asked what the. The boss looked at him with burning eyes and asked if he was really starting to understand. He reminded him of that attack earlier and asked if he really thought it was an ordinary cut. Tilting his head, he asked if he could not use poison. Hyan listened to the monster with empty eyes. A few seconds later, he stood up, and the boss told him that now he had no chance of winning, adding that he would give him an antidote if he surrendered and became his slave. Hearing this, the guy grinned. Standing up, he shouted loudly that he had already said that he would now smash his skull and assemble puzzles from the pieces. Having shouted this, his eyes lit up. A powerful aura enveloped him, and the protagonist said to himself that he would use the remaining magical power to get rid of the poison, and then he tightly squeezed the handle of the sword in his hand and said that this was the last trump card, since this sword has the Berserk skill, which increases his strength and endurance by 1.5 times for 5 minutes, but deprives him of the ability to think sensibly, and the consequences of use are unpredictable. The boss felt the terrifying aura of the protagonist and was very surprised. Hyan looked at the monster and shouted with all his might that since he had come here, he would count all his bones, when suddenly a male voice was heard from behind him, telling him that it was enough. Hearing this, the protagonist turned around in surprise. A man was walking towards him. Standing next to him, he calmly said that whoever he was, he had done an impressive job. It was Dongwoo, who was smiling and saying that the ability user alliance would take care of the rest. The guy opened his eyes wide, thinking with delight that in front of him was someone who had completed the training completely. He was looking at the back of Dongwoo, the leader of the ability user alliance. He suddenly turned to Hyan, saying that his injuries looked serious, so he needed to rest for a while. The protagonist was surprised, stretching out his hand forward. At that moment, his consciousness became clouded. The guy grabbed his heart, exhaling heavily. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, after which he thought that it was still difficult to do it alone. Hyan suddenly fell backwards, exhausted. Looking up, he thought that the leader appeared cool, like the main character. It was a clear day above the hospital. The main character opened his eyes in horror. Aiken was sitting on a chair, enjoying a drink. She suddenly turned her gaze to the guy, asking if he had really woken up. Hyan sat up on the bed, scratching the back of his head, then said how he would not open his eyes. In front of him was his sister's face, to which the girl snapped, asking him not to open his eyes and mouth at the same time. She looked down at the phone, saying that it was just a waste of money for a hospital, because couldn't the guy just die? To which Hyan frowned, answering that he could be friendlier with his brother. Suddenly he came to his senses, asking what happened to the monsters breaking through in that dungeon, to which Aik took a sip, answering that she did not know the details, but now everything is under control. She suddenly said that she was surprised when they called her and said that her brother was in the hospital, and when she arrived, the leader of the Ability Users Alliance, who was also shown on TV, was there. The guy frowned, thoughtfully looking down. He immediately remembered Enho's business card. Hyan folded his arms over his chest, wondering if this meant that he owed them something. The girl suddenly asked the guy to be careful. Aik put her hands on her knees, saying that the main character may have a unique ability, but who knows, maybe he could really die. The main character exhaled nervously, asking if his sister really thought that he was dying because she wanted to, and not only did he feel terrible, but his level was also decreasing, and it was not very pleasant. The guy was suddenly surprised, turning his gaze to the side. Aik looked at her brother with a glassy gaze. Hyan opened his mouth in surprise. Embarrassed, he turned away, scratching the back of his head. Looking down, he said that he would try. At this time, in the Ability User Alliance. In the main office, Enho approached the leader, asking if he knew Hyan. Dongwoo was looking at the computer screen, saying that Enho had contacted him somehow. He looked down at the tablet, asking why Dongwoo personally took the protagonist to the hospital and even paid the hospital bills. The leader smirked slightly. Squinting, he replied that he witnessed the birth of the hero, so he could not pass up a rare chance to do him a favor. In his imagination, he remembered the protagonist shouting that even if he spent his whole life on this, he would definitely surpass him. The leader crossed his arms, placing them on the table. Turning his gaze to the assistant, he asked what happened to the protagonist. The main hospital, the sun was shining brightly outside. The doctor adjusted his glasses and said that according to the examination results, no pathology was found. The recovery speed of ability users is truly amazing. A few minutes later, the protagonist was walking down the hallway and saying that everything was fine and he had been discharged, to which the nurse walking next to him asked if that was really what the leader of the Ability User Alliance was paying for them. The guy looked at Aiken and replied that, in fact, the fine for resurrection was much higher, when suddenly he heard a male voice asking if there really wasn't a patient named Hen here. He turned around and saw the man asking the nurse about him, after which he told the nurse to go first. Really? No? The man asked confusedly, to which the girl, looking at him, firmly answered, yes, there isn't one, adding that she could find out, perhaps such a patient had already been discharged. The man exhaled heavily and quietly said that he was late, when suddenly he heard Hen ask him who he was, which made him turn around immediately. The protagonist was looking at him with a very displeased expression. The man turned to him and asked if that was true, to which he firmly replied that it was, adding that he had heard that he was looking for him. The man put his hand in his jacket and asked for a minute. From there, he took out a business card from the security department and said that his name was Tejal. Hyan took the card in his hand and read, from the security department, the Ability User Division, and then asked why the government needed him. The sun was shining brightly on the hospital building. After a while, a piece of meat was roasting on the stove. The protagonist was sitting at the table, asking if everything was really okay, if it was expensive here, to which Tejal, who was sitting opposite, replied, of course not, no problem. Hearing this, the guy chuckled and said that he had always wondered where the taxes he paid went, and they suddenly came back to him like that. After saying this, he frowned and quietly said, so, after which he asked if he would also offer to join them. Tejal looked at the boy emotionlessly and answered yes, adding that they would not insist because he was simply making a proposal. Hyan scratched his chin and asked if that meant he would become a civil servant. That sounded good. The man kept his eyes on him, explaining that first of all, it was not just a civil servant position, as their organization was created to prepare as much as possible for the rapidly changing future, and that was what they would be doing. Introducing many strong people, he added that the government knew that it would be impossible to control all ability users anyway. The number of awakened ones continued to grow and they could not be controlled by force, and hostility clearly did not bode well, so instead they were trying to build relationships in which at least mutual support was possible. The protagonist watched his interlocutor flip the steak and asked, is that so, while simultaneously asking himself, who cooks meat like that? Looking up at Tejal, he asked what benefit awaits him, to which the latter pointed a finger and replied, firstly, money. They will provide enough funds so that he can work comfortably and not deny himself anything. Lowering his hand, he added that also, if something happens to him, they will guarantee appropriate payments to his family members, as well as provide everything necessary. Hearing this, the protagonist looked up and said that these are not bad conditions, but it also means that he will have to work hard. Tejal closed his eyes and replied that he will not deny it. However, they are not demanding the impossible, adding that he will be given complete freedom of action. He just needs to be ready to provide them with support from time to time. The protagonist thoughtfully folded his arms across his chest, answering that this sounds good. Tejal said that Dongwoo, the leader of the Ability User Alliance, and the leader of the Dangun Guild, Seung, were already cooperating with them under these conditions. Hyan put his hand to his chin, asking if it was really possible to work on two fronts at once. Smiling, he replied that it was possible to try. At this time, in Suwon, near Dion's laboratory, the protagonist was walking along the street, saying that he would gladly get here by car, but who knows what else will happen in this area. Suddenly, the guy was called out, after which he raised his head. In front of him, the protagonist saw a girl. Meeting her gaze, he asked if it was Soye. The girl came closer, answering that she was Sona. Without thinking, she handed him a bag. It was filled to the brim with stones. After handing it over, Sona apologized for handing it over so late because she was going to give it to him earlier, but the guy was unconscious. Hyan frowned, asking if the girl had been waiting for him here all this time, not even knowing if he would return. Sona lowered her hands down, confidently answering, yes. The protagonist sheepishly scratched the back of his head, saying that she could have kept them herself, to which the girl objected, saying that she had promised. The guy turned around, saying that he would not refuse, so he thanked her in parting. Looking up, Hyan wondered where his car was. Suddenly, the girl called out to him again. Sona bowed, asking to take her as a student. The protagonist stood in a stupor, unable to move from shock. A bright moon hung over the field. The doors of the dungeon were closed. Deep in the forest in the village of Kirka, someone's voice was heard. The boss was sitting by a tree, saying that he never thought that people would corner him. He suddenly raised his glowing eyes forward, saying that he would have to hide in such a place. Turning to the side, he noticed a silhouette off to the side. The guy walked up to him with a grin. Lick frowned, wondering how the guy knew his name. He stretched his hand forward, saying that there was no need to strain himself so much since he was not an enemy. The guy immediately added that he was the one who freed the boss, which shocked him greatly. The guy grinned, asking Lick what he would do. Stretching his hand forward, he asked if the boss would take it. Morning came, the protagonist's house. Sona was sitting inside and saying that she was very glad to meet him. Yusun was sitting silently in front of her. Looking at the protagonist, he mockingly said that he thought that since he had no friends, he would not be able to recruit even one person. Hyan frowned and asked with displeasure why he suddenly had no friends. He also had a couple. Looking up, he thought and asked himself whether or not. After a short pause, he smiled and said that in any case, he was the first to bring a person to them, so he won. As promised, he treats, to which Yusung smirked and said that he always treats. Then he spread his hand to the side and said, "No problem," adding that he lost the bet. That's true, but he smiled sarcastically and said that whoever wants to join their guild still needs to pass the test. So it's time to go to the dungeon. Sona was a little confused, but then firmly answered that she was ready. The protagonist looked at his friend and said to himself that his fists were just itching. After a while, they entered a D-rank dungeon called Harpy Cliff. Inside, a harpy with a furious cry rushed to attack. She flew at the three guys who dealt with her relatives. Sona pulled the bowstring. At the same second, she let go. The arrow pierced the harpy's head at high speed. The monster fell to the ground, dead. Yusung turned around to look at the girl and said that it was not bad at all to have a ranged person on the team, adding that now it was more like a party. The protagonist looked at his friend with a smile on his face and asked if she had passed, to which he asked in surprise, "What? Who?" Hearing this, Hyan put his hand on his hip and said discontentedly that he himself had talked about this test, to which he replied that he had simply forgotten. And the protagonist simultaneously said in his head that it was clear from the very beginning that he just wanted to hunt. Sona took out her knife at this time. Then she stepped towards the dead harpy and said that she would collect magic crystals. The protagonist turned to her and said that it was not necessary to pick through small things because it was tiring. The girl wiped the sweat from her forehead and replied that it was okay because she liked doing it. Yusung also looked at Sona and said that it was also money, so there was no point in throwing it away, especially when Hyan was such a beggar. The protagonist looked at his friend and asked why he was a beggar. He just liked making money on dungeon cores more, and then asked what he did. Yusung spread his arms in different directions and replied that he had a lot of money, to which the guy replied that he was just a liar. When suddenly he felt someone else's aura. The protagonist immediately put his hand in his inventory and asked Yusung if he felt it too, to which he asked what. Then he looked in the direction where his friend was looking and thought. After a short pause, a strong aura enveloped him. Sona turned to them and asked in surprise what happened. Closing his eyes, the protagonist concentrated. With eyes burning with anger, the protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. He lunged forward and struck with all his might. A loud thud echoed throughout the ravine. Blood sprayed out of the boy's mouth. He immediately fell to the ground, exhausted. Tears were streaming down his cheeks and he groaned slightly in pain. Hyan frowned, asking what was that, to which Yusung smiled, saying that he was hiding well. He extended his hand, saying that although he had a good sense, he had not noticed the enemy until he was this close, but he had not sensed his bloodlust, so it was unlikely that the boy was here for that. The protagonist looked closely at the body, saying that he did not like all this. Yusung smiled, asking if he was just passing by, and Hyan should have asked rather than attacking him straight away. The protagonist rubbed his wrist, saying that sneaking up on a hunter in a dungeon was bad manners, so the boy was deservedly beaten unconscious. He suddenly looked down thoughtfully, saying that he had one guess. There was a stamp on the sheet. Tejal picked up the sheet, saying that the contract was concluded. The protagonist nodded, saying that if there was a case, then let them contact him. Tejal looked him in the eye, saying that there was already a case. He suddenly asked if the guy knew anything about the recent terrorist attack in the dungeon, to which the protagonist put his hand to his chin, asking if it was about someone deliberately provoking a breakthrough. Tejal nodded, saying that they were on their tail and were now tracking them. Looking at the surprised Hyan, he added that they were planning to conduct a large-scale raid in the near future, and then they would need the protagonist's help. A liquid was suddenly splashed in the unconscious guy's face. Opening his eyes, he clenched his teeth in anger. The protagonist leaned over with a crazy look, asking if the guy had woken up. He began to twitch in alarm, asking how he got tied up. Pressing himself against the wall, he screamed, asking who the guys were and what they were doing. The guy sniffed, holding his breath sharply. His pupils shrank, and he wondered in confusion what the hell was going on. Hen put his hands on his hips, asking for forgiveness, because they wanted to pour water on the guy to wake him up, but they didn't have much in the way of drinking water. Pointing to the harpy, he added that the guy should make do with its urine. The guy's face was scared. Looking down, he noticed feathers and liquid on the ground. The sounds of the tied guy vomiting echoed throughout the dungeon. When he felt better, he looked at the people who tied him up and said that they were crazy to pour monster urine on a person. As soon as he said this, he threw up again. The protagonist looked at the guy with disdain in his eyes and said that it was time for him to answer questions. Having said this, he squatted down. His eyes lit up and he asked menacingly if it was really him. That terrorist, Hen finished, causing the tied-up guy to open his mouth in surprise. Suddenly, he grinned. Slightly lowering his head, he answered, "Well, yes, that's what they're called now." Raising his head to the guys, he said with contempt in his voice that they did not understand anything, because they were doing all this for a great purpose. The main character scratched his ear and said that he did not care about their goals at all, after which he ordered him to tell everything he knew, and then he would let him go. The guy looked at them and asked if they really thought that he would tell anything, even if they tortured or threatened him. Saliva flew from his mouth when he exclaimed that they would not be able to stop them anyway. At this time, the sun was shining brightly in the sky, so evening came and the sun disappeared behind the horizon. There was no living place on the tied-up guy's face, and he himself asked to be allowed to tell everything. The main character leaned towards him and coldly said that he was in no hurry because he still had too many teeth left. After that, heartbreaking cries of pain were heard throughout the dungeon. After a while, the sun was still hiding behind the horizon. Tejal met the protagonist and asked him in shock if he really caught the terrorist. Hyun and his comrades came out of the dungeon and showed him the guy they had caught. The guy, beaten half to death, begged to be saved. The man pointed at him and asked what happened to him, to which the protagonist replied that no one knew, adding that he might have been attacked by a harpy. Tejal's men stepped towards Hyun. Tejal himself put his hand to his chest and said that from now on they would take care of everything, after which he thanked them for their cooperation. Yusung waved his hand at the guys and said that they would see each other again. Tejal bowed and said goodbye to Yusung, and the protagonist, hearing this, asked in surprise if they really knew each other. The man straightened up and replied that they had also offered Mr. Yusung a contract, but he had refused. The guy spread his arms out to the sides and said that he simply had no interest in such a thing. After that, Tejal turned his gaze to the protagonist and said that it was already quite late and there were strangers here. Sona and Yusung stood behind Hyun while Tejal said that they would discuss the details tomorrow. It was deep night. After a while, it was morning, the building of the security department. There was a cup of coffee on the table, and Tejal was telling that the name of the terrorist was Insik. Sitting down on a chair, he added that stealth was his unique ability. Apparently he plays an important role in his organization, to which the protagonist, sitting opposite, asked, "Is that how?" simultaneously saying in his head that it seemed like the spy had not told him anything new. The guy leaned over, adding that they managed to find their base, and as he had already said, a large-scale cleansing operation was planned in 2 weeks. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking what was so special that he had to say 2 weeks ago. After all, couldn't they just go and attack? Tejal placed the cup on the table, asking if the protagonist knew that the world's first C-rank gate had been activated in China, to which the boy nodded, saying that something like that had been mentioned in the news. The boy lowered his head, saying that he would be brief since there was information that the media was silent about. Looking up, he added that 1,200 people were involved in the cleanup, and most of them died. Hyun's mouth dropped open in shock. Tejal reassured him, saying that the protagonist had cleared D-rank dungeons alone before, so he should understand, since the danger of the dungeons would increase exponentially with the rank. The protagonist pursed his lips, thinking that with an increase in rank, the number of people needed to clear would double, and then folded his arms, thinking that he was fine alone. Tejal continued to explain that in China, they had acted based on the basic theory of dungeons, but had suffered a complete failure and many people had volunteered, but their abilities were mediocre, which led to this outcome. He added with a frown that they were therefore going to form a group of elites for the C-rank gate in Gangnam and clear out the Wenandi forest. Hearing this, the protagonist became thoughtful. Straightening his arm, the guy asked if there was any need for clearing out, since the Chinese were already doing it anyway. If they periodically got rid of the normal cores, they could avoid a breakthrough. He asked why they would even participate in this, and Tejal folded his arms, saying that the guy was surprisingly knowledgeable. He suddenly took a sip of tea. The guy carefully placed the cup on the saucer. He frowned and said that the problem was that no one had managed to destroy even one normal core yet. Remembering the counter, he added that at this rate, a breakthrough would happen within 2 weeks. Tejal leaned over, saying that monsters would appear that could take the lives of hundreds of people in the heart of Seoul, whose streets were always quite crowded, which shocked Hyun. Gesturing, the guy said that this was why preparation was necessary. Given the location and the complexity of the dungeon, experts believed that there would be even more victims than during the first attempt to clear it. The protagonist leaned his head on his hand, saying that time was running out, and since he was given free rein at such a time, he believed that his participation in this mission was extremely important. Tejal nodded positively, saying that he was also not thrilled with this rule, since he would not be allowed to act alone. Meeting their eyes, the guy asked if the protagonist could found a guild. Beads of sweat from excitement appeared on his face, after which he asked if, for the sake of the country, Hyun could not give in on this. Tejal assured that they would handle all the formalities and provide all the necessary support, while the protagonist couldn't say a word. He put his hand to his mouth, exhaling heavily. Hyan looked down, thinking that they were going to create it anyway, but the company was offering to do almost everything for them, and the boy knew that luck would not turn away from a kind person like him. After a while, the sun shone brightly through the windows of the cafe. The protagonist folded his arms and said that they needed to think of a name for their guild. Sona and Yusung were sitting in front of him. The second one spread his arms out to the sides and asked if it was really all ready, adding that there were only 3 of them for now. Hyan looked at his comrades and answered that they needed to decide now, then asked if they remembered how they met that man from the government a few days ago. Well, there were many busy people walking near the cafe. Yusung opened his mouth in surprise and asked if it was really a C-rank dungeon clearing. He smiled widely and said that he thought it would be fun, and Sona closed her eyes and said, as expected of Mr. Hyan, he twists the government as he pleases, to which the protagonist asked with displeasure, "What other master?" Then the girl put her hand to her chest and said that she thought that it was worth observing formalities. After all, she is his student, to which the guy replied that they will figure it out later. After that, he brought his hand to his mouth and thought. There was only one other person in the cafe, while Hyan said that now they are at a stage that will determine the future of their guild, so first they need to discuss their policy. Sticking out his index finger, he said, "First of all, there is no need to get into conflicts over nothing." Yusung saw that his friend was looking at him and asked why he was looking at him, to which he replied that he did not know. After that, the protagonist put out his second finger and said, "Secondly, you should always give what you deserve." Yusung smiled and asked, "Both good and bad?" To which Hyan nodded and firmly answered, namely, adding that he didn't want them to become bandits, but they couldn't be fools either. After saying this, he put up a third finger and said that this was the last one, the third one, you need to be the strongest. After saying this, the guy smiled and asked, "Well, how is it?" Yusung thought for a while and answered, "Not bad, although he's not sure about the first one." Sona put her hand to her chest and answered that she liked everything too, adding that she would try to imprint it in the depths of her heart. After receiving the answer, the protagonist took a sip of coffee and said, "Okay," after which he asked if there were any ideas for a name. Yusung spread his hands and suggested a name with foul language, to which the protagonist replied with a refusal, after which he asked without it. After thinking for a while, Yusung asked how about lunatic, to which Hyan, with a cup of coffee in his hand, replied that it sounded cool, after which he asked what it translated into. The guy smiled contentedly and replied that it was the same as he had suggested at the very beginning. Hearing this, the protagonist turned his gaze to Sun Wu and asked if she had any ideas, to which she asked in surprise, she had. She raised her hand to her chin and thought about it. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes and asked with complete seriousness in her voice what the name of Hyan's mighty bunch was, to which the guy replied that he shouldn't have asked her. Exhaling heavily, he folded his arms across his chest. He took out a pen and said that he would have to come up with one himself. While the protagonist was writing something in a notebook, Yusung laughed and asked what he wanted. A few seconds later, the guy put the pen on the table. Then he showed the result to his comrades and asked, "Well, how was it?" The guys thoughtfully looked at what they had gotten. After a short pause, a voice of guys was heard from the cafe, who said that they liked it. The inscription bar was glowing on the wall. There was a lot of alcohol on the shelves of the bar, and a male voice was asking if Insik had been caught. The secretary girl stopped and answered, yes. Minjun was sitting not far from her. He was looking at the whiskey in the glass and was silent. He remembered Insik and said to himself that he was a lousy fighter, but his stealth abilities were simply irreplaceable. He remembered the gate to the dungeon of the Heiji plane and said to himself that their breakthrough plan had failed. Leaving his memories, he asked who, which made the girl surprised and asked what. Minjun stared at his subordinate and asked who it was who caught Insik, to which she replied that it was an ability user named Hyan. Hearing this, the man brought his hand with the whiskey to himself. After taking a sip of alcohol, he said the protagonist's name to himself. He again descended into the memories of when Hyan dealt with the mutant cake in the Awakened training last April. Then Minjun remembered how the protagonist dealt with the boss alone in the large-scale breakthrough of the Dion's laboratory. Leaving the memories, he clenched his teeth in anger and said to himself that he was messing up all the cards again and again. Then he put the glass on the table and asked how they were doing with the drugs, to which the girl replied that they still needed time because there was a problem finding test subjects. Minjun wiped his mouth and said that this was bad, they needed to speed up. Opening his eyes burning with anger, he added, of course, unless, of course, she herself wanted to become one of the test subjects. Hearing this, a drop of cold sweat appeared on the girl's face. There was a lot of alcohol on the table, and the subordinate replied that she understood everything. After a while, headlines appeared online that a team of elites had been formed to clear the dungeon. The views of these articles quickly increased. People were discussing it heatedly in the comments. The first was the Dangun Guild. Many people gathered behind Seung. The second was the Ability User Alliance, and there were just as many people behind Dongwu. The third was the Hwaryeong Guild, and the entire guild followed their leader. The fourth was the Eternity Guild, and they were all ready to fight. The fifth was the Guardians, and every single one of them was ready to fight. The sixth was the Black Knights, and people in black armor were preparing to fight. People in the chat looked at them and said that the entire top 10 had gathered. Someone asked who was number 7. Were they newbies? Messages flew into the chat. Someone wrote that they weren't up to par anyway. There was a sign on the wall that said conference room. A man entered. There was a yellow face on the man's shirt. The main character waved his hand and said that he was the leader of the Badass Guild. He smiled widely, although they were late for the very first meeting. Later people would call the events of that day the first prank of the Badass Guild. Of course, after the 50th no one was surprised. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.